Chapter 202, An Even More Professional Evolution. Dum-de-dum-de-dum, Jake sang in a humming tone as he swayed his head back and forth, both hands on the cauldron. He was naturally making even more mana potions, but also doing something else equally important. Sylphie sat opposite him, bopping her head to the tune, mimicking him. Jake couldn't help but smile as she happily played along, even trying to make the same sounds as him. She wasn't doing very well in that department, but damn was it cute. He barely had to focus when making the potions, and it was effortless for him to split his focus. It was actually a bit weird. He felt like he was focusing on both things simultaneously, no matter how contradictory that sounds. Maybe another gain of his race evolution. He already knew that he thought faster while under stress or fighting, so it kind of made sense. His math skills had also improved tremendously. See, now I am focusing on 3 things at once, he thought, still humming the tune and finishing off the latest batch of mana potions meanwhile. Just as the mix was completed, Jake heard the sweet sound he had been waiting for as he gave Sylphie a big smile. It's evolution time. She cheered back in return, getting a few head pats as Jake opened up his notifications. Profession evolution requirements met to call your journey so far as an alchemist of the Malefic Viper abnormal would be an understatement and disservice to the unique path you are walking. On the one hand, you're a supremely talented alchemist faithfully following the legacy of the Malefic Viper, and the other, a blasphemous heretic that does not show any reverence to the primordial that has given you this power. Your entire existence only grows more paradoxical, as your defiance and arrogance have only been rewarded by the Malefic One, and not punished as his faithful followers believe it rightfully should have been. Where this unlikely friendship will take you is unknown to all, even the ones involved. Either rebel, conform, or carve your own path that has never been seen before. The choice is yours. Begin evolution now. YN warning, postponing evolution for too long may have adverse effects, and no further profession experience can be earned before the evolution is completed. Jake read through it and was honestly a bit relieved. A small part of him had been afraid of it, not even mentioning alchemy, but just focusing on his friendship with Villy. The Hunter Champion class had been a bit of an eye-opener to the significance of their relationship in the eyes of the system, and he would honestly hate to get a good evolution solely because of that friendship. So to see it calling him talented at alchemy was good and boded well for what evolutions he would have available. Without further ado, he jumped right into it. 5 possible evolutions available *5 as expected, he thought, and as always, started with the first and most boring option. Renowned Expert Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, a direct upgrade to the Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper class. As a prodigy, you have already proven your talents during your early days, and coattailing on that talent, you are now recognized as a renowned expert, even if you no longer stand out like before. Allows one to combine the natural treasures of the world and make potions, pills, transmute one material to another, with a slew of other mystical means to be discovered. This rare type of alchemist specializes in the production of poisons, contrary to the craft of potions. Leveraging your prestige, you have also gained the ability to sway others more efficiently and make them respect you far more. Even if your talent may wane with time, that time has yet to come as, while perhaps no longer a prodigy, you are still an expert. May you continue to be the harbinger of death and pursue the footsteps of the Malefic One. Stat bonuses per level: plus 14 wise, plus 10 will, plus 9 vit, plus 5 tough, plus 5 int, plus 10 free points. Yep, this one was just as boring as he had expected. Heck, it was even more boring than that. It wasn't even a real upgrade over his Prodigious Alchemist, as it didn't even give 3 times the stats. It gave only 53, which made it good but not great. Either way, Jake didn't bother lingering on it anymore, as the description of the profession said all there was to say, and Jake didn't believe for a moment that his talents were waning. Heretical Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. Most look upon a primordial with awe, respect, and fear, but you choose to blaspheme his name and stand in opposition to his message. Allows one to combine the natural treasures of the world and make potions, pills, transmute one material to another, with a slew of other mystical means to be discovered. This rare type of alchemist specializes in the production of poisons, contrary to the craft of potions. As an alchemist following the legacy of the Malefic Viper, you wield his strength and enjoy the benefits of his creed as much as any devout follower, showing a powerful mind and independent spirit. No longer willing to follow on in his steps, you only seek to reap benefits, hoping to escape the wrath of the primordial or his followers unharmed. As a heretic, the legacy of the Malefic Viper is no longer contingent on retaining any blessing from the Malefic Viper. May you succeed in your foolhardy ways or meet your end on your heretical path. Stat bonuses per level: plus 20 will, plus 12 wise, plus 12 vit, plus 6 tough, plus 6 int, plus 12 free points. Oh, come on, it ain't that bad, Jake thought, shaking his head as he went through it. Was he really a heretic? Jake didn't see it that way, unless it was considered heretical to not really hold any faith towards a god you were technically supposed to fall. Yeah, okay, I think I get it. Anyway, this one was quite a lot more interesting. First of all, it gave a buttload more stats per level, making it quite clear this was a high-tier profession. The name was quite a bit simpler, though, even if it was so much better. It also carried some interesting complications. From what Jake had gathered, a legacy required one to have some kind of connection to the source, be it through an item or by gaining the class or profession through special means. There were some other rules and exceptions if you accepted the legacy of someone dead, but Jake focused on the legacies of the living. This also meant that the one behind the legacy had at least a bit of power to influence the path of those that follow it, gods being the easiest example, with the most straightforward way of affecting their followers, retracting their blessing. This class would change that dynamic and make the Viper unable to retract his legacy. He could likely still take back the blessing, but it wouldn't affect his future evolutions or skill choices. It truly was a heretical path where Jake could use a god's skills that didn't even recognize him anymore. The stats were also interesting, as 68 was just around the absolute cap of professions at D grade that didn't carry significant penalties. Needless to say, the heretic one did carry penalties, such as being a heretic, but even then, it was proof of how high-tiered the profession was. And to make it better, the last 3 options available to him gave even more stats than this one. Anyway, while the profession carried some interesting implications, it wasn't something Jake wanted to go with. He felt like being a heretic wasn't the right word for him, even if it did seem a bit accurate on paper. With all that in mind, he moved on to the next option, one that was the entirely opposite of being a heretic. True confidant of the malefic Viper, more than a mere servant of the primordial, you are now his most trusted confidant. Your word carries implications for the entire multiverse, as you possess the ability to influence the will of the malefic one. With this power, it is only natural that all his followers shall bow to your every command. This profession focuses on leadership and persuasion by influencing the mind and will of those around you with every word or action, yet you also retain all your talents in alchemy to better relate to your patron, even if it is a path you will no longer pursue actively. Being a confidant will allow you to understand the malefic one's desires better and carry out his will and support his every command. As his trusted confidant, you aim to one day stand beside him as his equal, even if you have a long way to go, but with his trust, the first and possibly hardest hurdle is already overcome. Stat bonuses per level, plus 15 wise, plus 15 will, plus 10 vit, plus 8 int, plus 7 tough, plus 15 free points no. Saint Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, there are many paths one can walk to honor the Malefic Viper and spread his word. To properly honor your patron, you have proven that you excel not just in spreading his name, but in walking his path, as you have shown yourself an extraordinarily talented alchemist. As an alchemist, you can combine natural treasures of the world, make potions, pills, transmute one material to another, and many other means, but to honor the Malefic Viper, you will focus even further on toxins than ever before. As a saint, you can spread his word and recruit followers into following the Malefic Viper by granting baptisms or pray for the Malefic One to bestow his blessing on those deemed worthy. The profession will also allow you to better convince and influence others' will to accept the Malefic Viper's path. May you walk both path of faith and the path of alchemy to the pinnacle, all while basking in the power of the Malefic Viper. Stat bonuses per level, plus 16 will, plus 14 wise, plus 12 vit, plus 8 int, plus 6 tough, plus 14 free points. Alright, this one was a bit of a mix between the Super Villy Family Advisor and wow, he's actually still an alchemist professions. One Jake, of course, seriously didn't want. For real, that confidant one just rubbed him badly from head to toe. No fucking way he would pick a profession that was pretty much just saying, be Villy's friend, I guess. This profession wasn't even about that anymore, but instead about Jake actively becoming involved with spreading the order of the Malefic Viper's faith and doing religious stuff. Just because he had given Miranda the okay for making a temple of sorts didn't mean he was suddenly into going full-on priest, or worse, begin acting like some God-sent saint. Also, once again, it tried to hammer home how important it was that he was blessed by the Malefic Viper. He really didn't like it, and the only saving grace this one had was that at least it was still about being an alchemist. The stupid confidant one even talked about giving up on doing alchemy to focus more on being a friend to Villy. How the hell does that work? Yes, Jake was fully aware that the confidant one was not really about being a friend, but more of an advisor of sorts, but there was no way Villy would ever even want that. He was pretty sure a primordial like the Malefic Viper had smart people just standing by to give advice at any time. If Jake was perfectly honest, then he really wasn't the person to ask about leading an order with more members than people living on his planet. As for stats, both this and the confidant before it gave 70 per level. The absolute cap for professions being 80 made them both damn good from a numbers standpoint, especially considering they didn't have significantly restrictive or special requirements. They likely just required him to retain a blessing from the Viper, and possibly some other stuff that didn't matter as he really didn't want either. One mediocre option, one massive dud, and two semi-duds. Please let the last one be good, he thought as he moved on to the last one on the list. Heretic chosen alchemist of the malefic Viper, you walk a paradoxical path, understood by none but you and your patron. His chosen but not his believer, his ally but not of his order, and a bearer of his legacy, yet a blasphemer in the eyes of most. You have the ears of a primordial, yet you choose to remain dedicated to the alchemy that first made the malefic one known to you. Allows one to combine the natural treasures of the world, and make potions, pills, transmute one material to another, with a slew of other mystical means to be discovered. This rare type of alchemist specializes in the production of poisons, contrary to the craft of potions. As a heretic, the legacy of the malefic Viper is no longer contingent on retaining any blessing from the malefic Viper, yet as his chosen, you are closer to him than any other mortal. May you walk your own path, be it that of a heretic or a chosen, or one entirely unique to you and the malefic one. Stat bonuses per level, plus 15 will, plus 15 wise, plus 14 vit, plus 10 int, plus 10 tough, plus 10 free points. Ah, you silly system, you were just teasing me, I see, Jake thought after reading the last option. What a bamboozling the system tried to pull on him, trying to convince him he would be stuck either being some shitty priest or meddle in mediocrity. This one just had all check marks. Alchemy focused, check not religious, kinda check, balanced out by being equally heretic and chosen. Those two added together had to equal not religious. Great stats, 74 per level, so more than any prior. Ultimately, it also just felt like it fit him better than any prior options offered. From an objective standpoint, it was a class sitting at the absolute top. The absolute cap was 80, and this one gave 74. Those with 80 would even have some serious restrictions, even worse than Jacob's Augur of Hope, yet Heretic chosen alchemist gave 74 without any discernible issues, at least not on the surface. He said on the surface, but the restriction was quite evident. It required him to remain not only a chosen of the malefic Viper, but also remain a heretic. If he had picked the malefic Dragonkin evolution and gone with having a profession, he was absolutely sure he would not have been offered this profession. Anyway, all of that is to say Jake liked it, and without thinking about it more than necessary, he picked the evolution, giving birth to the first heretic chosen of a primordial in the history of the multiverse. Villistramas felt the minor shift and tug on the connection formed by his true blessing of the malefic Viper. He couldn't help but smile as he felt what Jake had picked, and the old primordial experienced a bit of excitement and anticipation for the first time in a while. Who doesn't like new things, especially when an entirely new path is formed? Their connection was stronger than ever before, yet he also felt something else oddly contradictory to that sentiment. He was no longer the sole controller of his own blessing. He could no longer withdraw it. Usually a god could always take back their blessings, and even if a true blessing was harder to reclaim, it wasn't something that couldn't be done. The malefic Viper instantly knew that now the only way for the true blessing ever to be dispelled was through three means: the death of the malefic Viper, the death of Jake Thane, or the ascension of the heretic chosen to godhood. Unless, of course, his pal managed to upset his predictions again. Chapter 203, A Heretical Chosen. When Jake got his class upgrade, not much happened, honestly. He just got some cool-ass skills and that was about it. Yet this time he felt something else other than skills right away. Something a lot like when he communicated with Villy. A warm flow entered his body as he felt his intelligence stat increase, and at the same moment, a system message appeared. Your bond with the malefic Viper is further strengthened as you reforge your karmic connection, claiming partial dominion over. The malefic Viper can no longer reclaim his blessing, and you have lost your ability to denounce it through all usual means. Jake read it through and wasn't sure if he should be worried or not. His theory of one of the limiting rules of the profession requiring him to maintain his blessing had been a bit off. It was the exact opposite. It meant he couldn't give it up. Jake also instantly knew what this meant. The only way for the Viper to sever their connection when he wanted to was to kill Jake, an easy feat for a primordial. And if Jake was honest, he felt like if the Viper wanted to, he could kill Jake solely through that karmic connection. At the same time, he had to retain his defiant attitude towards the malefic Viper. It truly was paradoxical. He had to both oppose and stay in the good graces of the vastly more powerful god at the same time. A bit of a nasty restriction, eh? Jake thought, but he honestly wasn't scared. He had a feeling Villy was the kind of snake that would kill Jake if he wanted to anyway, so it really wasn't that bad. Also, not like he could do anything about it, so why worry? What should he do anyway? Begin acting like a slicker to try and not piss off Villy? Nah, fuck that. Instead, Jake would stick to his motto, keep things simple and take the complications as they come. Anyway, his blessing had once more been improved and was honestly starting to get damn good. True blessing of the malefic Viper, blessing true, an alchemist recognized by the malefic Viper himself that has now seized parts of the blessing in an act of defiance. Few throughout the ages have found themselves blessed by the primordial, despite their desire to be so. You are his chosen. Now even the true blood of the malefic Viper himself is found within your very being, only strengthening your bond further. Through your powerful direct karmic and bodily connection, the wisdom, willpower, vitality, and intelligence of the malefic Viper empower you. Plus 10% willpower, plus 10% wisdom, plus 10% vitality, plus 10% intelligence. Grants access to many new paths. Only one blessing can be held at a time. Cannot be denounced or retracted. Jake was never going to say no to extra stats, and it even gave intelligence, a stat that had just gained newfound value. With his class and profession together, he would also begin to get quite a lot of it, with 10 from every level as an alchemist and 12 from every level as a hunter. Wisdom was even more crazy, giving a combined 25. After looking over the whole blessing thing, he finally saw the class level gained and the accompanying skill gains and changes. Ding. Profession Heretic chosen alchemist of the malefic Viper has reached level 100 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points gained skill, craft elixir common, potions for emergencies, flasks in preparation for the toughest of foes, and elixirs to build the foundation of power. Allows the alchemist to craft elixirs of common rarity and below. Elixirs are able to grant those who consume it a permanent increase to stats. Must have suitable materials and equipment in order to create elixirs. Adds a minor increase to the effectiveness of created elixirs based on wisdom. Getting used to only seeing ancient rarity skills from his profession, Jake was actually a bit taken aback when he saw the common rarity tag, but on the other hand, wasn't this skill just something most alchemists got upon reaching D grade? Jake happily accepted it, as it was the kind of skill he felt like he would want to pick up anyway down the line. Or maybe sagacity of the malefic Viper made it superfluous. Well, not entirely, because when he thought about making elixirs, knowledge instantly appeared, just like with brew potion and concoct poison. The small stat bonus to his creations based on wisdom should also still be usable. Either way, the ability to make elixirs wasn't exactly anything new to him, but a welcome addition to his repertoire of skills nevertheless. Moving on down the list, the next item was an upgrade to an existing skill, a bit like how his big game hunter had been upgraded. Malefic Viper's Poison Rare. The malefic Viper stalks its prey and needs only to strike once as venom devours its prey. Increases the potency of all crafted poisons. Grants the ability to craft a poison with a rarity above that of your concoct poison skill if certain conditions are met. The poison may at most be upgraded to the rarity of the malefic Viper's poison skill, uncommon, rare. Allows poison not to lose efficiency for a short amount of time after being applied to a weapon. Malefic Viper's Poison Epic. The malefic Viper stalks its prey and needs only to strike once as venom devours its prey. Increases the potency of all crafted poisons. Grants the ability to craft a poison with a rarity above that of your concoct poison skill if certain conditions are met. The poison may at most be upgraded to the rarity of the malefic Viper's poison skill, uncommon epic. Allows poison not to lose efficiency for a prolonged period of time after being applied to a weapon. If Jake had to rate a skill upgrade between 110 and how boring it was, this would be a solid 9. This isn't to say the effects of the upgrade weren't great. Once more, comparing it to Big Game Hunter, this was the kind of skill that just did things behind the hood. It made all his poisons better, and even helped when he coated his weapons in it to make it last longer. The only real noticeable part of it was the ability to sometimes buff an item. It had only triggered twice so far, once in the challenge dungeon, and once when Jake made the malefic beast orb for Sylphie, but besides that, he didn't really notice the skill much. In summary, it was a great skill but a bit subtle. Either way, it was nice to have it upgraded. He was already feeling pretty good about all his gains from the various evolutions, yet he moved on to the last skill with quite a few expectations anyway. The profession was clearly special, and a part of him had even hoped for a legendary skill or something like that, but what he got instead was just a bit confusing. Gained skill, Path of the Heretic chosen unique. A unique path between the primordial known as the malefic Viper and his chosen, the progenitor Jake Thane. Allows you to experience the legacy of the malefic Viper on a far more direct level by relying on your direct connection as a chosen and mentality of a heretic. Focusing on the malefic Viper's legacy's core skills, a skill that you adequately comprehend, will allow you to peer into its true records as you journey through time, space, reality, and experience history firsthand. Be warned that gains are not guaranteed, and while the journey cannot harm you directly, the journey may cause harm or have lasting effects, a risk you must take as a heretic. May you walk with confidence as you tread a path never walked before. Gains 1 use every 10 levels in Heretic chosen alchemist of the malefic Viper. Any skill can only be chosen once. Current uses remaining. 1 *. Jake had a lot of questions about this one. The most obvious was the rarity. Unique rarity skills were a bit weird in that their actual power couldn't necessarily be determined. Heck, his legacy of man was unique rarity, and he wasn't sure how good that one actually was. This one at least gave him the impression it was impressive, if a bit weird. If Jake were reading it correctly, this skill would allow him to upgrade his other skills related to the Malefic Viper more easily, more accurately the Malefic Viper ones. He had already checked the descriptions of all the skills and seen that they hadn't changed. They still only gave one stat per level in his profession. Jake assumed he would have to upgrade them to legendary rarity to gain more, and needless to say, that wasn't an easy task. Jake sat contemplating for a bit before he did something he probably should have done before choosing to pick a profession with the word heretic in it. So, Villy, thoughts? A few seconds passed before Jake felt a presence descend on his soul. He felt its intent to utterly suppress him and bring him to his knees, but Jake barely reacted. You dare become a heretic and stand against the Malefic Viper himself. A mere mortal has the audacity to display such arrogance. Jake heard the voice of the primordial echo loudly in his mind. So you think it's kind of funny? Jake answered back, nodding in understanding. Oh yeah, equally funny and interesting. He heard Villy's voice answer back, and he could easily picture the god snickering as he spoke. But you are fully aware that if I find someone else I want to make my chosen, I will have to kill you first, right? Jake just shrugged in response. It is what it is. Any other way to get rid of that black mark on my status menu? Wow, rude, just because I can't take it away anymore. The Viper answered with faux outrage. As for getting rid of it, just become a god, pretty easy actually. Trust me, I've done it at least once. Is that to say it's possible to become a god more than once? No, of course not, that would be silly. Jake shook his head, glad that nothing seemed to have changed despite the system clearly seeing it as a perilous and heretical path. But back to my original question, any thoughts on the new skill? Jake asked, still having the system menu open and staring at the path of the heretic chosen in front of him. You are aware I can't actually see your skills, right? Villy answered back. Gonna be honest, I kind of assumed you could. Sure, maybe you are unable to see the detailed description or something, but I had just guessed you had a feeling for the skills or something like that, Jake said, a bit embarrassed, scratching his chin. I just know most skills in general and what kind of skill one is when you use it. I have no idea what skill you're even talking about right now, however. Being directly able to see someone else's skill would be the same as peering into their true soul and isn't something people just do. I never met someone who can anyway. There are ways to share descriptions, but it is honestly just easier to tell someone. They aren't that long after all. Oh, well, it's a skill that allows me to go on journeys and see your legacy or something to upgrade skills. It honestly does sound a bit weird, Jake said, once more scratching his chin. It wasn't even itchy. Heard of similar skills like that, but you know there are a few small important details off, the Malefic Viper said. Normally, the individual you get the legacy from is aware of it, or they are already dead. They also normally need to give permission, but I guess you aren't good at asking for that, now are you? Why ask for permission when you can also just ignore asking for forgiveness because honestly, who's got time for that? Jake joked back. Oh yeah, now that I have you on the divine phone, any input for that whole World Congress thing happening in a week? Nope, no idea whatsoever, the Viper answered back promptly. Wait, isn't it related to why you said claiming one of those pylons fast would be worth it? Jake asked with a frown. Maybe. Alright, why did you emphasize claiming a pylon that much then? Well, it isn't like anything bad could happen by doing it, and the passive bonuses it gives when in the area are still good. As for that World Congress and pretty much all of those introductory things by the system, I am as clueless as you, the Malefic Viper confessed. Really? That's surprising. Is it because you weren't around at the last few integrations, or are all of them just different? Jake asked, already suspecting it was the second. Beforehand, he had been told that each new universe being integrated would bring change and new things to the entire multiverse, so it made sense that even all these post-tutorial things would be different. According to Villy, the tutorial hadn't even been a thing back in his day but was a staple now. Maybe the World Congress was similar. All are different, and as the system does everything, no one can predict what will truly happen, especially not those outside your universe. All of those people divining shit in your universe will know is that it is important and maybe a very general sense of what it is about but nothing more, Villy explained. Interesting, Jake said nodding, but he had a faint suspicion there was a bit more to it. So you told me to get a pylon just on the assumption that things would turn out well. It has nothing to do with anything else, now has it? I can neither confirm nor deny that in all prior integrations, the performance of those blessed by the gods in these kinds of system-made events will also reward the god that has blessed them, and I am most certainly not saying that the reward for me is higher because you are my chosen. Definitely not, the Viper said, in the most faux innocent tone Jake could imagine. Well then, as you're totally not heretical chosen, I'll be sure to perform to my utmost level. Oh, my honored patron, Jake said, smiling, though I have no idea what I am supposed to do. Find out when the time comes. I'm sure it'll be entertaining if nothing else. I guess, Jake said, shrugging. Also, when are you going to stop doing that weird aura thing? For the entire conversation, the malefic viper had let his full presence press down on Jake. It felt like he was actually sitting in front of the god himself without the viper bothering to suppress his natural aura. Not that Jake particularly minded, he was just curious. It wasn't like that whole presence thing had any real effect on Jake anyway. Yeah, you do know that you are a bit abnormal, right? Anyway, nice talking to you, you filthy blasphemous heretic. Good luck with stuff and remember to have fun. The viper said as his aura slowly contracted and began fading away from Jake's soul. Yeah, sigh around, Jake said, as he mentally waved the viper goodbye, a wave he apparently picked up somehow. Weird stuff, that whole karmic connection or whatever. With Villy gone, Jake was back with just Sylphie, who hadn't bothered with him talking to himself at all as she was just sleeping on a pillow. Jake closed all his menus but one, Path of the Heretic chosen, one use remaining. He kept staring at that part as he shrugged. He had 7 days, and his intuition told him the journey thing wouldn't be that long. What exactly the whole journey was, he didn't know exactly, and it even had some warnings and stuff, so all logic dictated that he should try and research the skill a bit more or plan ahead before using his one limit use, especially considering how he would only get another chance in 10 levels. But to counter that, Jake was kinda curious. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chapter 204, The Wyvern of the Desolates. Jake closed his eyes and focused on his Path of the Heretic chosen as he tried to get it to activate just long enough to make him wonder if he hadn't reached an adequate understanding of any of his skills, which, to be fair, he could perfectly understand. Jake himself was full of doubt about what exactly he needed to understand. Yet just as this thought appeared, the skill reacted. Do you wish to experience the legacy of the malefic viper? Uses remaining. One. Jake didn't hesitate but instantly accepted. Sylphie, who had been sleeping on the chair, woke up with a startle as she felt the mana in the air moving weirdly. She felt like the entire space shifted for a moment, and she barely managed to register the human disappearing into thin air. She looked around a bit confused, but soon after just lay her head back down to keep sleeping. Nothing to do about humans acting weird. Jet black wings blanketed the skies as a massive frame covered the land beneath it in an almost unnatural darkness. Humans, elves, demons, and many other kinds of species hid away within their houses in the city below as the beast headed towards the central tower. It was a city of impossible proportions based on the standards of old Earth. It spanned thousands of kilometers with buildings, housing billions of the myriad races, their only solace being the trustworthy barrier protecting their home. Yet the Wyvern of the Desolates had come anyway, a monstrous beast that had wiped out all life on one of the massive continents on their planet. In its wake always followed death and destruction, and many families of the city already began mourning those who failed to enter the safety of the barrier in time. The entire city went into complete lockdown, and as the poison mist that swirled around the mighty worm encountered the barrier, it sizzled and burned but remained stable. It was put down by the city's and country's protector, a mighty warrior who sat at a higher position than even the king. It was a being none could look down upon with his level, placing him firmly as a mid-tier C-grade. Roar. The wyvern opened its maw as it spewed out a beam of green energy that impacted the barrier and made the entire city shake. Yet the barrier held up, but it wouldn't be able to do so forever. It was made by an early C-grade companion of the protector, and while it would hold up for a while, the wyvern's attack was especially effective at these kinds of prolonged standoffs. With no other choice, the protector would have to move personally. No matter what, it wouldn't be an easy fight, for the wyvern was mid-tier C-grade just like him. Far above the city and barrier appeared a single figure. It was a muscular red-skinned demon wearing heavy armor and carrying a massive mallet and large tower shield. His entire body hummed with power as his glowing white eyes stared at the wyvern that had come to attack his home. What do you hope to accomplish by coming here? He asked in the common tongue of their planet. Getting nothing but a breath of toxic green energy in return as the wyvern attacked. As it flew, its form became smaller, shrinking from being a several hundreds of meters long monstrosity to only about a dozen meters from head to tail. While the reduced size made the beast appear less threatening, the protector knew it was just the opposite, because while it became smaller, its speed increased manyfold. The wyvern soon reached the protector, who blocked the blow easily with his shield. He felt a pulse of poison release as the claw hit, but he shrugged it off as his armor nullified most of it. What he wore today was a set of armor he had personally made specifically for this day, for he knew the gluttonous and greedy wyvern would one day come to claim what was rightfully the protector's. He countered as he swung his mallet, forcing the beast to retreat. The poison mist released from its wings blanketed the entire area already, and the protector knew the beast relied on it to win. But it would not go as the wyvern hoped. Pressing further, he kept attacking, and several of his blows struck true, shattering the scales of the beast. He knew it was relatively weaker to physical attacks than magic, a trait of most winged lizards, hence his simple yet effective approach. The beast was, in the end, but a beast. It relied on its instincts and not intelligence, making it inherently inferior. Its decision to come to his city that day would mark its end. Their battle continued as the entire area surrounding the city was transformed. A new valley was created when his kinetic blow missed and sent a shockwave down into the ground, and a poisoned swamp when the wyvern failed to hit with its deadly breath. The Protector had to admit that the beast was powerful beyond his expectations, but he knew he had the upper hand. It relied on its poison building up in his body, but he was prepared. Just a few months earlier, a renowned alchemist had visited his city. He was a mid-tier C-grade just like himself, and from him he had procured a powerful antitoxin for today. When the beast believed it had won, he would consume it and finish it off, not leaving the greedy wyvern a chance to escape. He would be hailed a hero, and his renown would grow even further. A single exchange later, and the beast managed to barely scrape him with one of its long fangs, drawing blood. He felt the extra-potent toxin enter his body and knew it was time. He had managed to land a mighty hit in return for the attack and broke one of the wyvern's wings, making it far harder for it to escape. Smiling, he took out the antitoxin and consumed the contents of the bottle. He felt the liquid enter his body as blood splurted out his orifices as all the pent-up poison in his body suddenly got renewed life and exploded with power. The Protector felt his insides begin to rot as he stumbled back, nearly failing to stay airborne. Had the alchemist lied to him? He knew some could alter the descriptions, but all the potions, flasks, and elixirs he had also bought worked flawlessly. So why? Not a fan of my concoction. The Protector heard a familiar voice say as he looked up at the wyvern staring down at him with condescending eyes. What? The Protector answered but soon realized. The wyvern before him was the renowned alchemist known as Villistramas. From the beginning, this fight had been a setup, the antitoxin a trap he had fallen into with both legs. But how could he possibly have suspected a mindless beast like the Wyvern of the Desolates to be an alchemist? How was it even possible when it as a beast did not possess a profession? He knew it was possible to craft anyway, but he hadn't heard of a beast doing so before. Cough, cough. More blood spurted out as he wavered in the air, but he activated a skill to temporarily at least stabilize himself a bit, seeing that the Wyvern was not continuing its assault even in his moment of weakness. It's here, right? The Wyvern asked, its large eyes staring down at the man. I cough, the city. Just take it, the Protector said, before shaking his head and standing up a bit more straight. There is no reason for either of us to risk death. I do not care what happens to the city. Let us just leave it as it is and go our separate ways. Fine, the voice of the Wyvern echoed out. Remove the barrier and leave. The Protector didn't hesitate to do so. He didn't believe that the Wyvern genuinely wanted a fight to the death. In the battle, they had been somewhat evenly matched, and like most powerhouses, he had methods to make a last stand if things got too dangerous. The only reason why he had any confidence in slaying the wyvern was due to his many preparations. Inside the city, the citizens saw the barrier that ensured their safety slowly began to disperse as they despaired. The king of the land inside the Grand Palace, a peak D-tier man, cursed at the Protector for abandoning them as the poison released by the wyvern descended upon the capital. The king didn't hesitate as he began making his escape, not even bothering with his family or anyone else. Up in the air, the Protector was about to take his leave as he saw a potion appear before the wyvern as the beast swiftly chomped down on it. Seconds later, the broken wing had regenerated, and the beast looked to be in near-perfect condition once more. Turning to quickly fly away, he barely managed to dodge as the claw came for him. We had an agreement, he yelled as the wyvern attacked him again. Oh, that, I lied. Less than 15 minutes later, the Protector fell as he succumbed to the ever-increasing poison in his body. The city below quickly turned into pandemonium as everyone tried to flee, yet escape was impossible for most. The dark green cloud had well and truly descended on the city, and soon there were more rotting corpses than living citizens in the once grand capital of one of the largest countries on the planet. The wyvern turned its gaze to one side as it released a breath, with a fleeing king and a few of his guards in its crosshairs. The king took out a protective item to try and save himself, but the shield generated by the marble barely held up for a second before shattering as he was reduced to a rotting pile of goo. Finally, with nothing else to distract it, the wyvern dove down towards the central palace and the grand tower that adorned its middle, a mighty mage tower housing an artifact the wyvern had come for. With a swipe of its tail, the upper parts of the tower were ripped away as the large blue gem within was revealed. The gem had been what powered the entire barrier and was a true natural treasure. And as the wyvern that would one day be known as the malefic viper laid its eyes upon the gemstone, so did another soul. It was a silent and unnoticed passenger that was simply on for the ride, one who was just there to observe and experience the annals of history and the records of what once happened during the first era of the multiverse. Throughout it all, Jake had been present. He had felt the thoughts of the Viper, the Protector, and even all the living souls in the city below. He had experienced every collision of power between the two fighters as if he was in the fight itself. Yet it was only at this final moment Jake felt himself be truly immersed into the body of the malefic viper. He felt like he truly became the viper and that the body of the wyvern was his own. Every single small piece of energy moving within the large body was clear as day to him. Instinctually, perhaps due to the skill or his bloodline, he knew that this was when the important moment would come, his chance. The viper extended its claw as it channeled a version of touch of the malefic viper Jake very much recognized. The gemstone was slowly transmuted as it began turning dark green and giving off powerful toxic energy. None of this was very enlightening to Jake, but he did notice a few areas where he could improve his own ways of using touch of the malefic viper. If Jake had to guess, then the skill was only still at ancient rarity at this time for Viper, or maybe the would-be god just focused on entirely different areas than Jake. Opening his maw, Jake felt something inside the wyvern's body come to life that felt both familiar and foreign. Instantly, he knew it was what would one day be named Pallet of the malefic viper. But it was different from Jake's version in many ways. It was far more potent for one thing, but it also felt larger. Jake felt the skill activate as something inside the viper's body began attracting the gemstone. The gemstone appeared to slightly shrink as it was drawn into the mouth of the wyvern, and Jake noticed something that reminded him of his one-step mile, the concept of space. Once the gemstone entered the mouth, it just disappeared. Yet moments later, Jake noticed where it had gone. Like his spatial storage, a small dimension was found within the stomach of the wyvern. Within that storage, Jake felt the gemstone and what was happening to it. He felt it be continually refined and cultivated, but it happened too fast somehow. Like time moved differently within that new space created by the skill. A time-accelerated space, stomach. Just as Jake was considering all these things, time rewound. Jake felt the wyvern open its mouth like it was his own, and the skill activated. The gem shrunk and entered the maw before being thrown into the spatial storage inside its stomach and refined in an accelerated fashion. Time rewound. The gemstone was slowly made smaller as the concept of space worked to make it able to be deposited in the storage inside the wyvern. The storage itself was not actually inside the stomach, but more in another realm created by the skill. Time rewound. This time Jake focused not on the swallowing but the storage itself. It was truly more metaphysical, likely part of the soul. This is also why the viper could more easily accelerate its time in a passive sense as it happened inside its own body. Time rewound. Not only was the gemstone absorbed, the usual effect of Pallet even kept working on it. However, it couldn't help regenerate resource pools because all of the energy was passively consumed to keep the time acceleration and space alive, but something was absorbed, the knowledge of the item. Time rewound. While in the space, it was being refined by a skill reminding Jake a bit of his own cultivate toxin. Could he use that as a substitute? He should be able to. Time rewound. He felt that the journey created by Path of the Heretic chosen was about to end, but Jake didn't lose focus. He studied every single movement of energy and everything the viper did as it used its pallet of the malefic viper to absorb the gemstone. He borrowed from his own instinctive understanding of one-step mile and moment of the Primal Hunter to better understand how time was affected. Both only worked to influence his own body, while the viper's pallet only worked to affect his body too, except for the whole swallowing part. But Jake was quickly figuring that out. Time rewound. Everything was slowly coming together, and Jake felt that the next time would be the last. Mentally, he went over everything as he prepared himself and immersed his entire body and soul into the viper. Time rewound. Jake opened his maw as the gemstone slowly shrank in size, as the concept of space worked to reduce its size and deposit it into the metaphysical spatial storage created with Pallet of the malefic viper. Within, it was constantly refined by a skill very similar to his cultivate toxin. He would have to use that for his own version, while at the same time experiencing time acceleration through the concept of time. Throughout it all, the gemstone's records were also slowly being absorbed by the viper through Pallet as his understanding and familiarity grew to a highly intimate level. He heard the notification sound just as his journey came to an end. Chapter 205, An Improved Pallet. Sylphie opened her eyes as she saw the human appear again back at the lodge. He had only been gone for a few minutes, but he looked like something big had happened as he instantly closed his eyes and entered meditation. She was a bit annoyed at not knowing what was going on, but she would be a good bird and not disturb him. She was kind like that. Jake replayed the feeling of being the wyvern and tried replicating the same experiences in his body repeatedly. He ignored the notification for now as he just properly processed all he had gone through, not just the parts with Pallet of the malefic viper, but also the fight with the protector, and when the viper had used what would one day be called touch of the malefic viper. Several hours passed as he just sat there, while everything was still fresh on his mind. The true gains had been related to Pallet of the malefic viper, and it had clearly been the focus of the skill, as it was only when Pallet was about to be used that Jake was fully merged with the Viper, but everything else was still valuable. No matter what, the Wyvern Jake had seen would one day become the Malefic Viper. He didn't really think much about anything unrelated to the fight and how to improve his skills. Everything that happened then was history and couldn't be changed, even if the entire thing was a bit cruel. The Protector willingly abandoned the city, and the Viper did not even give a single thought to it as he fought. Billions had died, sure, but they had just been at the wrong place at the wrong time. It was the unfortunate reality of the weak that didn't live under the umbrella of the truly strong. The Protector had given some thought to the citizens by establishing the barrier, but he refused to risk his own life for the billions of lives living within his domain. The king had even abandoned the city the moment things went south. Jake shook his head as he finally awoke from his meditation. He had gained some inspirations related to other aspects of the legacy of the Malefic Viper, but the true gain was without a doubt with his Pallet of the Malefic Viper. Opening the notification, he saw what he expected, but he was still more than satisfied. Pallet of the Malefic Viper, ancient. The Malefic Viper has honed its venom by devouring myriad toxins found throughout the multiverse. In the same vein, the alchemist of the Malefic Viper can consume toxins to learn their effects and properties. Further evolved, you can now also learn the properties of herbs, while at the same time enjoying a greater benefit from all potions consumed. Grants immunity or resistance to most poisons. Passively provides 1 endurance per level in Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. Through consumption, may your power grow. Through gluttony, may your records expand. Pallet of the Malefic Viper, legendary. The Malefic Viper has honed its venom by devouring myriad toxins and treasures found throughout the multiverse. In the same vein, the alchemist of the Malefic Viper can consume toxins to learn their effects and properties. Further evolved, you can now also learn the properties of herbs, while at the same time enjoying a greater benefit from all potions consumed. Natural treasures can be swallowed and refined at an accelerated pace, using your current level of Cultivate Toxin uncommon. If the item is not a toxin, the item will still be refined but at a slower pace. Allows you to learn the properties of any treasure in your stomach as you slowly refine it. Grants immunity or resistance to most poisons. Passively provides 3 endurance per level in Heretical Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. Through endless consumption, may your power grow. Through gluttony, may your records expand as you devour the world. Jake read the changes and everything was as expected. He felt that every part of the skill had gotten slightly stronger, but the true gain was with the new stomach created by the skill. He could feel it within him right at that moment, even if he knew it didn't actually physically exist. It was like his soul in some ways, but in a way that was a bit more tangible. Jake knew that whatever was within that stomach would appear out in the real world if he died, just like if one broke his spatial necklace after killing him. In fact, it was like that stomach was a part of him, like equipment like rings or necklaces was. Inspecting it more closely, he felt that the stomach was quite limited in many ways. Due to the way it constantly refined and absorbed records from the item in an endless feedback loop, he couldn't consume more than one thing at a time. There was also the question of what counted as a natural treasure. Jake was confident that normal items such as equipment didn't count, while he assumed herbs would. Either way, it was something he would have to look into in a bit. He first wanted to get done with his notifications. The next few actually surprised him a bit as he hadn't seen that happening. Ding. Profession, Heretical Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 101 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points *. Ding. Profession, Heretical Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 102 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points *. Ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 101 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. So, Jake had just gained 2 levels in his profession less than an hour after getting it. Gaining levels from upgrading the of the Malefic Viper skills wasn't anything new to him, but he had assumed he wouldn't get them when he used the path of the Heretic Chosen to do it. Seems like a bit of a scam, he thought, not at all complaining. Heck, it helped the alchemist profession, which was typically slow as heck to level, to progress far faster. Who would complain about that? The final thing he had left was to see how much endurance he had gained from the upgrade, though he kind of already knew the answer based on not feeling a massive rush of energy from suddenly gaining a lot of stats. Checking his status screen, he saw that, sadly, the skill did not work retroactively to any levels below the triple digits, but only gave him 3 endurance per level in Heretical Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. He still had the 99 stats from level 199, so it wasn't like he had lost anything, and quite honestly, he couldn't really claim to be surprised. If it suddenly gave him almost 200 more endurance before bonuses, it would just be insane. All in all, Jake felt pretty damn good after it all. That path of the Heretic Chosen skill was great, and Jake was already looking forward to the next use. With all of his evolutions done, he finally opened up his status menu in full to get a view of things. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. D. LVL 101. Class: Avaricious Arcane Hunter. LVL 100. Profession: Heretic Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 102. Health points: HP 18,430 18430 Mana points, MP 20,578 22087 Stamina 13,512 13790 Stats: Strength 1226 Agility, 1552 Endurance, 1379 Vitality, 1843 Toughness, 1266 Wisdom, 1767 Intelligence, 1295 Perception, 3140 Willpower, 1425 Free Points, 70 Titles. Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer V, Dungeon Pioneer V, Legendary Prodigy, Prodigious Slayer of the Mighty, Kingslayer Nobility, Earl, progenitor of the 93 Third Universe, Prodigious Arcanist, Perfect Evolution Degrade, Class Skills, Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior. Advanced Stealth Common, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Hunter's Tracking Uncommon, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Archery of Vast Horizons Rare, Descending Dark Fang Rare, Limit Break Rare, Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter Epic, Arcane Power Shot Epic, Big Game Arcane Hunter Epic, Arcane Hunter's Arrows Epic, One Step Mile Ancient. Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary, Gaze of the Apex Hunter Legendary, Profession Skills, Path of the Heretic Chosen Unique, Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Craft Elixir Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon. Concoct Poison Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blood of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sagacity of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Wings of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Pride of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Fangs of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sense of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Touch of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Pallet of the Malefic Viper Legendary, Blessing. True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True, Race Skills, Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Legacy of Man Unique, Identify Common, Thoughtful Meditation Uncommon, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability Unique, Once More. Jake took note of how damn long the thing was getting. He had gained new skills, upgrades to existing ones, and of course, a few more stats. It also felt good to finally have a legendary skill under his profession skills. The upgraded Pallet of the Malefic Viper hadn't undergone a tremendous change, but it was still one Jake felt made it worthy of being legendary rarity. It used both the concept of space and time, and Jake had a feeling he wouldn't have gained the upgrade without having experience with those two from One Step Mile and Moment of the Primal Hunter. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to use Path of the Heretic Chosen at all. Jake was aware, however, that his version was not the same as the Malefic Viper's was back then. First of all, the Malefic Viper was a monster while Jake was a human. As a monster, the Wyvern could gain not just knowledge of the item, but even experience and levels from consuming the gemstone, much like how Misty had used the Mistbone to level and evolve to degrade. He had felt the intent of the Viper back then was to just slowly nurture and absorb the gemstone over a longer period of time. This new part of Pallet of the Malefic Viper was to the Wyvern primarily a way of getting more gains out of absorbing natural treasures. Jake's was a bit different. Jake's was solely focused on learning about the item while also refining it and improving it. He wouldn't absorb it as the Viper did. He had a feeling the Viper could also do as Jake's version did, likely even back then. It just didn't make sense for him to do so. What truly made the skill worthy of the legendary rarity was how insanely valuable the ability to learn about the natural treasure was. One of the biggest challenges one was faced with when using rare ingredients was exactly that, their rarity. When Jake wanted to craft a regular health potion or a poison, he had plenty of time to practice. He could fail 100 brews or concoctions before finally succeeding, and it wouldn't be a significant loss. The same couldn't be said when one used incredibly rare or expensive ingredients. An example recently was Jake trying to make his first uncommon rarity poison using the rare lifeline of the indigo fungus. He was limited in his attempts due to only having a single lifeline, and he even had to cut it up so he could have more tries. And that had only been a rare rarity item. What if it was one even rarer? Jake knew that often the creations wouldn't result in a failure, just an inferior product. To completely fail was far harder than just creating a mediocre product that truly didn't do the incredible ingredient justice. With Pallet of the Malefic Viper, that all changed. Without even harming, no, actually improving the natural treasure, he would be able to learn about it and make it feel far more intimate to him when he would finally use it in alchemy. One of the reasons why Jake learned to craft potions and poisons so quickly was his ability to learn about the ingredients by eating them. It was an ability that made the entire profession as an alchemist of the malefic viper coveted across the multiverse. Jake was certain there was some kind of threshold to how much you could learn about a natural treasure while having it consumed, but either way, it would be a huge advantage in the future. There were still some doubts in his mind, so he did what he always did when in doubt. He just dove right in and tried using the skill a bit, and Jake happened to have just the item for it. While it would feel a bit disgusting to swallow something that had once been a part of such an abhorrent creature. What one doesn't do for science. He was naturally thinking about the rarest natural treasure he had, the life core of the indigo fungus mycorrhiza. Indigo fungus mycorrhiza life core, epic. The life core of an indigo fungus mycorrhiza contains a massive amount of life affinity mana and vital energy, can be used in a myriad of alchemical creations, will grant a permanent increase to the vitality stat if consumed. Jake took it out of his spatial storage and looked at it a bit. He had no idea what to make with it currently, and while he could consume it directly and gain some stat points, he knew it would be a waste. Very rarely was it worth it to directly consume natural treasures, but it was far better to use them for crafting. The life core could be used for many things outside of alchemy. It would be great to sock it on a staff or a wand to create a powerful life affinity weapon, or maybe even as a catalyst in a piece of armor or jewelry to make it give vitality. It was a mystery what he would one day end up using it for, but it would be used to test his skill for now. Jake looked at the life core about the size of his palm and took note that it was far too large to just shove in his mouth. Luckily, swallowing with the skill didn't actually require him to eat it. He opened his mouth and activated the skill. A suction force took hold of the life core as it shrunk and flew into Jake's mouth, disappearing from sight just as it entered. Jake instantly felt the life core enter the stomach of the skill, and he felt all parts of his improved palette of the malefic viper truly flare to life. Energy began slowly refining the life core, but it was slow as it wasn't a toxin and couldn't use his cultivate toxin skill. Luckily, it was helped along by the time inside the stomach accelerating to over a dozen times normal speed, far faster than Jake had predicted. It only took a few moments before Jake felt a faint wisp of knowledge enter his mind. It was incredibly minor, just a bit about how the shell of the life core was formed, but it was something. In a day, a week, or a month, he would know far more. He did seriously doubt he could learn everything, but he could most certainly learn a lot. He was also pleasantly surprised that it barely drained any mana. It was utterly negligible, and if he didn't focus on the skill draining a bit, he wouldn't know it happened. His natural regeneration, not even including his mask and the effects of the pylon far outpacing the drain. Jake spent the next few hours just focusing on the feeling and familiarizing himself with the skill. He was only thrown out of his thoughtful meditation when Sylphie got too bored and began poking him with her talon to get his attention. Awakening, he scratched her as he considered his next move. His quest panel made him aware that the World Congress would begin in around 5.5 days. A part of him wanted to go to the dungeon, but he knew it wouldn't be wise. He tended to get too invested in a singular goal, and he would hate having to leave it halfway. Rather just wait till after that Congress. Besides, it wasn't like there were no other degrades in the world. Haven was located in the outskirts of a grand forest, one larger than all continents of the old planet. Jake had only gone a bit of the way in when he went to Misty and Hawkeye's old nest, and even then he had felt the presence of a few degrades further in, and that area had still been considered the outskirts. Having already decided, he got up and stretched, cracked his neck, and had Hawkeye take responsibility for Sylphie as he prepared to go on a bit of an adventure. Chapter 206, A Real Shitfist. The figure leaped from atop the tree as it flew several hundred meters through the air, landing on another crown before swiftly taking off once more. A few beasts below considered attacking, but once they felt the difference in grade and power, they swiftly changed their minds. It was far over 300 kilometers from Haven, and the density of trees was only increasing, as well as many of the beasts now reaching around level 80. It was a bit deeper in than where Misty and Hawkeye had placed their nest back before they relocated to the city. The figure was naturally Jake, who had decided to ditch the wings and do some tree hopping instead. Would flying be faster? Most definitely, but making massive leaps from tree to tree just felt awesome. 1 step mile wasn't that usable due to the sheer density of trees, making it hard to travel in a straight line on the ground. The trunks could be many meters in radius and reach hundreds of meters into the air, reminding him a bit of the outer area of the tutorial. Thinking about it, perhaps the tutorial forest was inspired by the true forest here on the reformed planet, or was it the other way around? Maybe a bit of both. Either way, it wasn't the first time he had noted the familiarity. It was quite certain this wasn't the same thing though, because sadly, no lockboxes. Jake would really like some new gear soon. His whole getup was beginning to feel a bit dated, even if it had only been a few months. The only great gear he really had were his necklace, mask, new scimitar, and surprisingly enough, boots. Were those boots the ones with the lowest required level and still only rare rarity? Sure, but they were also still the toughest damn things he had besides his mask, which he still hadn't managed to put even a slight scratch on. He doubted he would find anything within this forest, but one can always be hopeful. Even if he couldn't find a lockbox, maybe he could find some good materials to use in the future. One might wonder why Jake didn't use his newly upgraded touch of the Malefic Viper to transmute his current gear, and the reason for that was quite simple. Because he was 90% sure it would end up making the majority of his gear worse than it currently was. Jake's version had to rely on the existing enchants, and as his many tests had shown, using touch would ruin what was already placed on the gear. A lot of his gear had stat-giving effects, and Jake honestly had no idea how to replicate that. The only thing he would do was turn those stats into possibly making the armor poison people touching it, or maybe use his arcane affinity to make the armor a lot more durable. Oh, or he could make it self-destruct by transmuting it with a shitload of the destructive part of his arcane mana. Quite honestly, he would prefer just to have stats over that. The only item he was considering actually transmuting was his Windsor bow. It wasn't because he didn't want or like the enchant on it. In fact, he found its ability to remove wind resistance and even turn the wind into an assisting force as damn good. No, the issue was that he feared it would break if he didn't. Arcane Power Shot was not a gentle skill, far from it. While he charged the attack, the bow and his body would both be put under considerable strain, and the bow would be forced to absorb obscene amounts of energy and have the highly destructive mana also coat its exterior. He could handle his body breaking a bit, that would heal by itself, but he couldn't handle his weapon suddenly exploding in the middle of a fight. He still vividly remembered how the first infused power shot he ever used absolutely destroyed the tutorial starting bow. Without a new bow or transmuting his current one, he feared that could happen in not that long. For now, it was fine as the bow still held up, but as time went on it would surely become an issue. Not just because he gained levels or more stats, but also just because he would get better at using the skill and pour more mana into it. Actually, can it handle a full-throttle arcane power shot with limit break active at 20% as it is? He suddenly wondered, remembering that he had never used arcane power shot while using his limit break. Yeah, I really don't know. The wisest decision would likely be for Jake to stop now and just transmute the damn bow already, but he really didn't want to. His entire body felt restless, and he really needed a fight. He had yet to truly battle anything after reaching D-grade, after all. No, the fight with Misty and Hawkeye didn't count. That was just a bit of sparring. Also, he needed to test out his scimitar of cursed hunger too, didn't he? It would be a shame if he just one-shot most opponents. His travel continued for a bit longer as he noticed barely any beasts below 80 in the area. A few of them saw him and ran away, but some of them acted a bit more suspiciously as they began following him. They were these monkey-like creatures with an extremely long tail that they used to swing from tree to tree. They were also surprisingly small for beasts at their level, being only about the size of a chimpanzee. Lytle monkey, LVL 83, they were called Lytle, but from what Jake could detect, the light in their names didn't refer to light magic, but was more related to their low weight. He noticed how even the small branches they used to swing from didn't even budge, and how they appeared to float a bit through the air with every swing. It was like they weighed nearly nothing at times. I wonder why they follow me, Jake thought a bit cheekily as he smiled. He didn't feel any danger from them, but only a strong sense of curiosity. There were more than a dozen on his tail now, with a few more joining every minute. He also noted how they were the only type of beasts in the area of a decent level. Honestly, it couldn't be more obvious that this was their territory even if they put up glowing neon signs. Well, their constant screeching as they followed him also made him believe they weren't happy with him being there. It was a little rude, actually, and woe would he be if security showed up with a few degrades. A few more minutes passed, and with every moment passing, more monkeys followed him, and Jake felt the entire atmosphere of the area change. It reminded Jake a bit of the mana released by his pylon, but it was clearly different, actually. Wasn't it a bit closer to the energy released by the giant lightning tree? Not as in it being lightning affinity, but by how it was powerful and yet neutral. This energy is likely part of the reason why the beasts were able to evolve as they did. Very environment is nurturing them at all times. Jake even saw a few trees around with budding fruits. None were ripe yet, and he suspected the monkeys ate them as soon as they were, but he believed every one of those fruits on the trees were considered low-level natural treasures. 10 minutes later, he felt the first aura lock onto him. A few seconds later, a second and a third joined the first one. A small smile crept onto his lips as he felt that all three of them were degrades. Finally, he had reached the inner area of the territory of these monkeys, and one had to remember, he was still in the outer parts of the forest as a whole. He saw the three of them the same moment they laid their eyes on him. They all looked a lot like their E-grade brethren, but they were slightly larger and had 2 additional tails instead of only 1. Trilytal monkey, LVL 102, Trilytal monkey, LVL 103, Trilittle Monkey, LVL 105. A bit disappointing with their levels, he thought as he saw the many E-grade monkeys surround him in his sphere, hiding in all the trees surrounding the one he was standing on. He was standing on a branch nearly 100 meters in the air, with the 3 D-grades only a few hundred meters in front of him, just staring him down. Just as Jake considered if he had to open the show himself, another presence arrived, one quite a lot stronger than the other 3, but far from enough to make Jake feel threatened. Trilittle Monkey Crusher LVL 112. This one was quite a bit buffer than the 3 others, but not much was different from that. It was likely just a more powerful variant of the other 3. It had Crusher in its name too, which was kinda cool, but it also gave away what their power set was all about. Weight magic, gravity, something like that. Jake was excited as he summoned his wings and prepared to fight. The moment the 2 wings appeared, the monkeys saw it as a sign of aggression and attacked. Well, they had planned on attacking all along based on how they had clearly surrounded him. He had just sped up their decision-making a bit. With his sphere, he saw the regular E-grade Little monkeys begin condensing some kind of substance in their hands that they promptly threw after Jake. He had a bad feeling instantly when he noticed the nature of their projectile and didn't hesitate to dodge. The substance smashed into the tree and made a dent in the supremely robust bark, showing that clearly some magic had been used on it. It was more condensed, heavier, and more robust than it should naturally be, because Jake saw exactly what the monkey had thrown. Did you just throw literal shit after me? That's right, the monkeys above level 80 used their own shit as their chosen one, making Jake's next move completely and utterly justified. A bow appeared in his hand in a swift motion as he turned and fired an arcane arrow. The monkey in his crosshairs didn't even have time to adequately react before its head was blown off by the exploding arrow, sending monkey parts flying everywhere. You have slain Little Monkey LVL 81. Jake saw the notification that instantly appeared, and on the lack of any experience earned. Seems like my theory of only earning experience from higher-leveled or at least equal-leveled opponents is true, he thought, as he dodged a pile of poo and retaliated by firing a splitting arrow. The singular arrow appeared to split for a second, but soon the copies lost their shapes. Jake frowned as only the original arrow found its goal and exploded. Dodging a few more shitslings, he fired one of the non-exploding arrows with splitting arrow, and while it appeared for a bit longer than the shot before, it soon fizzled away too. Splitting arrow does not work with my arcane hunter's arrows, he thought, both perplexed and annoyed. The fact that he had to consider how to make the damn skill work while dodging an avalanche of literal shit didn't help either. He kept trying to use splitting arrow and figuring out what was wrong as he fought the E-grade monkeys. The D-grades still hung back for now, but Jake could see they were getting impatient at their lower-ranking brethren's inability to hit their target. Finally, one of the D-grades moved. Its 3 tails moved as it sent a wave of mana towards him, and Jake instant felt like his entire body become heavier as he allowed it to hit him. It was enough to stump him for a fraction of a second and cause a bit of the damn feces to hit his cloak. Thankfully it only hit the cloak. The impact from the shit wasn't an issue, but he instantly noticed that something was off. It was way too damn heavy. Just the small part that hit him weighed down on him, and while it was far from enough to affect him, he suddenly understood the strategy of these monkeys. They would pelter their target with shit, covering them in the substance that would only serve to weigh one down, and then the D-grades would move in and enhance the target's weight even more, amplifying the effect and effectively crippling the target. It was actually a pretty sound strategy that Jake could see work well on many beasts, especially larger ones. It also allowed the entire tribe to fight together, and the D-ranks didn't have to risk their lives that often. Of course, the whole strategy did have a few weaknesses. Okay, a lot of weaknesses. Now, while he did find out that the damn stuff was very adhesive and even resisted his mana when he tried to push it off, it wasn't impossible. He could also just toss the cloak away if it really became an issue, or just summon mana shields or something. On top of that, there was also the far simpler solution of just not being hit at all, or fighting them with ranged attacks or a mix of both like Jake was doing. The strategy also wouldn't be that effective against larger groups of enemies. Seeing their initial tactic didn't work, the 3 other D-grades also joined the fray. One of the 3 regular Trilitles kept sending the weird weight magic against Jake, while the other 2 whipped their tails his way. He wondered what they were up to until he felt the air bend. Boom! 2 massive blasts of force were sent after him, exploding the branch he had just been standing on. One of the 2 that had just fired the blast after him, then retreated back as it began using some kind of magic on the big boy, the Crusher. They fought like a team, making it quite clear this group of monkeys had battled together before. Sadly, they stood before a foe far above their own level of strength. Jake bent backward as a massive tail swiped from the Crusher passed over him and obliterated a tree to his side. Another tail quickly came down like a scorpion stinger as the hunter stepped on the air and retreated a bit with a flap of his wings. First that one. He used the space he had opened up to fire a quick arcane power shot towards the Trilidal monkey that was slowing him down. It tried to dodge at the last moment, but found itself frozen by a glance from Jake and was hit square in the chest. The arrow didn't explode but pierced through it, leaving a large hole and sending it flying more than 100 meters through the forest, ping-ponging between trees on the way. It wasn't dead, but it was out of commission for now. Next, Chapter 207, Enhanced Splitting Arrow. The three remaining monkeys looked as their comrade was blasted away in shock, but it only made them more aggressive than before. With one down, he turned his attention to the Crusher. It came at him with tails swinging and arms flailing, now even more berserk than before. It was pretty strong but not very fast, and Jake easily evaded its simple movements as he took out his melee weapons. In a fluid motion, he ran his palms over both, drawing blood and coating them in blood of the malefic viper. Venomfang felt oddly frail in his hand as he held it, and he knew the weapon would soon be unable to keep up with his progress. And if he was honest, he had a feeling it would soon break anyway, him growing stronger or not. The weapon had been through a lot, and he would prefer for it not to break entirely. But for this hunt, you'll be just fine, old buddy. He blocked the clawed hand of the Crusher as he felt the weight on the blade. To Jake, it felt like the beast before him weighed tons, yet when it jumped on the trees or swung from a branch, the wood didn't even budge, showing there indeed was some magic going on there. Being this close, he also noticed what appeared to be a passive aura of sorts around the monkey, weighing him down even further. Even the regular D-ranks in the background had this aura active. Angling himself a bit, Jake made sure to do so the monkey releasing blasts couldn't get a good shot as he landed small cuts on the body of the Crusher. Slowly, the scimitar began glowing red, and Jake felt the curse within spin to life as he felt its hunger permeate his body, and luckily for it, today it would be sated. With every landed cut, a small stream of red energy entered the blade and Jake himself, restoring a few health points to him while draining it from the Crusher. Simultaneously, the poison quickly accumulated in its system, and the monkey soon noticed that something was very wrong. It didn't know it yet, but it was practically already dead. The two other degrade monkeys in the background tried to help as they also entered melee and began swinging their tails and hands. One of them even tried to grab and hold him down while increasing its own weight, but Jake was faster than all of them. While the Crusher had more pure strength than him, he had more than the regular ones. All the E-grades attempted to throw more of their damn feces here and there, but it was difficult for them with Jake surrounded by the three D-grades. Jake had to admit that the pressure building up from the three weight-increasing auras was beginning to get cumbersome as he moved to finish one of the beasts off. He laid eyes on all three of them and used Gaze of the Apex Hunter, making all of them freeze up as his scimitar was coated in a mix of arcane mana and the energy of the curse. The blade extended as he swept it horizontally through the neck of the closest monkey, sending its head flying into the air. You have slain Trilidal Monkey, LVL 103. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level a moment after the head left its neck. The two surviving monkeys became able to move again, and their fury had spiked even more than before. But it was all for naught. The Crusher was already sluggish from all the poison, and the other regular one wasn't doing that much better itself, having taken a few solid stabs from Venomfang already. Perhaps realizing they were both screwed, they held nothing back. It was as if the air shimmered, and Jake felt like he had just been thrown deep underwater as he felt the pressure mount on him, and he was forced down to the ground with the two monkeys in tow. Their two auras overlapped as they tried to crush him, and Jake even became unable to avoid the attacks of the shit-slingers. Without hesitation, he erected a barrier of mana around himself courtesy of many hours of practice with hockey, and had all the feces land on that. He felt every impact drain some mana, and he even felt that the shit could corrode the mana even faster, but if there was one thing Jake didn't lack currently, it was mana. Also, while he couldn't exactly jump around, he could still move a bit. He took out his bow and with great willpower stood up straight as he began channeling. He felt like his bones creaked a bit doing so, but his body was durable enough to easily handle it. The purple-pink mana swirled around him as the energy began building up. Both degrade monkeys noticed this, and the Crusher moved in to attack, moving incredibly slow as it was also clearly affected by its own aura. Jake smirked a bit as he lifted his foot and took a step forward, and by using his sphere, used it to travel nearly 100 meters backward as the ground where he had just stood exploded, as the massive tail of the Crusher tried to do exactly what the creature was named for doing. A small crater was formed as the soil was kicked up, the Crusher confused by its blow missing the human that shouldn't be able to. Its surprise only doubled when an arcane arrow parted the cloud of dust and blew its head off. You have slain Trilidal Monkey Crusher, LVL 112. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. Jake instantly felt the pressure on him almost disappear, and he turned his gaze to the last degrade that was just standing there, looking like it was about to shit itself. Before it got the chance to throw that hypothetical shit, Jake put it down with another arcane power shot, freezing the monkey as it attempted to flee. He barely had time to spot the very last degrade monkey peek out from behind a tree before it quickly bolted away, rushing further into the forest. It was the one he had sent flying earlier, and it had only barely managed to get its bearing to come back in time and see its comrades slaughtered, with those gone. Let's figure out why splitting arrow isn't working, Jake thought, moving on to more exciting things. The degrades were honestly too weak for him. He reckoned those four together only managed to reach the level of a single thunder rock, even with their levels. This wasn't surprising, as often solitary creatures were more powerful individually. They had more skills to square up their own shortcomings and just more stats overall. This didn't mean that beasts or monsters in groups were weaker, though. Often they had powerful leaders, even for their level, such as, well, pretty much all the dungeon bosses from the tutorial were examples of this. On top of that, these leaders often had skills that allowed their subjects to level and grow faster. Jake didn't doubt that these monkeys had some strong leaders hidden away in the core of their territory, and he was very much looking forward to paying them a visit. It would only be polite, so teach them some basic courtesy, wouldn't it? Such as not allowing shit throwing. But before that, he had a skill to upgrade, and more than 100 E-grade monkeys still hiding in the trees all around him, thinking he couldn't see them. Jokes on them, because Jake had more perception than could ever be reasonable for a level 101 human. He turned to the side with his bow in hand and fired towards a tree nearby, trying to use splitting arrow, using the stable version of his arcane arrows. As he noticed before, they would persist for a bit longer. Yet again, the arrow appeared to split for a second, but just as the outline appeared, they dispersed. Jake had only consumed a bit of stamina from the shot, and he instantly found the issue. Arcane arrows use mana, you dummy. The three fundamental energies for humans, vital energy, also called health points, mana and stamina, were able to act like one another, but this required a bit of finesse on the user's part. That is how he could make his mana act like vital energy and create health potions after all. However, the transformation of energy was a time-consuming process, making it not at all viable in combat unless used with some specific technique. Self-healing spells, as an example, were often just a skill transforming a portion of mana or stamina into health points. Jake had considered at one point if this was exploitable. Have a skill that effectively turns 500 mana into 1000 health, and then a skill that turns 500 health into 1000 mana. Couldn't you go infinite with that? Sadly, the Viper shot that down quickly. He learned that you didn't truly transform the energy, you just allowed it to act as another kind of energy for a bit. You had to use it, or it would just disperse, like if Jake consumed a mana potion while full. Going back to splitting arrow, that skill was entirely a physical skill. It consumed stamina to use, even if the stamina acted a lot like mana normally would as it duplicated the arrows. One could say the quiver was the same too, as it summoned physical arrows. At least they were viewed as physical entities by the system. Jake's arcane arrows, on the other hand, were considered entirely magical. Honestly, the easiest way to spot the difference was just what stats the skills benefited from. If it benefited from physical stats, it was a stamina move. If it benefited from mental stats, it was a mana move. And if it used stats from both camps, it had mixed cost. His own arcane power shot an example of this. The arcane arrows only benefited from wisdom and intelligence for the exploding ones, and wisdom and perception for the stable arrows. Perception was a stat that didn't really fit into either camp as a physical or mental stat, but was a bit of both. That is because, objectively speaking, according to Jake, perception was the best stat. In summary, Jake needed to change the splitting arrow skill to work with his mana rather than his stamina. However, this was easier said than done. Summoning an arcane arrow was naturally easy for Jake, considering that was what the Arcane Hunter's arrows was all about. No, the issue was to do it while in flight, and at the same time allow them to retain their innate power and momentum. Any attack used had inherent power in it, and not just in the form of physical momentum or force. Especially Jake's attacks were different. All his arrows dealt damage based on distance and perception because of his archery of vast horizons, so he had to make sure the arrows were still considered archery, no matter how weird that sounds. With all that in mind, Jake went to work. He kept trying to use the skill as he made small changes here and there. Dozens of Lytle monkeys fell during his experimentation, but even more of them were just perplexed at how bad the accuracy of their attacker was. A few of the shots were made with the intent of the arrow splitting, after all. After half an hour, another small group of degrades showed up. 2 crushers in this one, both around the level of the one he killed earlier, as well as 4 of the more regular degrade Trilytle monkeys, one of them being the one who ran off earlier. Another 5 minutes after that, there were 2 dead crushers and 4 dead regular degrade monkeys. Jake didn't let any of them run off for reinforcements this time, as he wanted to spend some time figuring out the whole splitting arrow thing, and doing that while having 2 buffed up hulking monkeys try, and smash him was a bit distracting. He would come to them in due time. The next few hours were spent with Jake trying different things. Around 2 hours in, he had partial success as he managed to split the arrow while in midair, but the new arrow just fell harmlessly to the ground instantly, having lost all momentum. He needed the physical aspects of the skill to work too, so he began experimenting with a mix of stamina and mana. The hardest part of it all was to have it all work with the splitting arrow skill. He had an innate connection to any attack he used, and to activate his intent for the arrow to split using the splitting arrow skill took quite a bit of practice. If he tried to do it without using the skill as an anchor, he had no confidence at all in getting it to work. It was a good example of why skills were still valuable. They did stuff that was honestly far too complicated than Jake could do on his own, and it wasn't even like splitting arrow was the most complex. During his progress, only a single more degrade showed up after that large group, and that one was swiftly put down. No levels yet, but he hadn't really expected any either. 5 hours into his practice, most of his time was spent considering how to improve things while looking for more prey. He felt absolutely no regret from slaughtering a few hundred monkeys, and even if he questioned himself if committing monkey genocide was acceptable, then a single shit-flinging bastard was enough to deter that sentiment. It was on the 6th hour that he met his first partial success as an arrow was summoned and lasted for a few seconds before flickering out, and it even managed to strike a tree before doing so, penetrating into the bark deeply. 15 minutes later, his improved version of splitting arrow passed the threshold of improvement set by the system, and a notification appeared. Splitting arrow uncommon. One arrow becomes many. One fallen prey becomes a field of death. Fire an arrow that splits into several copies while in flight. Each arrow strikes with the power of the original. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using splitting arrow. Enhanced splitting arrow, rare. A skill most often used by archers, now usurped and reformed by the avaricious arcane hunter. Allows you to clone your arrows while in flight, allowing them to retain innate magical properties. Each arrow strikes with the power of the original. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and wisdom when using enhanced splitting arrow. With the upgrade, the system assistance was entirely in place as he fired his enhanced splitting arrow. It consumed both mana and stamina as he did so, quite a bit more mana than stamina. It only split into 3 arrows, far fewer than before, but each struck with impressive power. 3 giant explosions sounded out as the forest shook, and monkey parts were sent flying everywhere. Jake nodded in satisfaction as he dismissed his bow and began traveling further into the domain of the Lytle monkeys, leaving only more dead monkeys in his wake. One could even say that the monkey tribe was having quite the shitty day. Chapter 208, Dervish. Sometimes in life, one must take the good with the bad, and disappointment was an unavoidable element of existence. To be honest, Jake shouldn't really have been disappointed, though, as it was a bit unrealistic to expect it to work. But damn it, Jake wanted his splitting arrow to also duplicate the poison. Was that really too much to ask? Shortly after upgrading the skill, Jake had with much excitement tried putting his blood on the arrow, the type of poison most aligned with himself and his mana, and tried duplicating it with enhanced splitting arrow. It did exactly the same as the normal splitting arrow, with only the real one retaining the poison. No big deal, Jake had thought. He was already on a roll and had just upgraded the skill in rarity, so couldn't he just keep working on it and upgrade it again? Allow it to also duplicate poison on it. Jake wasn't even going to be greedy. It was fine if it only worked with his blood. That shouldn't be so hard, right? Wrong. It was damn impossible. No matter what Jake tried, nothing worked. The poison simply wasn't at all considered as any part of the arrow, so it didn't duplicate. It wasn't an issue of resources or methods. The skill just wasn't compatible at all with what he wanted it to do. It was like trying to use his brew potion to make a shotgun. Well, there was one consolation to it all at least. A lot of dead monkeys. A lot. Even a good bunch of degrades, allowing Jake to net his first real level in his class after reaching degrade. Ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 101 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points. Jake checked the quest to see how much time he had before the World Congress, and noticed that he had a bit over 4 days left still. It would take him a few hours to get back to the city with how far he had traveled, but that still meant he had plenty of time to explore the rest of the monkey-infested area of the forest he found himself in. Where he was now, he nearly only saw degrades, and almost all enemies were monkeys. The vast majority were the normal Trilityle monkeys, but there were also plenty of crushers, and even another one called a suppressor. Yeah, their names weren't exactly subtle. To the surprise of no one, the suppressors specialized in suppressing things with their weight magic. Besides those two, there was also another variant. One Jake was looking at right at that moment. Trilityle Dervish LVL 123. It was tall and slender with 3 tails like all the other monkeys, but its tails themselves were different. While the crusher had far bulkier ones, the dervish had tails that looked almost flat. Jake had wondered why they looked like that, but he soon learned the reason. When Jake came across the group of monkeys, they were in the middle of a battle against another beast, a large, bulky bear that was almost 10 meters long and had to weigh many tons. Sadly for the bear, its large size became a detriment to it. Brown-eyed Ursine LVL 131, the beast was pelted by literal shit by the degrade monkeys and was slowed down as its weight was forcibly increased. Its hide grew harder as it tried to shield itself, but all it did was limit its own mobility further as it got covered in feces. It tried roaring, sending a wave of force out, but the monkeys hid away up in the trees and just jeered and laughed at it. Jake didn't like their way of fighting, but he still chose not to interfere. He didn't like interfering in the fights of others even more, and besides, the Dervish looked like it was about to make its move. Jake saw it leap off the tree it was on, and instantly it accelerated manyfold as it quickly fell the nearly 150 meters down towards the bear. During its descent, it spun around itself, and its three tails were rotating at a tremendous speed as it landed right in front of the bear. The three tails tore into the bear, acting like three whip-like blades, sending blood flying everywhere and making the bear roar in pain and anger. The suppressed beast instantly began burning with energy as it entered some kind of enraged state, and for a brief moment, it managed to shrug off the weight-increasing effect and move. It attacked the Dervish before it, and when Jake saw its paw land, he thought the monkey would be done for, but instead it was just sent flying. Like if the bear had punched a feather, the Dervish harmlessly flew away and landed on the ground. It had a few bloody marks left by the claws, but the impact itself seemed to have barely affected it. At least it decided to counterattack immediately. It rushed towards the bear with frightening speed, and using a weird spinning technique, it quickly cut into the far larger beast. Definitely an agility-focused beast, Jake thought as he saw the bear slowly be finished off. The Dervish inflicted many wounds in quick succession, but it wasn't exactly a fast killer. In the end, two crushers joined in when the bear became too weak to put up any resistance at all, quickly finishing the fight. Just as the monkeys stood triumphantly and cheered, something descended from above. Boom! An arcane arrow fell from atop one of the tallest trees, right through the skull of the one suppressor that had been the primary force to suppress the bear. It didn't even have time to react before its life was ended, and with its demise, panic quickly spread among the monkeys. A second arrow arrived a few moments later, hitting one of the regular degrades right in its noggin, blowing its head off and ending yet another life. The remnant energy of the arcane power shot evident as the air itself seemed to vibrate. Sadly for Jake, that was the last easy kill as all the monkeys had now managed to take cover, and he didn't have time to charge another power shot for a one-shot. He had wanted to fly above the forest before to more easily bombard them from above, but found that the crowns of the trees made it impossible. It wasn't just a question of his sight being physically obstructed either, as clearly the crowns formed some kind of barrier sealing off the forest. Like a giant naturally formed array or magic circle, the entire forest protected itself from attacks from above, which in retrospect probably made a lot of sense with powerful flying beasts everywhere. Or winged humans with bows. The trees themselves were also damn tough, especially the largest ones. Jake couldn't even destroy them if he wanted to. It was like being back in the tutorial during the first days, where just penetrating the bark with a dagger was a damn struggle. It likely had something to do with the mana intensity being different here. Everything was just tougher, and degrades were aplenty, just how he wanted it. With his wings out, he flew around the trunks of the trees and loosed arrow after arrow towards the monkeys below, every single one of them exploding whenever they hit a monkey or a tree. A few monkeys were even taken by surprise when the exploding arrow suddenly duplicated, and instead of one nearly lethal explosion, it became three very much lethal explosions. To Jake, the regular degrade monkeys just weren't worth much. They were too slow and too weak to pose any real threat, and the entire Lytle species hadn't shown themselves very robust yet. They were a race that focused on not getting hit to begin with, while Jake was quite good at hitting stuff. He had to deal with a total of 11 normal Trilydal monkeys, 1 crusher, and 1 dervish. That is after killing one of the crushers and a few of the normal ones, of course. Jake had already decided to save the dervish for last, if it allowed him to. A single figure stood on the ground below, 500 meters down. Bending its legs, it jumped. Wah! Jake barely managed to think as he had to do a flap of his wings to dodge to the side as 2 blade-like tails flew by. The dervish tore through the air, and just as it hit the top of the forest, it turned and landed on only a few leaves of the long branches as if it was solid ground. With another mighty jump, it once more flew like a meteor towards Jake, but this time the hunter was ready. Jake looked up at it and used gaze of the apex predator as the scimitar of cursed hunger appeared in his hand. It froze up just as Jake swung the blade and smashed it into the side of the beast. He felt his blade cut a bit into his target, but after barely managing to leave a wound, he felt all resistance disappear, as if he was striking something without any mass, or in this case, weight. The dervish was sent flying away, and just as Jake was about to take out his bow, he saw it purposefully bounce off a tree and behind another, clearly fearing his arrows that had killed several of its brethren earlier. You don't like magical attacks, eh? Jake thought, understanding their weakness. Blunt force or even cuts did little to the dervish, but an exploding arcane arrow was a whole other story. Well, not like the other monkeys fared that much better. Very few things weren't susceptible to being blown up. Jake just switched to another monkey with his target lost as he began killing off the regular D-grade light elves below, patiently waiting for the dervish to make its next move. He could feel its attention on him as it looked for a chance to strike. To make it a bit harder for the quick monkey, Jake made sure to fly around the different trees to never give it a straight line of attack while he whittled down the monkeys that were quickly rushing up towards him. He had to dodge quite a few blasts of force and shrug off quite a few waves of weight-increasing mana, but he managed to get quite a few kills in return. However, soon the monkeys had managed to climb up the trees and reach him, and he had to contend with several of them leaping between the trees and trying to hit him. A single one was easy enough, but when 5 came at once, shit got difficult. Luckily, he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve to handle it. The wings on his back began glowing a dark green color as they began emanating a dark toxic gas. Jake had mixed a bit of dark affinity mana into the poison, and soon large parts of the treetops were covered in a layer of dark smoke. This made it significantly harder for the monkeys to strike back, while Jake honestly barely noticed the dark cloud. He had learned quite a while ago that his perception alone made him able to peer through many magical obstructions of sight, and even if it didn't, he was quite accustomed to dark mana anyway. Moreover, when the monkeys passed through the cloud, they were ever so slowly infected by the poison. The poison didn't actually do much damage, and even the effects of the dark affinity weren't noticeable to them. No, the real value lay in Jake being able to detect them far more easily. Sense of the malefic viper allowed him to effortlessly sense poison he had inflicted, and the poison fumes from his wings naturally counted. It was technically just his burned blood, after all. Jake used everything in his arsenal as he slaughtered the entire group of D-grades. Bolts of arcane mana flew around, exploding arrows, and the occasional power shot tore up the entire section of the forest he was in. None of them posed any threat besides the dervish. Well, the crusher would hurt like hell if it managed to strike him, but Jake was never in any real danger of that happening. It was slower than even the regular monkeys and didn't have much chance of pinning him down. They kept trying to ground him by sending their weight-increasing waves of mana, but Jake countered that by constantly releasing disruptive waves of mana around himself. Was this dam draining on his mana pool? Yes, it sure was, but Jake was a bit of a cheat when it came to that. A single mana potion restored more than 10,000 mana, with the bonus from Pallet included, allowing his entire mana pool to effectively be above 40,000. His mask increasing his mana recovery to a large amount sure also helped. Even though Jake countered the beasts quite hard and that they were all weak for D-grades, it still took a while to put them all down. D-grades were still D-grades, and unless he landed a lethal blow with arcane power shot, they took quite a bit to put down for good. The crusher was the second to last to fall as only a single enemy remained. In its final moments, the crusher had managed to make Jake dodge a direction he would prefer not to, and it put him right in the crosshairs of the dervish. Swoosh. A figure zoomed by him, and Jake failed to fully dodge the blow as the two tails seemed to extend just as it was about to hit him, leaving him a nasty cut on his stomach and chest when the beast passed by. He barely had time to stabilize himself in the air before it struck again, this time finding itself countered like the first time it tried this tactic. Jake looked over at it and made it freeze with gaze of the apex hunter. Yet the beast had learned a little as it was already spinning at high speed, effectively making itself a sawblade soaring through the air towards him. The hunter dodged to the side as he extended both his hands out beside him, a net of mana strings woven between them. The spinning tails cut through many of them, but a few remained as the monkey was stopped midair. With a slight smile, Jake infused a bit more arcane mana into the strings as stability was broken and turned to destruction. Boom! The entire net exploded, searing the dervish as it screamed in pain. Jake himself wasn't unscathed as he was also hit by the large explosion, but the scales covering his body took most of the blow. Besides, it was his own arcane mana, and he had plenty of experience being hurt by that already. Without any momentum and hurt pretty badly, the dervish was forced to descend to the ground as it accelerated itself downward to try and get away. Jake quickly followed as he flew only a few meters to the side and onto a tree. Standing horizontally, he took a step as he traveled down the length of the tree, appearing on the ground just below where the monkey would land as it accelerated down towards him. He didn't have time to fire an arrow, but he did have time to take out his sword as he met the descending beast. It had managed to notice him, too, as it spun around itself and attacked. Cling, 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 cling with his scimitar, he blocked the spinning blade-like tails, finding himself forced back a bit. Taking another step back, he exchanged several blows with the tails as the monkey hissed, and Jake felt the weight of each blade rapidly increase. At the same time, he felt his own blade become heavier with every block. Jake took a step forward as he once more used Gaze of the Apex Hunter, a few droplets of blood flowing from his eyes at this point from overusing the skill within a short amount of time. However, it was fine as he was about to finish the fight. He moved in between two spinning tails, the monkey unable to move them as it stood frozen for a moment longer. With both hands on his blade, he raised it high as he stabbed down towards the skull of the monkey, swirling dark mana around the edge. Descending dark fang not unlike a giant spike of dark mana, his blade penetrated through its skull and out the other side at the base of the dervish's neck. The still spinning blades managed to land a few more cuts on him, and it managed to scratch his scales a bit in an instinctive reaction, but the monkey was unable to do anything more as its life ended. You have slain Trilateral Dervish LVL 123. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. Jake pulled out the blade as he stumbled back, sitting down on the ground as he breathed out heavily, a smile on his face. Individually, these monkeys weren't that hard dealing with, but damn, was there a lot of them. Still smiling, he checked his notifications. Ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 102 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk. Ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 102 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points another level. D grade was quite a bit slower, but Jake knew what he was doing was exactly what he was meant to. He was hunting higher-leveled enemies, using Mark of the Ambitious Hunter on every enemy, and even killing foes more than 20 levels above himself. Standing up once more, he did a few stretches as he leaped up one of the trees and begun his journey further into the domain of the Lightals. With so many of them, something good was bound to be in the innermost area. Chapter 209, Worthy Opponents. Jake opened his hand as he let the body fall, the dark green glow of touch of the malefic viper fading. The body that fell was that of a monkey with a black handprint on its neck and its body already half rotten. When it hit the ground, it squashed together as its insides were already decayed and turned to mush. You have slain Trilateral Dervish LVL 128. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. Its killer took out a healing potion and drank it as the dozens of deep cuts on his body rapidly began closing, leaving only a few of the worse ones, such as where a tail had penetrated his chest. Those would take a bit longer. The entire section of the forest he was in was utterly wrecked. The trees had deep cuts in them, the ground littered with craters, and everything had a horrible smell of death and decay as he hadn't held back on using his poisons at all. The bark of many of the trees was black from the poison mist or arrows coated in poison hitting them asterisk. Ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 103 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points. He flew over to a branch as he sat down and entered meditation. This was the third fight since he met the first dervish and by far the hardest. The first fight had only been a small group of normal degrades with a single suppressor, so those were pretty easily put down. The second fight was a bit tougher and was a lot like the first group with a dervish he encountered, but with his increased experience fighting the monkeys, it ended quite a bit faster. As for the third and final fight he had just finished, there had been 24 enemies with 3 dervishes. It had been quite the battle as the dervishes honestly weren't easy opponents at all. They were incredibly fast, no doubt agility-focused, and combined with their weight-increasing magic, their whip blade tails felt like heavy-as-fuck razors barraging you constantly. Jake was fully aware that if he screwed up, he could lose his life to them, which is why he found them entertaining to battle. He also made a decision, one that may be viewed as controversial by many, but Jake felt like it was necessary. As he made the command through the system, it hurt him down to the core of his soul, but he had to. He needed the speed to keep up with his foes, and he could feel his body unable to move as fast as he wanted, so he had done it. Jake had used free points on something that wasn't perception. The 105 free points he had saved up since entering D-grade were all put into agility as he felt the stat increase, taking him from 1595 to 1748 after all the bonuses were applied. It was around a 10% increase, and he instantly felt the difference as he could now move even faster than before, and perhaps now he could begin reacting to even the dervishes above level 130. The one at 128 had been a bit too fast for him, and he had to freeze it and grab hold of it to use Touch of the Malefic Viper to win the fight instead of just beating it with his blade. Fighting with his sword tended to be more fun, so he would prefer to do that after all. Checking the time, he still had plenty to get to the inner area, and he had a feeling he was close. Still, he had to spend a few hours getting himself back in top condition. Between his meditation and liberal potion use, Jake's recovery was far faster than most other degrades, allowing him to battle far more than normal. Once he was done sitting around meditating and chugging down potions, he moved on with his day of slaughtering monkeys. He tried to avoid unnecessary fights and encounters with small squads, as those battles weren't exactly entertaining. Just as he made his way around a tree, he spotted a small group of degrades heading his way around 300 meters ahead of him. Not feeling like battling 4 regular degrade Lytle monkeys, he focused a bit on staying hidden, as he even used his cloak to camouflage himself a bit better. It wasn't something he aimed for or even expected, but that small action gave him a notification. Advanced Stealth Common. The deadliest blow is the one not seen coming. A proven artisan in the arts of stealth, you have learned to stay undetected far better than a mere novice. You now find it even easier to blend into the environment, waiting for just the right moment to strike. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of agility and perception while successfully remaining undetected. Expert Stealth Uncommon. The deadliest blow is the one not seen coming. You have proven yourself an expert in the arts of stealth, as you have learned to become a shadow that is only seen when you wish to be so. You find it easier than ever to blend into the environment, making your presence, mana, and nearly all traces of your existence hidden as you wait for your prey to be vulnerable. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and perception while successfully remaining undetected. Jake read it over and couldn't help but just shrug. Staying hidden was never anything he really thought much about. It is just one of those things you do. The skill itself was just one of those that kind of just existed and didn't require any more thoughts than that. Not that he complained about getting it upgraded, as he knew it would make the hiding he already did just a little bit more effective. Anyway, with a random skill upgrade out of the way, he continued his quest into the heart of the monkey lands. He estimated the entire domain controlled by the monkeys to be several hundred kilometers in diameter, making it a small country based on Old World standards. Still, Jake knew that compared to some other beasts, it really wasn't that impressive. The scale of everything in the multiverse was just bigger. It made sense, though, as an area did feel a lot smaller when you can fly faster than a fighter jet or practically teleport with every footstep. Populations growing to ridiculous levels and cities becoming absolutely massive was also just kind of natural. Heck, trees could now naturally grow to be kilometers tall, and buildings could easily be constructed to be even taller. The logistical issues with large cities were primarily eliminated by magic, and the population's lower requirements for sustenance and their natural ability to survive better independently due to stats and evolutions. E-grade required way less food than a normal pre-system human, after all, and so far in D-grade, Jake had yet to feel any hunger. Well, except a hunger for good challenges, but that is a bit of a different thing. Back in the real world, outside of Jake's never-ending random thoughts about things getting bigger, he had just made his way around a massive tree. It was one of the true behemoths in the area, and while he did consider flying to the top for fun, what he saw as he got to the other side of it dissuaded him. Before Jake lay what could only be described as a small ancient temple with a few stone buildings placed around it. The temple itself looked like one of those old boxy pyramids like the Aztecs made them, except without that entrance on the top. There was a small entrance at the bottom, though. If that were the only thing worth noting, he would only be mildly interested, but what was living among those ancient-looking buildings made him quite excited. Hundreds of monkeys jumped around, a lot of them D-grade, but there were even more E-grades running about. He saw dozens of dervishes, crushers, and suppressors, but what was even more noteworthy were 4 huge monkeys, each sitting on top of their own small ancient building. Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 142, Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 147, Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 146, Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 146. The matriarchs looked a bit like their brethren, but were twice the size of an average monkey, with quite a bit of bulk and fat on their bodies. They looked like they could put up quite a fight, but it wasn't their primary role. Many small monkeys crawled all over their bodies with levels as low as 25, making Jake believe this was their primary breeding ground. Just as Jake was trying to get a good count of how many baby monkeys there were, he felt something look his way. He barely managed to see a figure exit the ancient temple in the middle before he instinctively hid behind the tree he was on and focused on his newly upgraded stealth. A few moments passed before he felt it was safe as he peeked out and saw what had just nearly spotted him from so far away. It was another monkey, but it was quite a bit different from the others. Like the dervishes, it was tall and slender, but it was a bit bulkier than those. What truly set it apart was its pristine golden fur, the glowing silvery symbol on its forehead, and the 5 tails extending out behind it. Jake didn't doubt for a second that this beast was the most powerful in the entire settlement and could in no way be considered weak. He used Identify on it as he hid, and the level didn't actually surprise him. Pentalitel Monkey Prima, LVL 131. It was lower than all the matriarchs and even many the dervishes, but Jake knew level wasn't everything. Shit, he just had to look at himself, and the pile of dead monkeys in his wake making it to this temple, all of them higher level than himself. A smile crept onto his lips as he, for the first time, spotted a prey he found worth hunting after reaching D grade. Miyamoto was in his courtyard with his eyes closed as he slowly swung the blade through the air. As if dancing, he moved fluidly through the motions in a slow fashion, his blade appearing to almost shimmer with every stroke, like it was made of water. Every movement calculated, every step predetermined, and every fiber of his being and soul invested as he trained. To Miyamoto, there was no world outside of him and his sword at that moment, but all things have to come to an end as he stopped. His eyes opened as he softly looked down at his sword, the old heirloom that had been proudly displayed by their family for generations, no longer just a normal weapon. Oh no, far from it. One of the tutorial rewards he had spent his points on was to make this old family blade awaken, to allow the spirits of his ancestors and their will to come to life, and for the blade to become a true artifact. His request had been met, and the blade bound to his soul as it became his life companion. Miyamoto was level 99 in his class and 95 in his profession. While it did hurt his pride a bit to not be the first D grade as the patriarch of his clan, he would be the first to achieve the perfect evolution. If he had chosen to become a city lord, perhaps things would be different, but he knew he did not desire to be a leader of the people anymore. He was past that age, and he had passed the baton to the younger generation. No, he would focus on the blade and his passions as he helped protect his family as any good patriarch would do. By following his own desires, he had spearheaded the expansion of the clan. He had fought and claimed the first pylon, losing many family members in the process, but for the second pylon, he had taken care of the foe by his lonesome. The third pylon he hadn't even needed to be present, as his grandson and his great-granddaughter had handled that just a week prior. As an old soul, he had little to complain about as he spent most of his time focusing on improving himself to be a pillar of strength for the clan. He had just gone through a session of sword meditation, a skill he valued quite highly. Supreme Sword Meditation Ancient. The sword is you, and you are your sword. While in meditation, regenerate stamina and mana significantly faster and more easily find inspiration and experience enlightenment in relation to all sword-related skills. Allows you to earn far more experience points while using Supreme Sword Meditation. While in Supreme Sword Meditation, you must perform a compatible sword dance flawlessly. Any mistakes will lead to forcefully exiting meditation and be unable to re-enter it again for a short period of time. May you find your truth through your blade. It was a great skill, and he had gotten it to its current rarity shortly after returning to Earth, while it had only been epic rarity upon his exit of the tutorial. He had gotten it to rare rarity the day he reached level 25 and earned the meditation skill. Taking a deep breath, the old man extended his sword as he began drawing in the air, as he painted with his sword. It was an ephemeral painting of water that would disperse the moment he stopped the skill, a mere snapshot of reality that he would be the only one to ever lay his eyes on. Finesse had many forms, be it swordsmanship or painting. Ultimately, both were about control, conviction, and the ability to execute techniques accurately. All these things only became more true as the system arrived. Miyamoto had seen many others of the older generations. People still his juniors failed to adapt to this ever-changing world. They relied on the ways of old, or their mindsets were simply not adaptive enough. It was difficult for him to understand. Life was but a series of shifting seasons. Every new season would bring about change as the world developed, not one day the same as the last. Throughout his life, he had seen so much change, so many shifts in society. If he had been unable to adapt, how could he ever have hoped to achieve success? If he could not embrace new technology and even be willing to try and get ahead and prepare for the coming winter as fall arrived, how could he ever hope to excel? To him, the arrival of the system was just yet another changing season. As he lay there in his bed, he believed that it was his winter, and that season would be his last. Yet spring had arrived and brought about new life and new opportunities. And as nature cheered and blossomed to welcome the sun and the end of winter, so would he blossom and grow to make his clan experience the most fruitful summer imaginable. The World Congress would be the first step in achieving that, the first time where he would finally meet the other leaders and patriarchs of the planet, including he who had claimed the first pylon. Chapter 210, Rules of Monkey Hunting. There are a few rules one must remember when invading an ancient temple and the surrounding area run by supernatural many-tailed monkeys that can use weird weight magic. Forgetting these rules may lead to being covered in unnaturally heavy feces or just be smashed or cut up by a monkey tail. The first rule was to stay high and avoid the ground. Being able to move in 3 dimensions against enemies unable to fly was an incredible advantage and made it far easier to deal with issues arising from breaking the second rule. Light-tailed monkeys aren't the strongest individually, but fighting a crowd of them is what in the hunting industry is called a very bad time. They buffed each other up while slowing you down, allowing their strikers in the form of crushers or dervishes to finish you off. So the second rule was to always only engage small groups at a time, and if possible, isolated prey. The third rule was to always make sure the Prima wasn't around because the Prima was clearly the big boss. One should always save the big boss for last. This is just basic hunting protocol and best practice. Always remember, kill from weakest to strongest. It was a bit like how you don't eat your dessert before the main dish, no matter how tasty it looks. He would have to make do with all the beast cores he collected from their corpses after the fight so far. Then we have the fourth rule, one quite unique to Jake. It was a rule that invalidated the prior three if followed adequately every time, even if it often was a bit difficult to follow. The rule was actually quite straightforward. Always kill with a single shot. A rule Jake was actually doing incredibly well not breaking currently. An arrow tore through the terrain as it narrowly passed in between trees in its flight. Its target was just relaxing on a branch, keeping an eye out for any potential invaders to swiftly strike down. It was a dervish, a creature that rarely found worthy challenges this far into their domain. It was too relaxed, too unaware, though it was doubtful if its preparedness would have made a difference. It noticed too late as it tried to move. Tried because it suddenly felt like it had been thrown into an icy pit with a predator, nay, hunter staring down at it, penetrating into its soul. The nearly 1 meter long arrow arrived as it penetrated deep into the creature without any issues, releasing intense amounts of destructive energy. If that wasn't enough, the arrow was even coated with incredibly potent poison and fired with the ridiculously powerful arcane power shot. To strike down a beast nearly 30 levels above yourself in a single strike was a rarity, especially in D grade, where every level mattered even more. But coupled with the low resilience of the agility-focused Dervish and the power of the attack, it was made possible. You have slain Trilytal Dervish LVL 131, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level asterisk. The arrow he had used was naturally his arrow of the ambitious hunter, and it had been quite easily summoned the moment he tried. He had hoped the summoning time would reduce after reaching D grade, but it had stayed the same. But that couldn't be said about the power. Without noticing, the already overpowered arrow had gotten better. A large element of the arrow was the destructive energy it contained, and through Jake's arcane affinity, Jake had come to understand that type of energy quite a bit better. While it wasn't exactly the same type of concept, it was close enough so that the arrow simply accepted when he poured in a bit of arcane mana. Not too much, or it would destabilize the arrow, but just a little a far cry from ever being enough to upgrade the skill, but more than enough to make it just a little better. With the Dervish dead, this leads one to consider the fifth and final rule of hunting Lytle monkeys, one very important to remember in conjunction with rules 4 and 2. This rule was that after making a kill, fucking run, because the tribe would be coming. Jake swiftly flew away, as he made sure to hide behind trees and stay high as he could hear the screeching monkeys off in the distance. His way of killing wasn't the most subtle, as arcane power shot was quite flashy by nature, so he had to quickly get away. There was even a faint trail of mana in the air between where he had fired from, and some of the more acute monkeys detected and followed that trail. By the time they arrived, Jake was already long gone. As they kept searching, the monkeys naturally splitting up as they looked for the intruder that had killed one of their brethren, perhaps too dumb or too confident to believe they would meet the same fate. Either way, that belief was clearly not well-founded, as less than 10 minutes after the first dervish died, a crusher found an arrow of the ambitious hunter striking it from behind, killing it instantly. Another kill kicked up another uproar as even more monkeys joined the search, yet it was all for naught as Jake was already way ahead of them. He flew around up high among the crowns of the trees, constantly hidden behind thick branches and his cloak providing extra camouflage. The only times he went down the trunks of the trees was to fire a power shot using the arrow of the ambitious hunter. Before going up the tree, he would place a mark of the ambitious hunter on his next chosen target, using that to summon the arrow, much like how he did with the indigo mushroom. Jake had to be honest that while this method wasn't that fast, it was relatively safe. The Prima spent nearly all its time in the temple itself and didn't appear to care at all what was going on around it, while the Matriarchs spent most of their time trying to hold back the weak monkeys in their care from joining the search. At times, the monkeys got quite close to Jake, but he had a few more tricks up his sleeve to stay hidden. Nearly 3 kilometers from where he was, the top of one of the smaller trees exploded with arcane mana, and the monkey that had come to investigate the source of mana it detected was sent flying. Not long after, another explosion shook the ground even further away, drawing even more attention. Finally, a third explosion exploded right in the middle of a group of D-grade monkeys, but this one was far larger than the ones prior. The reason for this simple. The ones before were created by conjuring arcane bolts and stabbing them into trees, knowing they would explode within a few minutes with their unstable mana, while the last explosion was caused by 3 exploding arcane hunter's arrows, fired with a splitting arrow. The monkeys were injured but not dead, though that was just a temporary issue for Jake. An issue that was further alleviated as arrows rained down on them from a tree far away, the degrade monkeys' bodies occasionally freezing when they tried to dodge as they were pierced. All 4 of them died within less than a dozen seconds, far from long enough for the more powerful monkeys to move for the human firing the shots. This entire dynamic of Jake striking like a shadow from atop the trees continued for over a day. He consumed a potion every single hour nearly on the second, as he tried to keep his resources stable. Jake quickly found that the extra regeneration from his mask was even more effective than back in his city, boosting his combat endurance to a ridiculous level. It was after this full day of killing that one of the big pillars of the monkey community made a move. The 4 matriarchs always had at least a dozen dervishes, crushers, and suppressors around them to ensure their safety, making Jake choose to ignore them for now. Besides, for every hour that passed, he got stronger, both by being more familiar with his strength and making even more rapid progress with his archery and mana control, but also just in pure tangible levels. His notification menu easy proof of that. Ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 104 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 103 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points asterisk ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 105 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points after reaching level 105 in his class, and putting all the free points he had gained into agility. The stat became his second highest, naturally still far behind perception. Jake felt like it was worth it for now. He had also begun noticing some other peculiarities of the entire area. The entire temple and everything around it felt old, ancient. It wasn't just that it was likely architecture taken from old Earth either. It was something about the mana in the air. The entire aura of the place just felt off. But back to the whole matriarch on the move thing. Yeah, one of those massive monkeys had chosen to personally try and hunt down whatever was killing all its children. Jake at least assumed it was so, as for some reason, it looked even more pissed than any of the other beasts, like it had been holding itself back for far too long. Followed by its entourage of guards, it made its way into the forest, away from the safety of the main temple and the one foe Jake was truly wary of. Jake did a careful count and saw 7 dervishes, 4 crushers, and 3 suppressors with it at all times. This was too many enemies for Jake to handle at once, so he would have to do a bit of picking off before engaging the matriarch herself. He was actually thankful that she had left the small monkeys behind at the temple area, as Jake really didn't feel like killing them. He would have been able to just swiftly remove them with gaze of the apex hunter, but that would just feel wrong. Jake began carefully preparing himself as the matriarch moved further and further away from the temple, moving slower than even the bulky crushers. His preparations consisted of preparing his arrows after overcoming an issue that he proved itself not really to actually be an issue at all. Jake had summoned all his arcane hunter's arrows while drawing his bow before, which made poisoning them quite tricky for obvious reasons. He had considered how to fix this, and how before he could just prepare the arrows and put them back in his quiver, which made him wonder why he couldn't just keep doing that. While it didn't work with his explosive arrows as they would explode within a few minutes of summoning no matter what, his stable arrows could stay summoned for a while with no problem. So all he had to do was just not conjure any arrows in his old uncommon rarity quiver, but fill it with his pre-poisoned arcane arrows. Shit, he even found that the quiver helped them not leak as much mana as before, allowing them to stay summoned even longer if he stored them in it. There was the one issue of not being able to keep them in his spatial storage like his old arrows, but that was honestly just such a minor thing. The upgrade to Malefic Viper's poison had even made it so his poisoned arrows would now stay nice and toxic even longer than before. When the skill was rare rarity, the coating would only stay effective for around half an hour, while it would last over an hour now. This resulted in Jake carrying a quiver with around 50 stable arcane arrows coated with his best necrotic poison. His blood was nearly as good, but not quite, so he went with the best he had for maximum killing efficiency. The reason for all this preparation was because he knew he couldn't pick off all the monkeys around the matriarch one by one. But he would make it into a long fight to his advantage. He had confidence in his own endurance and even more confidence in his ability to slowly poison his foes and bring them down in a prolonged battle. Of course, as always, the first shot would be an arrow of the ambitious hunter, though also nicely coated in his poison. His goal for that arrow was the matriarch herself, not to kill her, but because he had noticed how defensive the monkeys were of her. So if he could heavily injure her, he was 100% sure some of them would stay behind and not chase him. Maybe they would even try and jump in to block blows meant for her later on. Either way, he thought it was a sound strategy. With the arrow summoned and everything ready, he did something he hadn't felt a need to do so yet in Degrade. Energy began building up deep inside as the flow of internal energy sped up, and his body began overflowing with strength. At the same time, all effects of his hiding were gone, as he practically projected his presence far and wide around him. Limit Break was only active at the safe and not-so-tiring 10%, but it was a massive boost nevertheless. With Limit Break active, the monkeys noticed him, but he was still not within their line of sight. He had calculated his timing enough to avoid that. Jake raised his bow as Arcane Power Shot began charging, and he released the string only when he felt the bow about to reach the limits of its durability. The arrow tore through the terrain as it headed towards the group of monkeys, now many kilometers from their home temple. As it was about to arrive, Jake strained himself as he had to freeze not only the Matriarch, but also 4 of the 7 Dervishes as they tried to block the attack with their bodies. Jake knew Arrow of the ambitious hunter would only work on the Matriarch as she was the target, so hitting it was essential to his plan. His eyes hurt as he found the Matriarch especially hard to freeze, and she also became able to move again far faster than any of the Dervishes. Sadly, she was too slow and still ended up being hit in the belly with the arrow, screaming out in pain as it tore into her, leaving an extensive, gaping, poisoned wound. From there, the real fight began. Jake instantly drew the string again and used Arcane Power Shot with one of the poisoned arrows from his quiver. He didn't do much charging but just fired and used Gaze on a Dervish, striking it in the chest, sending it flying and poisoning it. He repeated this, blood already running down his cheeks from overusing Gaze, but it was necessary. Once all 7 Dervishes were hit, he ran. His wings spread open behind him, a cloud of poison spreading in his wake. The occasional poisoned arrow or explosive arcane arrow pelting those that chased him. A blade striking from behind a tree as they thought they had caught up to him. A hand grasping a neck, teleporting next to one sitting tired on a branch. To the monkeys, this entire area was still their domain, their home where they stood at the apex, and the human that had come but another invader to slay. But this foolish assumption would prove fatal. Because what had come was not just another invader, but a hunter. And unbeknownst to them, they were nothing more than prey. Chapter 211, Matriarchs. A massive crash sounded out throughout the forest as a tree nearly 300 meters tall toppled over. The wooden behemoth that would ordinarily be borderline impossible to take down looked old and worn, its bark with many black rotten spots throughout, especially in the section that had been broken as a massive tail smashed into it. Dust and soil flew up everywhere before being cleared by an explosion caused by a blast of force and an arcane arrow colliding. Blood was sizzling on the ground many places in the area, mixed in with non-toxic blood and flesh left by the over a dozen dead monkeys scattered everywhere. Jake rolled and kicked up a bit of this blood-covered ground as he dodged the flyby of a sluggish-looking dervish. As it flew by, the long cuts on both his arms spewed out blood drops that hit it while it was also diving through the ever-present poisonous mist from his wings. He smirked as he saw it collide with a tree nearby, its senses severely weakened due to its many injuries and constant exposure to his toxins. It was nearly 3 hours ago that Jake first engaged the Matriarch. One slightly annoying thing he had noticed was that the damn Matriarch was actually more of a mix between a crusher and a healer than just a pure support beast. It had managed to heal its own wounds and even counteract some of the poison he had spread, making the fight even more prolonged than he would have hoped. To his advantage, though, he did discover that the Matriarch had quite the lacking mana pool. Or maybe it was just because it used all its magic too liberally, not hesitating to try and cure the poison Jake inflicted on its children, even healing many of their wounds. This had led to Jake shifting to a hemotoxin-based fighting style, to simply poison and bleed them out while always staying a step ahead. Because he was a well-rounded fighter with high stats across the board, he could constantly adapt. He was durable enough to tank a blow when necessary, his resource pools large enough so that he would not run out of magic or physical strength, his vitality high enough so that he could keep his body healthy, and his offensive power powerful, be it magic or physical blows that he chose to use. The suppressors required one to swiftly strike them down as they had weak defenses, but could debilitate even Jake if he allowed them to stack up their weight-increasing magic for too long. Those were the ones he focused on first, killing them with potent poison and arcane power shots, not allowing the Matriarch to save them. Crushers were relatively tanky and dealt significant damage, but they were the slowest of the bunch, not counting the Matriarch herself. For the most part, he could ignore them and just slowly poison and bleed them out. With the suppressors gone, they simply had no way to ever catch him. At that point, they just became walking mana drainers for the Matriarch. Dervishes were overall the most annoying to handle. While they indeed were weak defensively, they were incredibly fast and hit insanely hard, making them ideal strikers. With 7 of them on his tail, Jake was forced to fight them directly at times as kiting them was simply out of the question. The only good thing was that they couldn't fly and were so fast that they could pretty much only attack in a straight line when they leaped for him. He had already gone over the Matriarch, the one he was saving for absolutely last. She was incredibly tanky, could heal herself and others, and hit even harder than the Crushers, the fallen tree evidence of that, and could even do a bit of supportive magic. The downside was that, holy damn was she slow. Coupled with a few monkeys, always staying close to defend her made it far easier to kite them. If Jake was honest, then the group of monkeys would be more dangerous if they just abandoned the Matriarch and all went straight for him. Sadly for them, they hadn't done that but allowed him to poison them all over several hours. The fight was now in its final stages, with only a single Crusher, 2 Dervishes, and the Matriarch left standing, all incredibly injured. Jake himself wasn't all fine and dandy either, his clothes cut up and with several long cuts all over his body, including one several centimeters deep, streaking across his entire chest, the result of a Dervish getting him real good. His health was already below half, and that was after drinking a health potion just 10 minutes ago. He had also consumed 2 mana potions throughout the fight to keep up his constant bombardment of arcane arrows, poison mist, and even the occasional blood-covered arcane bolt for good measure. He smiled as he blocked a tail from a Dervish with his venom fang while swinging the scimitar of cursed hunger with the other. He cut the one remaining Crusher by extending the blade with an arcane edge, tearing open its stomach. As he did the damage, a flow of energy was absorbed from the beast and delivered into him, restoring a bit of his health as some minor wounds on his body healed. The blade had proven very valuable in these kinds of prolonged battles. The Crusher fell back from the blow, the Matriarch trying to push out a bit more mana to heal it. At the same time, Jake took a step forward but teleported back with 1 step mile, avoiding the blow of yet another Dervish that came flying. It was a desperate battle for the side of the monkeys. Jake had outlasted all of them, and none could put up even half of their total power by now. Their insides were more mush than flesh, and blood was flowing from all their orifices, yet none retreated. That was a tendency Jake had noticed many beasts had when heavily poisoned. They didn't flee, but instead just tried to kill him even more desperately. He had theorized before it was because they believed the poison would stop if he died, and he was only getting more and more sure of that. It was actually a good indicator that these monkeys were incredibly dumb, if them deciding to chase a poison-spreading human for hours wasn't proof enough of that. The monkeys had also given up their last-ditch suicide tactic, where they amplified their auras. Jake had found a way to break that already and just 1 step mile away, leading to a Crusher and 2 Dervishes effectively just killing themselves with their own auras. A bit funny, actually, depending on how black your humor is. Dodging yet another whirling blow of tails from a Dervish, Jake managed to cut off one of them before the monkey could reinforce it with energy, and as it was distracted by the pain he grabbed hold of it with his other hand, holding it down to the ground. Touch of the Malefic Viper activated as the poison spread in the beast, and with a good squeeze, he heard a crack as the Dervish's neck broke. Now the only 2 foes left were a heavily injured Matriarch and one kind of already dead Crusher. Jake didn't even need to cut the Crusher any more directly, but finished it off merely using Gaze of the Apex Hunter. Finally, only 2 living beings remained, staring down each other, one a heavily injured but spirited human and the other a trilidal monkey Matriarch that looked utterly unable to decide what to do. Its indecision quickly turned to despair as it began screeching in anger, but instead of attacking it started sprinting away, back towards the old temple grounds. It didn't get far as an arcane power shot hit from behind, blowing off one of its legs. It began trying to crawl before Jake leaped from above and smashed his scimitar down through its skull, ending its life for good. You have slain Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 146, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level ** ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 106 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 104 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points * ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 107 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points. Jake looked down on the Matriarch, and the hellscape he had left behind and couldn't help but chuckle a bit to himself. Note to self, do not have big battles inside or too close to Haven, or we will require some serious landscaping afterward. He left the area in a very nice and dead state, relocating in case more monkeys came to investigate, found a good tree, and sat down to recuperate while doing a bit of alchemy. He wanted to create better hemotoxin poison now that he had reached D-grade and discovered how good it was against the Matriarchs, as well as a single batch of health, mana and stamina potion. And if all went well, he would be able to wipe out those shitty monkeys before it was World Congress time. In a rather large house in an even larger city, 2 women and a baby sat around a table, talking as the older one of them rocked the sleeping child back and forth. I still find it quite weird, if not a little unsettling, the older woman said as she held the child. Babies aren't supposed to be this quiet and relaxed when this young. Another woman sat to the side, observing the grandmother hold her grandson, and smiled as she tried explaining what her husband had said. Caleb says it has something to do with no longer having the same needs. No longer as hungry anymore. Many of the other ailments usually affecting kids also aren't really a worry either. Gosh, did I waste a lot of time reading books on parenting that are now irrelevant. I won't say they were wasted. I am sure a lot of what was in them is still very relevant for a new parent, Deborah said as she played with her grandson. How is Caleb doing these days? I feel like he is less and less home. He and Robert are busy preparing for the upcoming World Congress with all of the other administrators. With nearly all the influential forces brought together in one room, they want to be ready for any scenario and are making way more plans than they could ever need. Well, I guess it must be hard being both the leader of some assassination guild fashioning themselves a court and a father at the same time, Deborah said, clearly not approving of the entire situation. Caleb is doing the best he can, Maja said, shaking her head. Things are a lot more complicated now than before, and I also find it hard to adapt. I am just thankful that at least we are all safe and together, for the most part at least. Caleb Thane, the current judge of the Court of Shadows placed on Earth, had not held back from using his authority to help his family at all. He understood that not being selfish to some extent was viewed more as a sign of weakness than strength. It was also just an advantage that the judge was not burdened by worries outside the court. He had used this influence to not just help gather his entire family, but even Maja's parents, who had lived not that far away before the integration. They had gotten a similar experience to Jake and Caleb's parents by suddenly having a squad of shadow-wielding assassins appear before, explain the situation, and offer to escort them to the city claimed by the court. Jake and Caleb's parents had it worse. A notorious figure in their tutorial had one day appeared before them, being all nice and sweet, saying he had been given the job to make sure they safely made it through the tutorial by some shadow god. Maja had been in a very different tutorial than any of the others. Hers had only consisted of children, pregnant women, and people who worked with children or in the medical profession before the system. Barely any fighting had been going on in hers, and she was escorted to the city after the tutorial by Caleb himself, who had split off with a few others to get her. He had talked about how apparently that had earned him even more respect by the second-in-command of the court, Mateo, as he now viewed Caleb as a man who valued family above all else, and that the former assassin-turned-magic assassin approved of that. Yeah, nearly everyone. Has Caleb said more about Jake? How come he isn't having some of his men help him get here? Deborah asked, still not quite understanding why Caleb just kept insisting that Jake was fine and that there was no reason to go get him. Jake doesn't need our help from what Caleb said. He is doing just fine on his own. He even has his own thing going on with another settlement, Maja explained, trying not to give too many details. It would be easier just for Jake to explain himself, and honestly, even Maja found it hard to really understand. Caleb shared everything he knew with his wife, but that only made Maja understand how different this world really was. Her parents and her mother and father-in-law were all just regular people in this new world. They weren't standout performers, and their only outstanding quality was their relation to outstanding people in the eyes of the higher powers. That Jake was doing well wasn't that surprising to Maja, though. He had always been able to do well for himself when he put his mind to it, but she and Deborah did share one fear. Do you think he's being dragged into something he shouldn't? You know how he is, Deborah said, sighing. He always just goes with the flow and gets dragged into things, hangs around with crowds he really shouldn't. Wouldn't it be better if he just came here already? He hasn't even seen his nephew yet. Does he even know he has become an uncle? He'll be fine, a new voice said as Caleb landed in the small garden outside of the house, having heard what they said towards the end through the open window. Deborah looked unamused out of the window and unto her son as she admonished him. You keep saying that, but are you really sure he hasn't been influenced by some bad people? And also, how come you are back already? Where is Robert? Dad is busy trying to figure out how to design that new high-rise he is working on and told me to just go back by myself first. We don't really have much more planning to do, at least nothing I want to be involved in, so I'll have to head out for a bit more training before the Congress, Caleb said before finally addressing the first question that Deborah had asked. And while I can't really say anything about if Jake is being influenced by bad people, we will find out soon. I am 99% he will be part of the World Congress. Really? Deborah said, a bit more relieved. She knew she couldn't come to the World Congress itself, but at least Caleb should be able to check in with him. After that, they relaxed a bit together, Caleb playing with his son and giving his wife a kiss before taking flight once more as he headed outside the city to the closest suitable hunting ground. Because no matter what faction one was from, power was still the most important factor, which is also why Caleb and Maja weren't that concerned about Jake. Chapter 212, City Monkey Management. Jake sat on the ground as he breathed in heavily, waiting for his left arm to regrow. His right eye was also still a bit blurry after being regenerated, as it turned out that taking a blast of force to the face resulted in quite a lot of it being funneled into the holes in the mask. He was lucky his head was tilted, so he only lost one of them. He was also, of course, half naked from most of his armor being shredded or blown apart, a lot of the damage done by his own explosions of arcane mana. He had to be honest. He was close to having bitten off a bit more than he could chew here towards the end. It was now only a bit over 22 hours away from the beginning of the World Congress, and Jake was still in the forest hunting monkeys. After the first Matriarch, the second one to move was the highest level one, but it had gone down quite easily, mainly because Jake had the tactic down and more and better hemotoxins than before. You have slain Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 147, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level ** ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 108 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 105 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points he regenerated to full with that one down, and had then gone to pull another one of the Matriarchs, hoping to finish it off quickly. Oh boy, that hadn't at all turned out as planned. Not at all. When he shot an arrow on the third Matriarch, the fourth one had decided to join in too, with all the young monkeys being ushered into the buildings surrounding the ancient temple. Jake had already found out earlier they led to some small underground caves that were pretty much safety shelters. Jake had no interest in going after the young ones. He was no sand-hating youngling slayer after all. Besides, he didn't have a lightsaber. Anyway, Jake had pulled the third Matriarch, the fourth had decided to follow, and eventually, this had resulted in the majority of D-grade monkeys in the entire temple area chasing him. The only lucky thing was that the Primo was still chilling within the center temple, not taking part. It appeared to honestly not give a shit what the rest of its tribe was doing, and all the other monkeys were just afraid of it from what Jake could tell. All of this had resulted in Jake on the run from an entire fucking army of D-grade monkeys, including 2 Matriarchs, more than 20 Dervishes, even more Crushers, and a dozen or so Suppressors. The number of normal D-grades Trilidal monkeys was above 100 total. Very much not a good time. The first hour had been the hardest by far, Jake trying to slow down and injure the horde as much as possible as he ran. He killed and ripped and poisoned with everything he had, with both his blades absolutely covered in blood towards the end. He did discover that the health-draining effect of his scimitar of Cursed Hunger was extremely valuable against the normal D-grades. It meant he did not have to consume health potions as much, but allowed him to regenerate by beheading monkeys. With his sphere and sense of the malefic viper sensing all the poisoned monkeys, he managed to never get surrounded and outnumbered too much, allowing him to always fight back or escape when things got a bit too spicy. In the end, the entire ordeal had still taken more than an entire goddamn day, an entire day of running, fighting, killing, and slowly whittling down his foes. A few more monkeys even joined the hunt when they noticed what was going on, making Jake feel like he was facing a never-ending tide of simians. He had to chug down a potion every hour on the dot to keep himself at least a bit healthy, most of them stamina potions. Jake had to use Limit Break at 10% nearly the entire time, but had towards the end activated it at 20% to finish off the final Matriarch. Jake had discovered over the course of that goddamn marathon of a fight that he could indeed still get tired. Not because he lacked stamina or mana or anything like that, it was just pure mental exhaustion. His mind wanted to rest. He needed to just not think or do anything intense for a while. Not even necessarily sleep, just at least not have to focus. After reaching D-grade, you never had to sleep anymore. You barely had to at E-grade, needing only a few hours a week tops, most of it just being done with meditating anyway. But as he had discovered, that didn't mean rest was unnecessary. Ultimately, this mental exhaustion hadn't had much effect except Jake maybe not fighting in an as tactical manner towards the end. He was lucky in the sense that he didn't have to truly focus when fighting. It was actually quite the opposite. The less he focused, the more he could just move instinctively. Of course, that wasn't always optimal and worked best in melee. It also wasn't perfect either, far from it. Hence Jake's lack of an arm and newly regenerated eye, and a massive amount of wounds on his body. But it had helped him to never suffer any truly lethal blow, though he did have to trigger moment of the Primal Hunter in the very end to finish off the last Matriarch. So now Jake just sat there, completely exhausted, his health, stamina, and mana all below 20%, and the negative aftereffects of Limit Break taking their toll. Luckily, nothing was alive anywhere close to him, and the destroyed area and miasma of poison and stench of decayed and still rotting corpses was sure to keep most anything away. He felt tired as fuck, but also very accomplished as he went through his wall of notifications. The first of which was the many monkeys, but most importantly, the 2 Matriarchs. Though he did see that there were Dervishes all the way to 140 also mixed in. You have slain Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 142. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. You have slain Trilidal Monkey Matriarch, LVL 146. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level, and the best part, levels. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 109 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 110 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Race Human D has reached level 106 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points asterisk ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 111 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 112 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Race Human D has reached level 107 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. Getting levels always just felt great. So with great satisfaction he lay down on the bloody grass, ignored the toxic miasma all around him, and fell asleep. Usually she would be a bit annoyed or even question where he was, but quite honestly she had become immune to his whims and constant absence and just accepted to do things herself. It worked out fine that way anyway, and in the moments when it truly mattered, Jake would be there. There is no way he would miss the World Congress because he was too busy hunting, right? Yeah, definitely not. Definitely. Miranda had just woken up from another journey to the Verdant Lagoon, where she had ended up spending most of the time going through paperwork and dealing with stuff through the system menus, making use of the time distortion to get work done, creating new quests, taking stocks, and all that. The system even had interfaces for all that, and Lillian had recently unlocked a skill that allowed her to send and receive messages through the powers of the pylon. This meant she could send it to anyone connected to it, such as Miranda, Philip, Hank, or anyone else with an official position granted by Miranda or someone she had given the authority to grant positions to. A position-giving position, if you will. This should also have worked for the owner, but Lillian had tried and found that it failed every time. It was like the skill couldn't find its destination. Miranda just wrote that up to him having some kind of skill to block it, or maybe he was just too strong. Both seemed like reasonable explanations. They had a meeting earlier that day, they being herself and most of the people with positions of leadership in the city, and agreed on a few things concerning the World Congress. One of the largest subjects of discussion was related to immigration. Through interaction with merchants and travelers from Sankt Domo, they had become aware that the other city was truly massive, and that other far larger settlements also existed out there. Many of Haven's current citizens had family or friends elsewhere, and were only in Haven right now, because it was the only settlement they had come across that offered at least a modicum of safety. Many guesses about what the World Congress was all about had been made, and the only real thing Miranda was certain of was that it would allow the different world leaders to interact, the quest making that quite clear. Haven didn't intend to make themselves antagonistic to any forces, but she was damn sure that some other faction would try to cause strife or perhaps even attempt to lay claim and annex the city. Their population appeared to be a weakness, which is why another choice they had made seemed to not make a lot of sense: limit immigration. Due to the city's geography, Haven would never become a metropolis unless they chose to abandon what made it special and ruin the entire atmosphere of the forest. Nobody wanted that, and Miranda was also fairly certain Jake would prefer not to have high-rises surrounding his valley. At the fort and the area surrounding the fort, a proper city could be constructed, and Miranda was even working on having the area influenced by the pylon extend to there. Once she reached D-grade, that should be possible. No, they would keep Haven as an area more specialized, and as arrogant as it may seem, reserved for the elite and their immediate family. Nobody currently living there would be thrown out, but they would limit how many newcomers could become official citizens. Haven was placed in the outer parts of a beast-filled forest, and just a few hundred meters outside the area influenced by the pylon, one could run into beasts. If one delved further in, high-level E-grades were aplenty, with D-grades eventually appearing. Miranda was pretty sure Jake was currently out fighting those. The owner had even mentioned a nearby D-grade dungeon. It was currently closed off with warning signs still at the cave entrance, and Miranda had even placed down a small alarm spell around the cave to make sure no one entered. Jake clearly wanted to be the first to do the dungeon, and there was no way Miranda would deny him that right. It was also just safer to have someone scout it out and get some general information for subsequent parties. She knew no one better than him to do it. There wasn't really any threat of others going to the dungeon currently, though. There was no other D-grade in the city than Jake and the birds. They just stayed in the valley most of the time, and while she knew beasts could enter and do dungeons, they apparently very rarely did. Besides them, no one was really even close to D-grade. Miranda herself was now the second highest leveled individual with a race level of 86, with Neil and his party all sitting between 75-85, Neil the one at 85. She was actually impressed by the continued zeal of the party to keep progressing. She did believe a part of it was due to what happened at the fort, as the entire party appeared both ashamed and motivated after being utterly embarrassed by Jake and Miss Sung Hawk. Besides all those decisions, they had also discussed who should go to the World Congress. Based on what she could tell, only 2 additional people except for the city owner and city lord could enter the Congress per pylon. The wording was a bit weird, making her wonder if perhaps both she and the owner could bring 2 people each, but she was now certain that wasn't true. As for who they would bring, she wasn't sure yet. Maybe Philip would be smart, or perhaps Lillian due to how loyal she was and because she had already signed a system-enforced contract. Neil could also be a good idea, as he was making rapid progress with making a functional teleportation circle. It would be good if he could meet other space mages to maybe create a teleportation network, something Miranda had learned was quite commonplace on most other civilized planets. Either way, it all came down to if Jake had any plans himself, assuming he would actually come. He said last time he would. Miranda felt a bit bad for doubting him. She knew she really shouldn't, as she was his inferior in every way, but a small part of her still held doubt. He still has half a day. Jake awoke with a great yawn as he sat up and scratched his head. Actually, his body was itching quite a bit all over. It was probably the coagulated blood. Yep, definitely the blood. Who knew blood could be itchy? Jake sure knew now. He got up and quickly took out a large barrel of water to clean himself up. He had a date with a monkey a bit later, so he would need to look presentable for that, wouldn't he? After cleaning himself up, he did a bit of light stretching to get all his sore and newly regenerated muscles up to speed. His entire body felt great and his resources were maxed out once more. It was actually a bit funny because he found a bunch of empty potions on the ground, and he couldn't at all remember drinking those. Drinking in my sleep. Am I becoming a potion-holic? Checking the time, he still had more than 12 hours left until it was time for the World Congress. He had slept for a good 10 hours, and he felt fresh as a cucumber. With everything ready, he began making his way back towards the temple. He noticed how he barely encountered any monkeys on the way, and those he did see were solitary regular D grades, and even a few still at E grade. Jake landed on top of a tree as he stared down at the temple grounds and saw how it was now entirely desolate. There was only a single living being atop the highest point of the ancient temple. Waiting, almost baiting him. Pentalital Monkey Prima, LVL 134, grown 3 levels since last time I checked, Jake noted. Perhaps it had seen its interference in whatever Jake was doing as unnecessary as it progressed its own strength at a rapid pace. All right, pal, let's see what you can do, he thought as he focused on the monkey in the distance, an arrow of the ambitious hunter slowly being summoned. Chapter 213, Monkey Business. The arrow slowly emerged from his palm as he focused on the monkey in the distance. He had a feeling that it knew he was there, just not where exactly he was hiding. It was just sitting on top of its temple, inviting him to attack, something Jake would gladly do and even open with his most decisive blow possible. On a side note, Jake had tried to use Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter with his new splitting arrow, and it still didn't work. He couldn't split an arrow fired with arcane power shot either. Then again, it would be pretty silly if he could effectively triple the power of a powerful epicrarity skill with a rare skill. No, copying the arcane hunter's arrows didn't really feel like he copied an entire skill. With the arrow fully summoned, Jake was careful as he took aim at the monkey. He was far away, several kilometers, and its back was turned, yet he felt like he knew. He couldn't help but use Identify to once more confirm it was indeed the Prima. Pentalital Monkey Prima, LVL 134, yep, that's the one. His instincts also made it clear it was the real one, that it wasn't some mental magic trick or an illusion or anything like that. It genuinely was just sitting there, waiting for him to strike. Was it stupid, overconfident, or did it have a plan in mind? Perhaps all three, Jake didn't know. But he was sure as hell about to find out. He didn't hesitate to activate Limit Break to 10% as he charged his arcane power shot. He released the string just as he felt the Windsor bow no longer able to endure it anymore, and with an explosion of arcane mana and stamina, the giant arrow flew forth. Just before he let go of the string, the Prima sitting atop the building turned around and looked his way. Jake instantly froze it, and just as he did, he noticed how he had frozen it mid-smile. Crash. The two upper floors of the ancient temple collapsed in an accelerated manner, as if the entire building and Prima had suddenly gotten dozens of times heavier, that damn smile still on the monkey's face when the arrow passed over its head and harmlessly into a tree on the other side of the temple grounds. You little shit. Able to move again, the monkey didn't jump or do anything in particular. It just slowly stood up on top of the ruined upper parts of the temple and stared at Jake, who still stood far away on a tree branch. Their eyes met for a moment, and Jake felt the provocation and confidence in the gaze of the Prima, a sentiment he returned in kind. Neither of them felt like they could lose. Jake quickly drew a pre-poisoned arrow from his quiver and began charging another arcane power shot. In response, the monkey pointed one of its 5 tails in his direction, a move he had seen the other D-grades make many times before but never at this range. The immediate surroundings of the tail distorted for a second, and Jake was forced to jump. A massive shockwave hit the tree below him as he fired his arrow while in midair. His power shot was intercepted by another wave of force, but clearly, one attack was superior to the other. The wave of force was broken as a sonic boom sounded out midway through the arrow's flight, caused by a small explosion from the clash. The Prima was forced to dodge the powerful arcane shot with a frown and an angry screech, still being scratched even then. It responded by 3 of its tails firing off blasts of force, and Jake happily dodged all of them as he returned an arrow for every tree that had a large part of its bark blown off. It was a ranged battle with several kilometers between the fighters, Jake coming out on top initially, as the monkey took a few minor injuries. Unluckily, Jake didn't manage to land much of his poison quite yet. It was still infected, though. This whole exchange clearly didn't sit well with the monkey that had clearly had its pride hurt. It screeched angrily once more as its golden hair began standing up, and it flew towards Jake. Not jumping or floating or whatever, but true flight. Weight and force magic combined, Jake thought as the monkey soared towards him, even faster than Hawkeye. It was a speed that would have stumped him before, but Jake had a trick up his sleeve, called having thrown all his free points into agility. He reacted by summoning his wings of poison and death as he fired another arrow after the charging monkey. Didn't even attempt to dodge as the exploding arcane arrow split in 3, and arcane energy appeared to consume the Prima in a raging flood of destruction as they clashed. For a second at least, before the figure exited the explosion, not a scratch on it, but Jake saw the reason right away. It had a rippling sphere around it that appeared to have perfectly blocked the attack and kept the destructive energy out, a powerful barrier, but compared to the king, their levels were similar. Both were clearly not average beasts. Every single D-grade Jake met he compared to the king. He just couldn't help it, especially not after the mask on his head now hinted about some ominous return, and when he compared any creature to the king, he just found them lacking. Perhaps it was due to a part of him inherently overestimating the king, as he, for all intents and purposes, was the only foe Jake fought that he felt like he didn't truly beat. The Prima is not to be underestimated, however. That barrier was strong, and its speed impressive. He managed to fire one more quickly charged power shot before it arrived, and he had a stable version of his arrows for that blow. The shot managed to pierce the barrier but missed the monkey itself as it was deflected slightly by the barrier. As he had no intentions of entering a melee brawl right away, Jake swiftly took a step as he teleported down from the tree he was standing on. The monkey was clearly even better than himself at flying, and if it could increase his weight like its brethren, then mid-air fighting wasn't advised. He could totally see himself be forced down and smashed into the forest below. The monkey didn't hesitate to follow after as it descended like a meteor straight towards him. It looked like it intended to just crush him outright with the sphere around it. Jake wasn't sure exactly how a direct clash with the monkey would go, and he really didn't see any reason to find out. Just before the monkey hit the ground, he took another step away, arcane bolts spinning to life, floating where he had just stepped away from. Boom. Once more, the forest shook as the ground exploded with even more arcane mana, followed by a quick arcane power shot straight towards where Mark of the ambitious hunter told him the monkey was. If the screech of pain didn't tell him he had hit, the new response from Sense of the Malefic Viper sure did. Hemotoxin successfully delivered. With a swipe of one of its tails, the Prima dispelled the cloud of dust and soil, making Jake see that it had an arrow sticking out of its shoulder. It looked more annoyed than angry as it ripped it out, stared a bit at the poison, and then tossed it aside. It stood in a weird pose, with one hand on the wound and another over its forehead, just looking at Jake. "Can't talk, can you?" he asked the beast as it looked to have calmed down a bit after being infected by the poison. At least Jake thought so for a moment until he felt its real intent. Fucker was just buying time. It saw that he noticed and smiled at him, removing its hand from its forehead as he saw the silvery motif that was hidden by the monkey's hand glow. The motif didn't at all fit the rest of the monkey's golden hide, and neither did its effects as just a moment later, the Prima disappeared, not invisibility either, as his sphere of perception made him know it truly was gone. Even the mark was gone, and so was any response from Sense of the Malefic Viper. Jake was stumped. Had it decided to flee? He stood confused for a bit, wondering what the hell to do. As he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a whip-like tail that would have taken his head off, where the monkey had disappeared from, a new figure had appeared. It looked a lot like the Prima before, but its hide was white, almost silvery, and its tails looked more like those of a dervish's than a regular Lytle monkey. But Jake's identify and instincts made him aware it was the same beast. Pentalitel Monkey Prima, LVL 134. Jake was confused, as this figure was completely unharmed. All the small wounds earlier were gone, no poison in its system, and even his mark was no longer there. Some kind of double-body skill, or is it just its long-lost brother? Ultimately, it didn't matter. What mattered more was that this new figure was quite different, not just in appearance but style. Dervishes were tough with their 3 tails constantly attacking. Unsurprisingly, 5 was a lot worse. Jake dodged and weaved, blocking with his scimitar and venom fang all the time, yet still getting hit here and there. The wings on his back were pumping out poison, making the Prima now target those. It moved in closer as it momentarily stunned Jake by suddenly making it like a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He used both weapons to protect his vitals, but this allowed the monkey to go for its true targets. Like two snakes clamping down, two tails moved and stabbed through the fleshy parts of the wings, and with Jake now being unable to move them and distracted, two other tails swept down and severed both wings entirely, making Jake hiss in pain. Yet he couldn't be outdone as he took the four tails being busy as a chance to attack. He pushed himself forward and found that while the beast was faster than him, he won out on pure strength. He stabbed Venomfang into the arm used to block his blow, had his scimitar blocked by the fifth tail, which left just his final weapon, his teeth. The monkey looked surprised as it raised its other arm to attack, and Jake happily chomped down. His canines were already coated in a highly potent toxin. Yes, while Jake had said he really didn't think he would ever use that part of fangs of the malefic viper. The opportunity was just too good, and his instinctive way of fighting didn't really take into account any potential embarrassment after the fact. Boom. Jake was instantly impacted by a massive wave of force that aimed to send him flying back, but he had predicted it as he also released a wave of disruptive mana from his pores, resulting in both him and the monkey just exploding mana into the other's face. Their whole stalemate was disrupted as the hunter was forced to let go with his mouth as two tails came down to smash his skull, but at the same time, it also allowed him to sweep up with his scimitar and land a long cut across the chest of the monkey as he took a step back, poisoning the Prima even more while draining a bit of health. The Prima attacked back, and they proceeded to brawl a little in melee, Jake taking the occasional wound, but landing two in return. His opponent tried many different techniques, all variations of what other monkeys had used on him before. This allowed Jake to predict many attacks, and it eventually allowed him to dodge under an attack, and with a swipe, cut off one of the monkey's tails in a moment where the Prima failed to strengthen it with mana. However, he wasn't done as he swiftly took a small step forward and teleported back, summoning his bow. He quickly nocked an arrow, drew the string, and loosed the arrow for the beast that was already preparing to dodge to the side, but found itself frozen by gaze yet again. Another arrow penetrated the monkey's stomach as it was sent flying back, blood flowing from several wounds on its body and the poison spreading throughout. It was far less durable in its silvery form, and Jake happily took advantage of that fact. He didn't let it relax as he kept attacking, as the Prima acted nearly suicidal. It stormed him, slashing with its four remaining tails, clawing with its hands, and even tried to bite him a few times. It released a constant pressure increasing his weight, and every slap of the tail felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer. Clearly, it held nothing back. Jake felt like the entire situation was off, but he couldn't exactly just stop fighting. However, he did try to minimize his own wounds and just buy time as he suspected not everything was as it seemed. Besides, the Prima was growing weaker by the second as the poison spread in its body, the injection from his bite doing a hell of a lot. In a final clash, Jake took a nasty stab from a tail to his shoulder, but in return, he severed the entire right arm of the Prima and sent it flying back with a kick. It coughed up blood when it smashed into a tree and looked to be on the brink of death, yet Jake still felt like something was off. A sense of wrongness only amplified when the monkey looked listlessly up at him, with a huge grin on its face as it laughed. It raised its one remaining arm to the golden symbol on its forehead as it disappeared. "Oh fuck me, this is bullshit," Jake said as he already knew what would happen. He took out a health potion and chugged it down as he prepared for round 3. A second later, the monkey reappeared with its golden fur back in near pristine condition. At least Jake felt a faint trace of poison from it still, the hemotoxin he had inflicted before it switched to its silver form before. At least it doesn't just fully heal itself when it does that bullshit. Jake bitterly thought as he cracked his neck and stared down the Prima that just looked tauntingly back at him. But what can you do? Jake had no intention to back down as he teleported back, drew his bow, and continued the fight. He just hoped there wasn't going to be any more monkey business going on. Chapter 214, Enjoyment. There was going to be more monkey business going on. Once more, the Prima was fighting in a way that just didn't make any logical sense. It took far more damage than Jake with every exchange. In fact, it was even worse for the Prima now that it had changed back to its golden form. It relied on magic and ranged combat, which was okay with Jake. Its magic was something he was getting very used to, even if it did spice it up sometimes. At times, random areas around him would suddenly increase in weight, only making half of his body heavier, while at other times the monkey threw a small stone that probably weighed a few tons post-weight amplification. The waves of force were something he easily dodged to by now, as he had learned most of the Prima's tells, and yet despite it all, he still couldn't help frowning. A few injuries here and there against a foe of equal or slightly greater strength was expected, so Jake did take quite a few blows, while the monkey looked to not give a damn about taking several poison arrows just to return a blow that did far less damage. Can it do that transformation again? Jake asked himself, genuinely unsure. He believed it shouldn't be able to based on how the golden version of the monkey was still a bit wounded after it transformed back, and the silver version had been left close to death. Besides that, the silver symbol on its forehead currently wasn't glowing. It was still there and gave off an odd gray color, even with a bit of black mixed in. Jake even thought for a second it was due to toxins as it looked almost deathly, but Sense of the Malefic Viper didn't give off any response. However, he was sure the symbol meant something. Maybe it truly was just a sign to show the silver version was out of commission. But why did the monkey then fight as it did? Had it given up or something? Decided to try and take him down with it? It was doubtful, because it looked to be in pretty high spirits, and even if it did try for mutual destruction, clearly, the monkey would fall first as things were going. Did it not know I drank the health potion, and now believes my health points to be lower than they actually are? So many thoughts, just searching for an explanation, went through his head as he kept fighting and exchanging blows. Jake dodged under a blast as he fired off one of 3 arcane bolts floating above him, making a hole in the monkey's barrier as the arcane mana tore it apart. He followed up with a quick arrow, penetrating the monkey's stomach, sending even more blood flying. The Prima retaliated by pointing all its 5 tails forward and released a massive wave of force that expanded in a giant cone in front of it. In a display that must have consumed ridiculous amounts of mana, it managed to make Jake lose his footing for a second, allowing the monkey to land a quick blast of force, sending him flying back. He felt a few ribs be pushed in, but nothing was broken. It did worsen his wounds a bit, but currently Jake was fine with not moving too fast. While he was confident the monkey had more tricks up its sleeves, Jake also had a trick, or well, a potion cooldown. Perhaps the monkey noticed he was just dragging the fight out too, as it finally decided to use its final card and changed up the fight. It kind of had to do something as it was dying of poison pretty damn rapidly. It released a few gigantic blasts, likely running itself out of mana, and it was only when it looked barely able to fight that it made its move. Jake was unsure what it would do, until he saw it raise its hand towards its forehead once more. You got to be fucking kidding me. The moment it touched the mark, the Prima disappeared, just like all the times before. He just took out his bow and began charging an arcane power shot, hoping to give it a good opening blow when it appeared again, which it did a few seconds later. Jake instantly fired his arrow before even seeing the figure fully appear. The arcane power shot tore through the air towards the Prima. The monkey, unable to possibly respond to Jake, instantly fired his arrow before even seeing the figure fully appear. The arcane power shot tore through the air towards the Prima, but the monkey was already dodging before it was fully visible. Well, fuck, Jake thought as he just felt something he had experienced before, the concept of time. Even if time had somehow been reversed, or perhaps the timeline changed, he still remembered all of it. It wasn't due to any bloodline shenanigans. The monkey just wasn't good enough at the concept to truly control time. He quickly used Identify on the monkey as he now truly inspected its changed form. Pentalital Monkey Prima LVL 134, its level was unchanged, but its form was not. Before, it had been hunched over, while now it stood with a straight back. It had even grown nearly half a meter to be as big as Jake. Its fur was now dull and gray with several scars all over its body, including one across its forehead. The symbol there was gone, destroyed by whatever had caused the scar. Even more surprising was its back. Where 5 tails usually were, there was now only one with 4 stumps surrounding it. The Prima looked older, far older, like it had gone from a young, arrogant master to an old veteran. Its demeanor had followed suit as it stood there silently observing him. Yet there was still a trace of impatience, not born of stupidity or inexperience, but from an inherent time pressure. It's a limited transformation, he instantly concluded. That was all he had time to think about before the monkey made its move, or well, had already made its move. It was before Jake the same moment he reacted, doing some more time magic bullshit, allowing it to move extremely fast if Jake had to guess. It swung not with its tail but its clawed hand. The hands that the monkey could barely use competently before now soared towards Jake's throat like an eagle's talons, forcing him to bend back and dodge as he kicked the monkey in the abdomen. With grace, it dodged back as he did so, sliding across the ground before swiftly attacking again. Jake had his scimitar and dagger out now, and blocked the first swipe with ease. He had expected to cut a bit into the bare arm of the beast, but found its fur as hard as metal, no doubt caused by a skill of some sort. Jake moved forward as he compared his strength with the beast's. He found himself be slightly pushed back at it, retaliated, proving he was inferior in pure stats, its speed slightly above his too. In a purely physical melee fight, it was a difficult foe to face, but Jake wasn't a pure physical melee fighter. He dodged back as he swiftly began condensing 2 arcane bolts floating above him. The monkey hesitated for a second if it should attack, allowing Jake to summon his bow. The moment he did so, the beast knew it had to attack as it didn't wish to face the hunter in a ranged battle. It only managed to take a single step before it froze up for a second, and only became able to move just as an arrow struck its chest, finally delivering a good dose of poison. Or at least that is what Jake first experienced happening, before suddenly, the monkey became able to move a fraction of a second earlier than expected and dodged the arrow by the narrowest of margins. With Jake momentarily stumped by his own immense annoyance, he barely managed to block its next claw attack but found that this one was different. Like it had hit him with a fucking sledgehammer, he felt his arm buckle and the claw sink into his chest before sending him flying back into a tree. It was only after being sent flying, he noticed the faint white energy surrounding the hand as Jake nearly slapped himself. How the fuck could I forget the weight magic? Just because it now did time bullshit didn't mean it had lost its other school of magic. Jake did hurt a bit from the blow and had 5 small holes in his chest from the fingers of the monkey. But honestly, that wasn't a big deal. His entire body was already a mess from the drawn-out fight, and he was in many ways at a disadvantage. Yet, in an almost ironic twist of fate, time was on his side. The monkey could only remain in its current form in a limited amount of time, and Jake had his trick coming up. The monkey knew it had limited time as it continued its assault, Jake being purely on the defensive. He blocked with his blade at every turn, his scales already summoned all over his body to lessen the damage a bit more. Throughout it all, he could feel the monkey building something up deep within itself, like something was slowly being conjured and prepared. It gave Jake a small sense of dread as he knew that the monkey before him was no longer as dumb as before. It had a plan to finish him off before its transformation ran out, a plan Jake naturally would prefer to do without. Their clash continued as they exchanged blows. They were far more even than one would expect, and Jake's many levels from committing monkey genocide came in tight. His agility allowed him to keep up, and even if his strength was subpar, he could make up for it with his magic. The Prima seemed pressured yet sure of itself. It dodged his blows with grace and counterattacked only when opportune, never overextending. A few clashes did end with both taking a heavy hit, but yet just as Jake felt that happen, it just became a feeling of déjà vu. Another obvious weakness of that time magic trick, it worked on both parties. It truly was like it turned back time. Finally, the two clashed, and Jake stabbed the monkey in the chest with his scimitar as he believed it had fucked up and finally overextended a step too far. He was proven wrong as suddenly the monkey flew backward, as he noticed its tail embedded in the ground behind it, acting as a rope to drag it back. At the same time, it chopped down on Jake's wrist with both its hands, making him momentarily lose all strength in it, allowing the monkey to effectively disarm him. Well, the monkey ripped the sword out of its own chest and tossed it into the air before catching it with its tail. This is annoying. With a swing of the tail, Jake was forced to dodge his own damn scimitar. While he was fully aware the blade wasn't actually active in the hands of the monkey, that didn't mean it wouldn't hurt to be hit by what was now practicality just a metal rod. Fuck me, Jake thought as he got smacked in the side, the blow barely hurting but still throwing him off balance. The tail's power in its older veteran form was weaker than both its golden and silver form, but it made for that in pure upper body strength and experience. On the back foot, Jake did what he could to avoid taking too much damage as he tried to get some range between him and his foe. Without his best weapon, it was far too dangerous to fight the Prima in a straight battle. He leaped back as he used one-step mile the moment he landed, teleporting away as he swiftly summoned his bow and turned in the air to fire a shot towards the monkey. It responded by punching the air and sending a wave of force out that broke all 3 exploding arrows midair, far too close to Jake for comfort. The resulting explosion sent the human flying back as he finally became aware. It was time for the big turnaround, and just in time as he saw that the Prima was just about ready to do whatever the fuck it was planning. With great vigor, he took out the small bottle and chugged it down as if his life depended on it, because it likely did. Instantly, the warm liquid spread in his body as it rapidly healed. His sore arms began to feel more flexible, his aching bones regenerated and became tough and resilient once more. All of it happened within seconds as the potion did its job, and for the first time, Jake saw the Prima look truly surprised after its transformation. It was also the first time he saw it show anger and annoyance as it activated what it had prepared. Jake felt it before he saw it. An odd sense of pressure overtook the entire area as the symbol covered by the scar lit up on the Prima's forehead. Its light was intense enough to shine through the scar tissue and be fully visible. The symbol's color was at first gray until it split, and one side turned golden and the other silver. This energy spread down the upper body of the Prima as Jake saw the symbol itself split in 2 directions and also begin moving. He saw it glide across its skin of the monkey due to its shining until finally, both symbols found their home on the back of the Prima's hands. And then it attacked. One hand first punched as it released a massive wave of force towards Jake. At the same time, it took a step forward and practically teleported to him as it swung the other in an overhead punch. The shockwave hit exactly at the same time as the punch, as if it had somehow been delayed. Jake raised both his arms to block the hit and the blast simultaneously, even summoning a barrier of arcane mana as quickly as he could. Boom! Scales and blood flew out everywhere as the punch landed, and Jake felt both his arms hurt like hell as he was pretty sure his left one was broken. The arm with the silver symbol on it was like the pinnacle of a melee weapon, while the golden one was now a master of releasing its magic. Jake was sent flying back, but he had managed to get a bit of a counterattack in at the final moment. The Prima stumbled back in a loud screech as it was now covered in a liquid that it had been the cause of releasing. Blood. More accurately, blood infused with blood of the malefic viper. It had even gotten it in its eyes as it looked furious at the human, its eyes red and burning with rage. Jake just slowly stood up from the tree he had hit, cracked the bone back in place on his left arm as he looked back at the Prima. Their eyes met as both moved. Jake jumped as he dodged a blast of force that blew a huge hole in the tree. He was just at a bow already in hand as he fired an arrow at the Prima. It reacted by swatting it away with his own scimitar, making Jake grumble a bit as he just fired another shot. The Prima only had its current form due to a temporary power. Now it had used another power-up that also felt very temporary. By all accounts, Jake should just try to open up space, buy some time and play it safe. It would be the smartest thing to do. So of course Jake charged a fast arcane power shot as he took a step at the same moment, appearing straight before the surprised Prima that had expected him to make the smarter choice. Even more surprised when it was punched in the face, because the thing is, there was something Jake valued far more than being efficient and smart in a fight, enjoying it. Chapter 215, Fragmented. Boom. The Prima was sent flying back as Jake's hand exploded in an assault of arcane mana the same moment he punched it. Its silly belief in Jake playing it smart clearly backfiring on it, as Jake was more than happy to be risky. The reason he had held back before was due to the uncertainty of what it was cooking up, but now he knew he could face it head-on. His opponent got up with a nosebleed, looking more than a little pissed as it zoomed forward. Jake was ready as he met it. He had also decided to now hold nothing back. Energy began pouring out of his pores more than before as the ground cracked beneath his feet. The internal flow of his energy sped up to new levels as his body began overflowing with power. He hadn't done it many times since reaching D-grade, but damn did he love the feeling. Limit break at 10% had been active the entire fight, but now he pushed it to 20%. Instantly, all his capabilities increased as he clashed with the beast. He had lost his primary melee weapon, but that didn't mean he didn't have any. In fact, he had a whole lot of them. In the hand he didn't hold Venomfang. An arrow appeared that he had no intentions of using with a bow. It did mean that the arrow wouldn't benefit from a lot of what made it good, but it could still be used to stab stuff. The monkey clawed at him with its swift hand, leaving a silver trail after every swipe that burned with energy as it cut into Jake's scales of the malefic viper. In return, he stabbed an arrow into the shoulder of the beast, and in just as swift a motion, pulled one from his quiver and slammed it down too. His Venomfang was used to deflect the golden hand that the monkey extended in a palm hit, firing off a massive shockwave. Jake followed up with another quick jab and a kick to the monkey's leg, which made it decide that enough was enough as it slammed its hands together. Yet another shockwave of golden and silver light hit him, and Jake felt his body first lighten for a moment as he was sent flying back, but a moment later, he became heavy and slammed straight down. Another explosion created yet another crater as Jake was forced to quickly roll away from the monkey. It had jumped and slammed its foot down where his head had just been, Jake feeling quite a bit of aching all over his body from that last one. Not that the Prima was doing any better. It had 2 arrows sticking out of it, one of them coated in his hemotoxin. It had tried to avoid being too poisoned, but fighting someone like Jake, it was truly impossible to altogether prevent it. Without waiting for the beast to make the first move again, Jake moved in closer as he tried to stab it with another arrow. The monkey was having none of that as the silver claw flew up and just straight up ripped the tip of the arrow off, making the entire arrow just disperse. The golden claw flew up as it tried to blast his head off, but Jake tilted it as he dodged the blow and landed an uppercut on the monkey. It grit its teeth as it was lifted off the ground for a moment before it suddenly slammed straight back down, also slamming its tail into Jake together with it, the full might of its weight magic behind the blow. His own scimitar slammed into his shoulder from above, bringing him to his knee as he felt like something broke. Yet he also took the opportunity to grasp out with his other hand as he pushed the monkey to the ground, the hand glowing a dark green. The Prima stabbed its silver hand into Jake's guts as he held it down, but he didn't let up but kept pumping touch of the malefic viper into its body. Jake even knelt down a bit and flexed his muscles to make the monkey unable to retract its hand from inside his body. He used his other hand to hold the golden hand away, so it couldn't blast him off, and he tried to use his other hand to hold the golden hand away, but failed as it just blasted him from an awkward angle. This is getting damn annoying, Jake thought as he landed softly on the ground, a trail of blood in his wake that sizzled as it hit the ground. The monkey also screeched angrily as its silver hand looked like it had just been put into a vat of acid, which it kind of had, considering Jake's use of the blood of the malefic viper on all the blood around where the monkey had stabbed its hand in. But he was beginning to learn. He got a faint tingling in his mind as it cast its time magic, a sense of wrongness. He got it after a while, and before it happened, as weird as that sounds. Jake felt that if he could feel it, he could impact it somehow. Both parties moved once more as they clashed, landing blow after blow on the other. The confidence of the Prima had begun waning long ago as it found the human before it was far more resilient and resourceful than expected, and Jake, too, was surprised. Despite its weak-looking state, the monkey was tough and durable, its ability to avoid most blows to vital areas helping it immensely too. In the end, the big difference-maker was once more the poison. Its time magic could help it heal immediate wounds, but the accumulated poison was still too much. The monkey was clearly aware it had to finish things now, or it wouldn't end well. And while Jake didn't have to, he chose to face it in a final clash. Be it due to arrogance or well-founded self-confidence, he genuinely believed he had no way to lose. They flew at each other as Jake saw the symbol on the half-rotten and broken silver hand move to its other one. At the same time, the entire arm began glowing with newfound energy, but Jake was also fully aware the monkey's entire arm could only handle a single blow before breaking apart from the sheer stress caused by the power. Jake himself placed both his hands on Venomfang as he focused every fiber of his being on the weapon. He pumped mana into it to strengthen it as he even coated it in a bit of excess mana. At the same time, he tried to use Descending Dark Fang, feeling it instantly not work as he wanted it to do. But he wasn't taking no for an answer. He forced his will upon the blade as the arcane mana swirled and extended as an edge, the dark mana burning into it meanwhile. In the end, the energy was forced to mix and mingle, destroying each other until they finally reached equilibrium as it split away from each other. The arcane mana formed a coating around the entire dagger, looking almost like the weapon was made of crystal, while the dark mana swirled around that. The whole blade was volatile as he, with both hands, stabbed it down towards the head of the Prima at the final moment. He saw the Prima smile as he felt his weapon smash into the head of the Prima, ending its lift at the final moment. It dodged to the side as it prepared to strike, but found that Jake had also halted his blow, not doing as he was supposed to. It was too late for the Prima as it smashed its fist towards Jake's face in an attack that would undoubtedly blow his entire head off. An attack no doubt counting as a fatal blow. An attack that resulted in the Prima learning that while it certainly was a talented user of time magic, as the moment was seized, it learned it wasn't the only one who could use the concept. Moment of the Primal Hunter time slowed as Jake saw the fist about to impact his head. He swiftly moved around it as he stabbed his dagger down towards the head of the Prima. The moment he did so, he felt it try to once more interfere, and for a fraction of a second, he saw the despair in the eyes of the monkey as it realized this was a moment that didn't belong to it, a moment where it was utterly suppressed as a superior concept of time had taken over. Everything returned to usual as the clash happened. One fist missed the human and sent a wave of golden and silver light flying out, tearing up a huge part of the forest as the Prima's entire arm was mangled by its own power. However, it failed to hit the human with anything but a bit of the remnant energy. The other attack was a dagger that swirled with a mix of arcane and darkness that plunged down into the skull of the Prima, making two loud cracks sound out, one from the broken skull and the other from the dagger itself. A torrent of arcane and darkness penetrated through the entire body of the Prima as the edge extended, and its screech of pain turned to silence. You have slain Pentalitel Monkey Prima, LVL 134, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level * ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 113 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 114 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Race Human D has reached level 108 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points * ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 115 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points. Jake stood almost frozen as his arm shook from the impact of his own attack. The energy around the dagger faded away as it revealed the form of Venomfang, a large crack down the middle with many small fractures throughout. He instantly knew this battle would be the last for the good old reliable Fang. As for the attack he had unleashed at the end, it was yet another skill upgrade that came in clutch, one that shouldn't really come as a surprise with how much he had been practicing using his arcane mana, even making a few arcane edges here and there. Descending Dark Fang Rare, a fang coated in dark mana descending like the clamping mouth of a snake. Do a downward strike with a melee weapon, significantly increasing penetrative power and damage inflicted. Dark mana makes the wound harder to heal and drains energy until dispelled. Damage improved further if the weapon is benefiting from Twin Fang style. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility, strength, and intelligence when using Descending Dark Fang. Descending Dark Arcane Fang Epic, a fang that strikes from the darkness, one that clamps down with the fury of your arcane. Infuse your blade with a mixture of dark and arcane mana as you do a downward strike, significantly increasing damage done and penetrative power. Dark mana makes the wound harder to heal and drains energy until dispelled. Arcane mana creates a powerful coating and extends the edge while increasing all its basic capabilities. Damage improved further if the weapon is benefiting from Twin Fang style. Adds a bonus to the effect of agility, strength, and intelligence when using Descending Dark Arcane Fang. The skill got stronger in every way, even if its name was beginning to look a bit silly. Either way, Jake couldn't help feeling accomplished. He had gotten a skill upgrade and 3 whole levels for the effort too. Even with how slow leveling was supposed to get in D-grade, Jake had an extreme pace, likely due to the difficulty of the foes he faced. He was truly living up to the name of his class, surely increasing his speed even further. Jake stood smiling as he looked down on the dead monkey. He was slightly perplexed when he saw the Prima slowly turn to dust, its eyes still wide open with surprise, but he nevertheless spoke his genuine thoughts to the figure moments before it disappeared. Good fight. Jake saw the entire figure of the Prima disappear, leaving nothing behind but a small piece of golden metal and a core. He quickly used Identify on the golden fragment, and it left him more confused than anything. Key fragment of the Exalted Prima, unique, a key fragment to the seat of the Exalted Prima. Collect 3 fragments to form the key of the Exalted Prima to gain access. I guess it is good to know the system can still be like a video game sometimes, Jake thought with a small chuckle. Maybe collecting the key would unlock a secret boss or a treasure vault. Either way, it sounded like something he was definitely gonna do. As for the second item, it was, of course, the Beast Core. Pentalital Monkey Prima Beast Core, D-grade. A Beast Core left behind by a D-grade Pentalital Monkey Prima, containing remnants of its records within. Can be used as an alchemical ingredient for many types of creations, but is most often found in elixirs. Contains powerful energy related to the concept of time. Jake looked at it for a bit and picked it up together with the fragment and, of course, his dropped scimitar. It was good to have that back. While getting a key fragment and a beast core may seem a bit shitty for the tough fight, Jake totally got it. It would be weird if creatures out in the wild just dropped random high-rarity items. It would break the economy and make most crafters obsolete for sure. Maybe dungeons still do a bit of that. It was also a bit weird that the monkey just turned to dust and left a key behind, sure, but what can you do? Jake wouldn't really feel comfortable running around in an old monkey's hide anyway. That would just be weird. As he stood there, looking at the core and what he could possibly make with it in the future, or who to possibly give it to make something, he remembered something slightly important. Oh yeah, World Congress. He checked the time and saw that he still had a bit less than 10 hours, plenty of time. Jake could get back in 3 hours tops. He was more than good on time. Well, he did feel like shit, so maybe a bit more than an hour as he needed to wait for his potion cooldown to be up. The fight with the monkey had lasted nearly 2 hours, the vast majority of it spent just on the ranged parts of the fight. It was actually a damn long time for 2 degrades to battle. With all that in mind, Jake had plenty of time to check out that ancient central temple that the Prima had been guarding and going into, while Jake was busy slaughtering the entire local Lytle monkey population. Maybe it was hiding all its shiny stuff there. In a dark cell, the chains hung from above. Ancient magic marking every part of the walls and floors. Within, trapped only a single living being. The figure opened its eyes as the chains that bound it rattled to the movement a mighty beast. It barely had time to realize why it had been awakened before one of the chains broke, and a spike that was inserted in the beast's body vanished. A single seal now broken. A single stub where something had once been now regrowing. A single stub of 999. 998 chains remained, 998 spikes sealing the beast. The figure closed its eyes once more as it waited for release. Chapter 216, The Calm Before the Politics. He wasn't sure if he should be disappointed or not as he entered the central temple. The inside sloped down a bit as he entered a small underground chamber, a perfect place for a secret treasure vault. What he found instead was just a damn bush, tree, thing. As he looked at it, he actually found it a bit odd that his sagacity of the malefic viper didn't toss out a snippet of knowledge. His herbology skill was also not giving him any idea what the hell he was looking at. Luckily, the system still came in tight and offered a nice explanation as he used Identify. Ancient Celerita musa ancient. This plant has been grown from an ancient musa seed and brought new life by the advent of the system. Also commonly called a banana tree, this plant produces different sorts of bananas, a type of fruit unique to the newly integrated planet Earth. This tree has become intimately connected to the concept of time through unknown means, making its growth pattern highly unpredictable. Destroying this tree will have unpredictable effects, and using it in any kind of alchemical creation will require one to first anchor it in time. Can only grow in certain areas with intense amounts of mana. You learn something new every day. Jake actually thought bananas grew on trees, something the system acknowledged. Maybe it was just being extra nice with these new things and giving all of that sweet info. Either way, it was much appreciated. As for the banana musa itself, well, this was without a doubt the rarest and most powerful herb Jake had ever come across. He felt the pressure just standing before it as he observed the weird plant. It looked like it was growing in real time. At least it was until suddenly it wasn't. A minute or so later, a part of it suddenly began growing in the opposite direction, in other words, began retracting into itself as if time reversed. That was likely because time kind of did reverse. This was a time tree, time musa, whatever, anyway, kinda awesome, not gonna lie. It wasn't very big, only about 5 meters tall, though it was pretty wide with its large leaves. There was nothing else in the entire underground chamber aside from a few other minor herbs that Jake decided he may as well just pick up. As he stood there considering that, something happened on the plant. One of the flower-like growths suddenly appeared to bloom as 4 small bumps began growing out. Within less than a minute, the bumps took the shape of bananas before the growth stopped. It was to the surprise of no one bananas. Yellow and ripe, looking just like what Jake was used to buying in the supermarket. Jake was pretty sure modern bananas were selectively bred or something like that, but who's gonna complain about delicious-looking bananas? He went up to the tree. Yes, Jake had decided to just call it a tree because it looked a bit like a tree and felt like he passed a weird barrier as he got close. He felt like time being ever so slightly affected in the area a few meters around it. Using Identify on the bananas, Jake was honestly a bit taken aback. Celerita banana, rare. As a banana from the ancient Celerita musa, this fruit contains intense amounts of Celerita affinity mana with agility-enhancing effects. This fruit can be used in many different creations and is especially suited for flasks and elixirs. Due to this banana's origin, it will be returned to the rivers of time if it is removed too far from the tree. Consuming or transforming the fruit will anchor the energies in time, removing this effect, plus 3 agility upon consumption. This was the second natural treasure he had seen that just stated how many stats it gave, the first being the Argentum vitae mushrooms all the way back in the challenge dungeon. These bananas were clearly a step better, giving 3 stats each. With 4 of them, that was just 12 free agility. Well, not entirely free, as with most things, there was a cap. Jake had considered at one point if the rich and entitled kids of the multiverse couldn't just have their mama and papa give them a mountain of elixirs and whatnot, and instantly make their children absolutely overpowered for their level. But that, luckily, wasn't a thing. Villy had explained to him that the cap was actually quite low and based entirely on race level. For level 124, aka F grade, you could get 3 stats per race level. For E grade, you could get 5 per level and D grade 15 per level. This ultimately resulted in Jake having a maximum cap of stat bonus from consuming stuff sitting at 585 currently. Of course, he had already used a bit of that. Jake had eaten his way to a total of 86 stats gained, 51 of it in vitality, 25 in toughness, and 10 in willpower. The stats were coming from the elixir he had chugged down after clearing the Valley of Tusk's dungeon, the fucked-up concoction he had made to clear the challenge dungeon, and the mural with the history of the Malefic Viper in that same dungeon. Yes, things like that glimpse counted towards this cap too. This cap was pretty much everything you could get from outside sources. There was one big difference between this and something like equipment, though. First of all, it counted towards base values, and secondly, there was no limit to increasing any one stat. This meant Jake could go drink perception-increasing elixirs and get 499 perception at his current level if he so wanted, which he kind of did want, but that wasn't the current issue. The current issue was that he was under time pressure in front of a giant time tree thingy that he really wanted, and based on all the descriptions going around, there was some magic going on he didn't really understand. He did understand that he couldn't just take the bananas that were growing on the tree. Maybe he could put them in his storage, but he had a feeling they wouldn't come out the way he wanted them. The barrier around the tree was likely what kept them ripe as they currently were, and he would have to find a way to anchor them before using them in any alchemical creation. Well, with the 4 bananas that had just grown, he anchored them the easiest way possible as he grabbed the first one and peeled it. You have assimilated a powerful energy of agility. Plus 3 agility, damn, these are good, he spoke out loud as he munched on it. He had always liked bananas. They were like the candy of fruit and fit in any good smoothie. Banana cake was also good. Jake didn't hesitate to eat all 4 of them, getting a sweet plus 12 agility total. If all things went well, this would only be the beginning as Jake took out an item he hadn't used for a long time, his Omnitool. Omnitool rare, a favorite for nearly all professions. This tool is made of a liquid metal that can take on any pre-programmed shape that the user desire. While unsuitable for combat, it has incredible application when it comes to performing nearly any recreational task. Enchantments, self-repair. The item he forgot about 99% of the time and should have totally given to some of the crafters back at Haven, so it didn't just sit uselessly in his spatial storage like so many other things. Anyway, with that in hand, he transformed it into a giant shovel. Now, did Jake have any idea if he could even steal the banana tree? No, not at all. How to properly move it? Of course not. Was it possible it could only grow within this temple, and he would just kill it? It sure was. Did he 100% bank on his valley counting as an area with intense amounts of mana due to the pylon? He sure did. Was Jake just 100% taking a chance as he decided to dig up the entire tree and bring it with him to just plop it down outside his lodge just to get a cool-ass banana tree? Yes, he was. Shit, what is the worst that can happen? I kill a tree and still get some weird-ass time tree musa thing I can play around with, Jake thought as he began digging it up, finding it a bit annoying as the soil randomly moved back from where he had just dug it up from. Time magic and all that. Jake was just going to risk it all and try to steal it. He knew it was a high-risk, high-reward move, but if he was candid, he wasn't sure he would ever come back here. This temple was in an area that would be swarmed with new degrades within a day or two once they noticed the Prima was dead, and a new alpha would claim the tree. Could Jake just kill that new alpha? Sure, but he was pretty sure it wouldn't be nice to him and save the bananas. So Jake would have cut it down or tried something similar to that anyway. No way he would just leave it here. It was also damn far away from Haven, and it wasn't like he could position anyone here. Even Misty and Hawkeye wouldn't be safe at the temple with the kinds of beasts he saw around the place. Eventually, Jake realized he had to dig around the barrier of the tree to not have the soil be put back all the time. Stupid tree. So he dug around the tree just where the barrier was in a radius of 3 meters or so. It did take around 2 hours, which still left plenty of time to go back. Him missing the World Congress had never been an option. He would rather say, fuck this tree, and fly back right away if getting it meant missing the meeting. Because while he didn't give much of a shit for all the political bullshit that would be going on, that was for Miranda to handle, there was something he had genuinely been looking forward to, meeting his family. He was only willing to spend this time to bring the tree back because he did have time. There was just one minor issue left. Now, how do I carry this? Yamato cleaned his blade as he waited, not because he expected to use it, but to clear his mind as he got more used to his reforged body. His blue robe was in impeccable condition, and he was ready. His great-granddaughter was already waiting at the pylon together with his grandson and one of the managers. He had also gotten word that the 2 other pylons had prepared, each bringing in 4 people. This meant the Nabaru clan would have 12 representatives present at the World Congress. Their preparations had been excellent, and Miyamoto was especially looking forward to finally laying his eyes on Earth's elites. Jacob drank a cup of coffee as he read over the latest reports and prepared for their final meeting before the World Congress. The pylons had the ability to link up and connect to each other, which was undoubtedly one of the major reasons for the World Congress, as it required either the owner, lord, or someone with an assistant profession to meet another representative. Naturally, the Holy Church had already linked up their 3 pylons to better facilitate cooperation. The hope of this World Congress was not just to link with a few of the remaining factions. They aimed to at least reach some kind of agreement with 90% of other pylon holders. Caleb rocked back and forth with his son as he took the time to clear his mind and relax before the World Congress. Maja was with him as they talked about the upcoming meeting, not just between the many faction leaders around Earth, but also the reunion with Jake. There were many powerful people on Earth, and while Caleb did believe in Jake, he was still worried as any family member would be. They hadn't met in over half a year, and to say that a lot had happened during that time would be an understatement. His only consolation was the words he had been given by Umbra in a divine message that his brother was fine. Besides that, he had only heard some vague rumors that may or may not pertain to Jake. He had to be honest, it would be good seeing his big bro again. Remember, we do not seek any hostile relationships with any factions. Play it safe, be courteous, and recognize that some may be scared, at least to begin with. This will be the first time for many to see Arisen. It is our job to make the first impression a pleasant one, Priscilla said with a big smile to the 3 people in the room with her. One of those people being Casper, who looked like he was listening, but was actually more busy thinking about how much he really didn't want to attend the World Congress, and at the same time how much he would hate to miss it. On the one hand, it would mean meeting many people who would hate him by default just because he was an undead, his general aura amplified by his powerful curse skills not helping either. On the other, it would be good to see Jake and even Jacob again. At least he hoped it would. I am not wearing a fucking dress, Carmen said as she looked at the other woman enter the room. No one says you have to, the older woman answered with a shrug. Just remember we aren't going to fight. Who even knows if we will be able to fight? It would be quite silly if the First World Congress ended in a bloodbath. That does sound more fun than sitting around a table with dim lights discussing trade, Carmen sighed, annoyed she even had to attend. The woman in front of her was the current city lord while she had taken the title of city owner. She was called Pam, and the only reason Carmen had picked her was that she was the only one she had gotten along with of all the annoying survivors she came across so far. Oh, and she was her old boxing coach. Who knows, maybe something fun will happen, Pam said with a smile as she sniffed the air. However, one thing you're doing before the meeting is taking a shower. No discussion. Many other factions around Earth prepared as the most important geopolitical event was approaching, a meeting between all the most prominent factions of the planet. It would be the time to forge alliances that could last for ages to come. No faction dared take it lightly. All with just the slightest hint of competency knew this, and even if they didn't have the smarts, most at least still got intuition skills related to being a city lord, making them aware of how important it was. "Jake, what the hell are you doing?" Miranda yelled as she stood half panicked at the pylon as she saw a figure descend carrying what looked like a small fucking island with a plant on it. His response was throwing Neil, who stood beside her, a glance as he smiled. "Big hole there now," he said as he pointed at the ground beside the lodge. "You want to?" Neil asked before Jake just threw him a glance. Neil sighed and used his space magic to create a hole in the ground by teleporting a cube of dirt away, a task he had done quite a lot these days, as he had helped with the construction efforts at the fort. Jake happily plopped the tree down as he began filling it with dirt and trying to make sure it would survive. The flight back, sure as hell, took a bit longer than expected. Who would have thought that flying with an ancient rarity natural treasure would attract attention? Well, he should have guessed it. Either way, the banana tree was safely returned with 9 minutes remaining. "I need a shower," he said as he stood there, covered in dirt. At least he had managed to pump enough mana into the self-repair enchant during the flight back for his clothes to be back in top condition. "Then hurry up," Miranda yelled, her panic overpowering her usual restraint. "Geez, I'm on it, I'm on it." Jake said as he jumped over to the pond and entered it, swam around a little before jumping out, and with his mana, pushed off all the water and dried himself off. A final alchemist's purification was used on himself for good measure. "All right, ready to go," he said as he stood there staring at them, all of them looking at him a bit hesitantly before Lillian finally spoke up. "We did kind of plan on going with more formal attire," to which Jake had the perfect response. "Excuse me, this is Premier Dungeon Boss Fur and Leather," which was about as far as they got before a system message popped up in front of Jake and Miranda, warning them there was 1 minute left. Jake had also gotten one at 1 hour, which had been a bit stressful. With everything ready, the four of them prepared as the First World Congress began. Chapter 217, The World Congress Begins. Jake, Miranda, Lillian, and Neil all stood at the lodge as the timer ticked down. The question of who would attend the World Congress had never been an issue for Jake. In fact, he didn't have any input at all, but just left it all up to Miranda to handle. The only ones he could possibly bring along were birds, and birds aren't known to be great political negotiators. Or maybe they were. Misty did come off as very smart, even by human standards. Either way, Miranda quickly managed to fire off a few quick bullet points in the final seconds. Mainly just avoid fighting, politics, and good relations first. No starting wars, agreeing that she should take charge of the primary negotiations. No killing other city lords and or owners and other such essential things. When the timer reached 0, Jake and Miranda both got the option to join along with the ability to invite up to 2 people total. Neil and Lillian were naturally chosen. With everything in order, they accepted as they disappeared from the valley. Jake appeared with the 3 others inside a large circular room that was much akin to a conference room of the old world. He stood on a small platform with a table and 4 chairs in front of him. He also immediately noticed similar platforms to his sides, except the one he was on was slightly raised compared to the others, and the design of the table was also a bit different, the most significant of which was a sign saying, Haven Earl. The one to his immediate right had the name, Saya Viscount, with the one to his left saying, Sanctomo Viscount. Jake counted 9 of these Viscount platforms total, with theirs being the only one with the Earl tag. 10 or so meters separated each platform, and Jake felt that each had a barrier of sorts surrounding it, one Jake naturally completely ignored with his sphere of perception. Well, that wasn't that significant a thing as the barriers were invisible and didn't affect sight at all. "Do we take a C?" Neil tried to ask before figures appeared to their sides. Before Jake even had time to inspect anyone in his sphere, he felt the auras. To his left, a serene presence appeared that sought to soothe all around it. It inherently had magical and mind-affecting properties, and was one Jake recognized instantly as his old superior, Jacob. There was also one other presence mixed in by a middle-aged man, but it was nothing compared to Jacob's. Besides those 2, there was also Bertram and a woman. To his right, the aura he felt was far different, and it was the reason that the first direction he looked wasn't towards his old boss, Casper, or even his own brother that he had already noticed with his sphere. No, he looked straight at an old man who met his gaze with a smile. This was the first human that Jake had ever met that made his instincts warn him so directly. That old man wasn't simple, not at all. The old man looked towards Jake as they both sized up the other until finally he bowed. Jake returned his greeting with a deep nod, their eye contact never breaking as both saw something similar in the gaze of the other, a desire to fight. Yet they both knew now wasn't the time as they broke their staring contest just as they began attracting the attention of their companions. Jake saw the old man speak but couldn't hear his voice. Guess I just found out what the barriers do. Who is that? Miranda asked, also feeling the aura, though she was more affected by Jacob based on how she kept throwing glances his way. Someone strong, Jake answered as he looked to his left towards Jacob. Jacob also turned to him with a nod, Jake gladly returning it. Well, Jacob seems normal as someone with that augur stuff going on can be. All right, Miranda said as she also now truly inspected the platform with Jacob on it. Sanctomo and the augur, how do you know him? Miranda had read the notebook Jacob had given Jake, and in that the augur class was described. She was smart enough to put two and two together, especially after talking with Neil about having met the man. The only thing she had never figured out was Jake's relation to the augur. He used to be my boss, Jake answered nonchalantly, as he turned his attention towards the two other people in the large hall that he knew who looked his way. Miranda just shook her head, not even bothering to deal with the bomb Jake had just dropped. That's the guy, Mateo asked as he looked over to the highest platform in the entire room, the singular Earl on Earth. He saw a masked figure wearing nearly all black clothes, giving off quite a mysterious and unapproachable aura. Thinking about it, the guy would fit in quite well with the rest of the Court of Shadows. I can't identify him, Nadia said as she shook her head, getting a glance from Mateo and the current manager of trade of Skygan, the sole city controlled by the court. Nadia had an upgraded version of Identify that allowed her to better pierce normal obscurations, so if she failed to identify him, he had to have some great skill or technique behind it. As for the city lord of Skygan himself, Caleb looked over and saw Jake look back towards him. He met his yellow eyes, and despite their outward change, found his brother's gaze as familiar as ever. He saw the mix of relief and happiness in his eyes, and Caleb could only return the sentiment as a wave of relief washed over him. Good to see you again, Jake. So far, only 10 platforms were filled as it looked like the system brought in people based on nobility, with 1 Earl and 9 Viscounts present so far. And while Jake's platform attracted a lot of attention because it was the only one that was Earl tier, one attracted even more. It was the only platform that wasn't occupied by humans. At least not the usual definition of humans. The aura given off that platform was different from all others. It had an inherent concept of death seeped into it, making it automatically repulsive to most living beings who didn't possess the affinity themselves. Needless to say, this was more noteworthy than the 3 far stronger auras present, as it was simply too foreign. No one could speak to each other yet, but there were many whispers around the chamber, especially by the ones with the old man as they were placed right beside the undead faction. The same was true for the faction on their other side, one consisting of a bunch of burly men and women who looked straight out of a medieval festival, all of them holding axes or maces for some reason. Well, it wasn't that weird to have a weapon, most did, but the majority at least had them sheathed. Jake threw a look the way of the undead and saw Casper on the platform along with 3 others. The one in the lead was a woman with long white hair and equally white skin. She smiled like the negative attention didn't bother her and looked like she tried to appear as inoffensive as possible. Casper looked like he wanted to make himself invisible. Should have gotten a mask, Jake joked to himself, honestly feeling bad for his old friend. There was power in wearing a mask, and Jake knew he would in no way feel comfortable with the attention on him currently without it. It was like a powerful shield that put a barrier between him and everyone else. Hang in there, buddy. After a few minutes of everyone sizing each other up and a bit of a dick-measuring contest in the form of auras, it was time for the rest of the chamber to fill up. People began appearing on the platforms one by one, nearly all of them with 4 people, but there were a few with less than that. In total, 94 new platforms were occupied, meaning a total of 104 pylons of civilization had been captured, 4 more than the day it announced a week was left till it was World Congress time. A flood of auras overtook the room once more. Of the 10 first factions, 6 of them had at least 1 degrade on them. The old man Jake, the white-haired undead woman, the leader of those bulky cosplayers, and the 10th platform with a middle-aged woman on it. As for these new arrivals, all of them were E-grade except for 3. All of them were automatically noteworthy for their strength, but one was more noteworthy than anyone else in the entire room, old dangerous swordsman included. The 2 less noteworthy degrades were a young red-haired woman who already looked annoyed at being there, and the other a man wearing full plate armor. As for the last one, it was the only individual who had shown up only with 2 and not the allowed 3 companions. He looked to be in his mid-30s and had deep brown eyes and combed back hair and a small mustache. Jake's first impression was that he looked relatively harmless. The aura he gave off did not threaten him either. It was what he felt in the aura. Jake felt an emotion he hadn't experienced before, an innate recognition of sorts. They both held something unique, something no one else possessed in the room beside them, a power that was there and theirs alone, a bloodline. The two men stared at each other for a while before the other guy raised his finger to his lips and made a shushing motion. Jake answered back with a toothy smile as he understood. No sharing secrets. He could get on board with that. Jake spent the next minute or so observing others while being closely studied back by the various factions of Earth. Most attention on their platform was focused on him as he was the sole degrade, but Miranda, Neil, and Lillian also suffered quite the scrutiny. Miranda looked unfazed, Lillian like she didn't care, and Neil a bit uncomfortable. Jake himself hated every moment as he hoped for the system to do something, which luckily it did. Welcome to the First World Congress of Earth. The World Congress is an opportunity for the newly integrated Earthlings to establish political connections and an arena for discussion, voting, and international politics that can impact the planet as a whole. Note that no fighting will be allowed during the World Congress. Each booth has an aura that will offer privacy to each city. During the First World Congress, 3 votes will be held with 1 3-hour intermission between each to discuss the proposal. The total length of the World Congress will be 10 hours. The first vote will be held in 1 hour and pertain to the election of a world leader. The world leader will automatically have their noble rank advance 1 stage. Becoming a world leader requires more than 60% of the total votes. Jake and everyone else got the notification. This was easily concluded as everyone suddenly stopped for a moment as they took in the information. To be honest, it was a lot more formal than he had expected. A small part of Jake had expected this entire World Congress to just be a big room they were all tossed into like the tutorial, and Jake having to dunk on some morons to set them straight. Luckily, or perhaps unluckily, this wasn't that kind of event, though he would like to fight that old man with the sword, maybe later. The whole world leader thing was a bit of a surprise and not something Jake expected was relevant here and now. Seriously, even if Jacob went full-on mental interference with his augur stuff, he couldn't convince 60% of the attending to vote for him. It only became more apparent how daunting the task would be with the next message that popped up. Voting rules of the World Congress. The number of available votes is based on the nobility rank of the attending members. The number of votes per nobility rank is as follows. Earl, 10 Viscount, 5 Baron, 3 Lord. 1 The noble in question may distribute their votes as they choose if there are multiple options. The noble may abstain from voting. Votes are final and cannot be appealed. Any agreements will come into effect until the next World Congress, or if all included parties choose to revoke it. All tiebreakers will be decided by the highest-ranking noble present at the World Congress. Going through that, it only became clearer how much harder it would be to be voted world leader as the more prominent nobles had more votes, so you would have to convince the big factions to vote for you. It was without a doubt a feature not for this first World Congress, but for future ones after the political landscape had formed and strong alliances were established. As for all the rules, Jake didn't like them. He already felt a few more eyes upon him now, likely due to that last sentence about the highest-ranking noble deciding at tiebreakers. Seriously, no way there was even going to be tiebreakers. Also, why did he need 10 votes? Heck, Miranda had 5, Lillian 3, and Neil 1. Their small group of 4 had 19 votes total. They were, without a doubt, the group with the most votes. If Jake had given Neil a Baron title, it would be even more. Actually, maybe he should give out titles. That would be something to talk with Miranda about. With the final message out, a countdown appeared. Vote for First World Leader will begin in 59:59, and with that, the barriers around each platform faded. They could still be reactivated, but now everyone was free to move. Everyone seemed hesitant until one person moved. A figure teleported from the tallest platform, first towards the middle of the chamber before he a moment later stood before the 4 people from Skyg and the Court of Shadows. 3 of them tensed up as the figure spoke to the only calm member of their group. Hey Cal, how's Mom and Dad doing? Did everything go well with Maja? Yeah, they are doing quite well considering the circumstances. As for Maja, congratulations. You're an uncle now, Caleb answered Jake with a big proud smile as he thought about his son. Damn, good to know the system didn't do anything weird in that department at least, Jake said, genuinely relieved but also feeling a bit weird. He had suspected he was an uncle now, but it was still something else to have it confirmed. Well, he was also kind of an uncle to Sylphie, but Sylphie was a bird, so that is different. Anyway, how have you been doing? Heard some stuff through the grapevine that you went and did some impressive stuff, Caleb asked with a raised eyebrow. Umbra hadn't given that many details, and confirmation from primary sources were always best. Oh yeah, it's been fun. You haven't slacked too much either, though you should really hurry up and get to degrade. The evolution is damn nice. Jake was so embroiled in his reunion that he didn't care that the entire hall's focus was now on him and Caleb. Miranda, staring confused at him, barely registered, and the three people with Caleb also just looked utterly confused, as their boss clearly hadn't told them that the mystical progenitor they had been warned to stay away from was the brother of the judge. The two of them lit the spark and broke the ice of the entire hall. The tense competition of auras died down, and while many were still wary, especially towards the undead faction, they eventually began moving about, a dozen or so already beginning to group around Miranda, Lillian, and Neil. The reunion of two brothers split by the integration to the multiverse was something everyone could relate to. Many had lost touch with family, and so much uncertainty still remained for so many. The sight of two influential faction leaders just talking about family was human. It was an element that had been sorely lacking for many of those present. Many had spent the last few months just struggling, but perhaps this Congress was a time to return to something more civilized. Without Jake knowing it, his spontaneous action of impatiently approaching his brother had set the entire mood of the World Congress. Chapter 218, World Congress, Friendly Talks. Should we not be out attempting to sway the vote for world leader? Jacob was asked by the middle-aged trade manager he had brought along for the Congress. Maria and Bertram also looked at him questioningly. They controlled several pylons already, had many votes between them, and an augur with frankly overpowered skills for convincing people. Yet Jacob did not look like he carried any intentions towards securing votes for world leader. It's too soon, and there are far too many unknowns. Becoming world leader will undoubtedly come with a lot of power, but also a lot of responsibility. In addition, fear that it may put a target on our back from those who disagree. Finally, I see no possibility of us securing 60% of the votes, at least not yet. I am confused. I find it doubtful that any faction will dare move against us directly. We represent the Holy Church on this planet, and any powerful forces with divine connections will surely want to join hands with us, or, at a minimum, not dare stand in opposition. While I understand that the Court of Shadows and the undead are not to be taken lightly, I do not see, exactly you don't see it. The problem is that I don't either. This entire World Congress is an utter enigma to not just me but the gods too. Not just due to the inability of skills to predict the system itself, but also due to the leader of Haven and the Sword Saints' presence here, Jacob explained. Jacob would have loved to be able to divine what the best choices for this World Congress would be, to see the fates that the voting would result in and in concert the future of their entire planet. Sadly, things didn't work that way. The individuals present formed a maelstrom of destiny that threw all predictions off. Jake was the primary issue due to whatever fate-bending skill he had been given. If Jacob was honest, he knew that just the mere fact that Jake was a chosen was enough to toss off all predictions, even if he didn't have a skill. A single sentence from the Malefic One would throw off all predictions. Anyone being blessed made it harder to predict anything related to them, but not to the level of Jake, not even close. He could at least get a general feel for things with most people, but with Jake and Haven, it was just a black hole. Additionally, usually the Holy Pantheon or even the Grand Master who was in charge of their section of planets would throw in a tip here and there. But in regards to Jake, it had been radio silence except the warning of not interacting with the Malefic Vipers chosen at all, and if he had to for some reason, limit it as much as humanly possible. A warning Jacob had no intentions of following, stronger than me. That was the assessment Miyamoto had when he saw the masked man for the first time, the enigmatic Earl that had claimed the very first pylon. Miyamoto was prideful and, in the eyes of many, arrogant, but he understood when he locked eyes with the man. He wasn't the only one. He saw the arrogance and inherent challenge in the eyes of the man. He was an old man, but at that moment, he could barely contain his childlike excitement as one of his biggest fears was alleviated. A fear that he would have to wait for the multiverse to open up to meet peers with the same drive and desire as himself. A tiny part of him had feared that the first to claim a pylon had done it simply as a fluke and not due to his own power, something that clearly wasn't the case. Their duel would come, but not today. Today was not a day of fighting, but one of forming bonds. The masked man clearly understood this too, as his first choice was to greet his brother. Miyamoto smiled as this was the first action taken, and his respect for the hunter grew. That he also possessed such a profound movement skill only making it all the better. "Grandfather, should we still move according to plan?" His grandson, a middle-aged man, asked him. "Yes. Focus on getting a good feel for the state of things, and as for this whole world leader business, we shall abstain as our default choice. To make such a choice this early would be an act of foolishness," Miyamoto answered as he threw a glance towards the augur. "What about those?" an assistant to his grandson asked. The man didn't even bother hiding his contempt as he looked at the undead. Miyamoto frowned as he shook his head. "Do as you would with anyone else. Do not make enemies because you fear the unknown. The system has brought us here as equals, as humans, so treat them as such. The world is changing and the Nabaru clan will change with it. The last words were said as he looked the assistant straight in the eye, making him freeze up from the implied threat. Mistress Carmen, it's an honor to finally meet you in person, the large, burly man said as he smiled at the far smaller woman. Sven, you look utterly ridiculous. And don't call me mistress again, ever. Carmen is fine. Carmen looked the man up and down. Standing at nearly 2.5 meters, he had clearly grown with his evolutions, the evolution to degrade no doubt coming in tight to make him the tallest man in the entire World Congress. He was built like an absolute tank, but his outfit. He was wearing fur clothes and a bare head cap on his head, with the three following him looking equally ridiculous. Of course, Carmen knew it was actually equipment that was likely as good as her own, but that didn't make them look any less silly. While the majority had shown up in clothes ready to battle, that still meant most looked presentable. You could never go wrong in plate armor or the robes worn by nearly all casters and healers, with many of those present also just wearing large cloaks, making it entirely possible that they looked ridiculous beneath it. Bah, who cares about something as trivial as that, Sven dismissively said as he waved his hand. Here, let us first establish an official alliance before anything else. Would you like to enter an alliance with Midgard? Carmen got the notification as the city owner but just shook her head as she directed Sven towards the actual city lord who was busy talking to their neighboring city. As one of the rare groups outside of the first 10 with a degrade in it, they instantly attracted quite a bit more attention. Handle it with that guy, she said, pointing to the city lord behind her. Got any other orders from the big shots? None recently. I am sure the gods of Valhalla believe we can handle ourselves and are judging our ability to make our own decisions. We have backing of the highest level, so let's use that and find like-minded individuals to join our ranks. And Sven kept talking proudly as Carmen slowly zoned out as she looked around the room a bit more. That ability to split your attention between different things in degrade was awesome when it came to listening to a boring speech and doing something actually interesting without the other party noticing. Needless to say, Sven was blessed by a god related to Valhalla too. Valhalla was a pantheon of gods founded by the primordial named Valdemar. Unlike many others, it focused far more heavily on combat over everything else and didn't care much for higher goals or complicated ideals. It was just about finding strong people who liked fighting and bringing them together with like-minded individuals, and Carmen liked that. Well, it did have a few tenets of sorts, mainly related to getting proper fights, and was, in Carmen's view, more common sense than anything. It talked about how there was no honor in mindless murder of those weaker than yourself, and how one should fight foes in a straight-on fight. This isn't to say one should fight stupidly. It was fine to use any advantages you got and research your foes or use all your skills to their full extent. An assassin sneak attacking was a part of their strength and not something to look down upon. Well, it likely also had something to do with how instantly killing anyone of equal strength was pretty damn hard in the post-system world, a sentiment that only got more and more true as one advanced through the grades. So a powerful sneak attack just meant the fight started with one party injured. The entire organization didn't recruit as actively as the Holy Church, yet it had a lot of faith. Many warlords or career warriors of the multiverse found themselves recruited to Valhalla, where they would interact with their peers, which led to another difference. Valhalla didn't recruit factions, empires, or kingdoms, it focused on people. That those people then made Valdemar and Valhalla the figurehead of their entire faction was another thing entirely, that quite frankly, not a single god Carmen had met cared about. This had led to Valhalla not being a large faction of the multiverse in the truest sense, yet it was still one of the most feared, because even a faction as massive as the Holy Church didn't dare fight the massive amount of war-crazed powerhouses belonging to Valhalla. These experts could even be found within other factions. Many members of the Holy Church or large empires were part of Valhalla while also belonging to another faction. In the truest sense, Valhalla was neutral, and so far had only taken sides in conflicts a few times throughout the history of the multiverse. And those times were often just because Valdemar really didn't like something and personally went on a warpath, and the warriors of Valhalla just following him on his quest. Carmen began to feel bored just looking at the people in the hall talking as she picked up something from Sven she did find interesting. Between the sword saint and the hunter that guards Haven, I am unsure who is the most powerful human currently on the planet, but if I had to guess, it would be the hunter. Of course, it is entirely possible some hidden powerhouse exists, but beating out a progenitor is no easy feat. How would you compare me to them? Carmen asked. Sven was many things, and a competent warrior and leader were undoubtedly one of them. With his axe in hand, he had reached D-grade about the same time as her and was strong, even for a D-grade at his level. Without an actual bout, it is hard to say, but I get the feeling that the two of us wouldn't win if we fought either of those two together. Of course, my senses may be off, but I am getting some serious vibes from both of them, Sven explained as he shook his head. He was a proud man, but he wasn't stupidly overconfident. "We'll see," Carmen said as she threw another look the way of the masked man who was talking with that shadow assassin leader, who was apparently his brother, before shifting it to the ancient-looking man, who was currently moving with his entourage towards meeting people she assumed were his allies, mainly based on how they all called him Patriarch. "That king sounds like an absolute monster." Caleb frowned as Jake had just quickly gone through a few key points of his own tutorial. He didn't really bother to keep things a secret as he was pretty damn sure Umbra already knew, and if she hadn't told anyone, well, a bit of bragging never hurt anyone. "Yeah, I blame all those gods messing with shit to get their way. Well, it turned out pretty well in the end if you ignore how nearly everyone died," Jake said, shaking his head. Thinking about it, 4 out of 5 survivors of the tutorial was present in this meeting. Jacob and Casper both part of 2 of the largest factions of the multiverse, which left the question, what is that psychotic metal mage up to? Actually, who cares? Caleb had also told of his own tutorial, and Jake had already learned about some cool stuff, like that virtual fighting arena they had where one could safely fight to the death without actually dying. He needed one of those for Haven, that's for sure. Being immortal beings of untold power must be boring with how much they bothered messing with your tutorial. At least Umbra and the Court of Shadows seems pretty decent. Pretty sure they subscribe to the whole freedom under responsibility doctrine, Caleb said with a chuckle. Caleb's comrades just stood silently behind him, not uttering a word but just observing Jake and Caleb interact. Villy is also pretty chill, too, especially considering how stuck-up gods tend to be from what I can tell, Jake agreed. That got a confused frown from the 3 observers behind Caleb before the woman suddenly seemed to realize and asked before his brother had a chance to. "Are you speaking about the Malefic Viper?" She asked a bit cautiously. "Who are you?" Jake asked, a bit annoyed that someone was butting in on his family time. "This is Nadia, one of the higher-ranking members of the court and a real meanie with a sniper." Caleb came to her rescue, not knowing what he had just unleashed. A sniper. Jake frowned. He felt a bit bad for her, using inferior weaponry like that, but he nevertheless gave her a chance. "What's your longest kill?" 112 kilometers, she answered without hesitation, clearly quite proud of it. "Okay, that was longer than expected, but I still win." "I guess snipers are technically better at extreme ranges." "Bah, not bad," Jake acknowledged a bit reluctantly. "And yeah, Villy is the Malefic Viper. I just call him Villy because all his other names are just too long or feel weird, like calling him a Viper all the time. It would be like if he called me human." "Is the Malefic Viper fine with that?" Caleb asked with a hint of worry. Jake knew that his brother was worried about him getting into problems with authority again, which was totally unfair to expect just because he had a history of it. Jake couldn't even remember how many teachers he had pissed off by being stubborn before authority throughout his life. "As I said, he's a chill dude. Has mom or dad received any blessing? How are their levels, by the way?" "No blessings, but they are both getting levels slowly. Dad more so than mom. But they shouldn't have any issues getting to D grade at least," Caleb said with an assuring smile, knowing that Jake was truly asking. It was an uncomfortable conversation they would have at some point, but not yet. It was too early. Either way, his parents' ability to reach D grade quite easily was exemplary proof of how relations and connections to others could positively impact your records. Their 2 sons were both extraordinary beings of Earth already. Jake had no worries about his brother reaching D grade soon, and he was sure Caleb could go even further than that. While his current level of power was far from Jake or any other D grade present, he was still one of the strongest E grades present, if not the strongest. Moreover, he had Jake. A lot can be said about nepotism, but Jake sure as hell would deploy that aplenty. He would gladly help his family out, and he was already planning on getting them a bunch of potions, and hopefully even elixirs and such in the future, with of course also making it clear everywhere that he would hunt down anyone who touched them. Was he fully aware this would cause some political issues with his brother literally being the leader of some semi-corporate assassin organization? Sure, but he didn't really give a fuck. "I'm going to come by and visit once I get the chance. But I need some directions," Jake said with a goofy smile. "Oh, I'm sure we can figure something out," Caleb said, returning the smile. The first half an hour of the World Congress turned out to mainly be networking and reuniting with allies or friends. The factions that possessed more pylons teamed up and made their size and influence clear, while the smaller ones began talking to their neighbors as alliances already began slowly being formed. Some conversations were very businesslike, but with the original mood set by Jake, the entire atmosphere turned out to be way more relaxed than one might expect the first clash of the majority of the strongest humans on Earth. Chapter 219, World Congress, Reunion. After the first half an hour, 4 people found themselves within one of the closed-off platforms that belonged to a city. It was at the table belonging to Haven with the soundproofing barrier active. Even sight into the area was disrupted, making anything less than a sphere of perception unable to pierce inside. One could still see out, but not in. In there was a reunion of sorts. Bertram and Jacob sat together with Casper and Jake, making it quite the unlikely group. Them entering the barrier had already grabbed plenty of attention. Undead and the augur of the Holy Church meeting together with the first man to claim a pylon. Very suspicious, and undoubtedly many theories were already being conjured up. Theories instantly debunked if anyone actually managed to peer inside. I think the use of credits will become far more normal with time, especially as we open up to the wider multiverse. The merchants naturally also push it as their skills incentivize and use it, and from what I have gathered, using credits is also beneficial to their progression, Jacob said, as they discussed the use of credits over usual bartering. A digital currency that is universally accepted and endorsed by the system will also more easily be adopted by people. It is also far safer than anything of the old world, as I have yet to hear of any way of stealing credits from someone without their knowledge. Except, of course, good old blackmail or extortion or stuff like that, Casper chimed in, his entirely black eyes having a glint to them. Jake just chuckled a bit inwardly as he sat back and enjoyed the conversation. Casper had worked in the R&D department before and had always been a bit of a geek, one of the big reasons he and Jake had gotten along so well. Casper had been passionate about digital currencies, especially cryptocurrencies, and how they were the way of the future. And he kinda got it right, didn't he? Credits were kind of a digital currency, though Jake would more call it a magic currency, or a system fuckery currency. From what I have gathered, the establishments of banks and such is only a matter of time. They appear to be quite common across the multiverse, and it is quite understandable to want to insure your assets away from yourself. Losing all credits upon death and leaving nothing to your family or comrades is a harrowing thought, Jacob said, shaking his head. Considering how credits can be bound to a city, I am sure there are other skills or methods to create organizations independent of a single individual that can store funds, effectively acting as banks as you said, Casper agreed. Wild thought, is the Holy Church on the stock market? Jake butted in with a very stupid question. I am pretty sure stocks aren't really a thing, Jacob chuckled in response. At least not in the way we know them. There likely are methods to invest in organizations and get a return, but I doubt it will be through a stock market or anything like that. Well, I would invest in Haven if it was me, Mr. Progenitor, Casper joked with a snicker before he turned a bit more serious. By the way, I never got to thank you, so thanks for killing that fucker William. He had it coming even if it does suck that he ended up being revived. No problem, dude was a fucking lunatic, Jake said, shaking his head at the appearance of a few bad memories as he looked at Jacob questionably. Any news on what the psycho is up to? I reckon the Holy Church has quite the information network, and you are an augur and all that. No information that I can confirm pertains to him, but from what I can tell from the most credible cases he seems almost normal, altruistic even. At least I have heard no rumors of a metal-manipulating psychopath committing mass murder, and it isn't like our planet is lacking people like that, Jacob said as he looked up towards the ceiling of the hall with a sad gaze. Oh yeah, on that note, are you guys gonna try to do some large magic ritual and turn the entire planet into a land of death? Jake asked Casper. He was happy to know that at least William wasn't running around being a dirtbag openly, but that didn't mean he wanted to offer the guy any more attention than he deserved. Nah, at least I haven't heard of any plans of that. We do have things set up so people can turn into risen and become undead if they want to, though, and the areas we control are being affected with a bit more death affinity than anywhere else. Already had quite a few converts, mainly family or friends of Risen or those that just want a longer lifespan, even if that isn't that relevant yet. Being dead does come with some other perks and drawbacks, but honestly it is mostly just cosmetic. I barely feel the difference myself, Casper shrugged. Good to know, both that you aren't planning on any mass purge of the living races and that you seem to be fine with technically being dead and all that, Jake said. They had kind of danced around the elephant in the room of Casper kinda being dead. I should ask you the same. The Order of the Malefic Viper isn't exactly known as being part of the good guys, his undead pal asked. Gonna be honest, I wouldn't really know. I haven't joined it as far as I can tell. I will go visit in the future, but no plans of any planetary sacrificial rituals currently. No one mentioned planetary sacrificial rituals. Casper said with a mix of joking and just a tinge of suspicion. And no one is going to make one, Jake agreed, giving a joking smile. Not that it matters. Our sacred purification ritual will wipe out all you heathens before any of that can come to pass, Jacob said with a grand gesture. Bertram looked at Jacob with a mix of confusion and doubt before catching on, and with a big smile declared, the unholy ones will never see it coming. The four men looked at each other with stupid smiles as they joked out things that to any outsider did seem like serious topics. Jake also knew that they maybe would be put on opposing sides due to their affiliations in the future, especially Jacob and Casper. Jake himself had no intentions of picking any sides as he honestly hated politics, but if either came to threaten what was his, he would protect it. But that day wasn't today. They continued to talk about minor things, Casper talking about how he was learning about dungeons and even making his own, Jacob primarily complaining about the difficulties of dealing with asslickers and managing a city, and Jake talking about the dangers of shit-flinging monkeys. On a more serious note, what are your thoughts on the election of a world leader? That is what this intermission is made to discuss, after all, and the vote begins in 4 minutes. Jacob suddenly changed the subject, reminding them all what they were actually supposed to discuss. We are going to abstain. No way anyone would vote for us anyway. I doubt anyone is going, oh yeah, let's vote for the undead. During the very first Congress, if ever, Casper said, his tone making it clear he truly didn't care about the subject. Dunno, man, I am just going to listen what the city lord says. It ain't my job, Jake said dismissively. The Holy Church will abstain too, and, Jacob said, shaking his head at Jake, I find it amazing that the highest-tiered noble of Earth appears to be the least interested noble of Earth. I don't care either, Casper said, feigning offense. Yeah, sounds annoying as hell, Jake agreed. Anyway, get out of my system box thing, people are waiting. Miranda had been standing with Lillian and Neil outside the barrier for a minute or so now. She and the others were looking troubled if they should enter or not, seeing as how the leader of Sanct Domo and a high-ranking member of the undead faction were within. None of them could see inside either, so they were likely afraid of interrupting. Harsh, Casper laughed as he got up. Good to see you again, you should come by some time. I promise not to eat your brains. Likewise, the good to see you again part. You're welcome to visit Sanct Domo if you wish, but do be a bit discreet not to cause a ruckus, Jacob said with a nod as he also stood up. I say you should cause a ruckus. It would make things more interesting, Bertram added, mirroring Jacob's nod. Keep doing what you're doing. Clearly it's working out for you. No one knows what the future may bring, Jake said as he saw them out. I promise not to purposefully fuck things up too. We only got 80 seconds left, Lillian reminded Miranda, who was already tapping her feet. I know, but we can't just barge in, she said, despite really wanting just to barge in. Luckily, she wouldn't have to. 3 figures walked out of the barrier, the first 2 being the augur and his bodyguard. The Risen left in the direction of his own city, practically rushing there. The augur stopped just as he walked out and greeted her. I apologize for the inconvenience, Miss Miranda. I was just catching up with an old friend. He spoke loud enough for everyone around to hear, which was pretty much everyone who tried due to senses improving and all that. Miranda knew it was on purpose. With a simple sentence, he made it clear that he was related and on friendly terms with the progenitor and didn't hold any antagonistic relationship with the only Earl of the planet, despite being competing forces on paper. While Sanct Domo was large, people also knew their one degrade in this meeting wasn't a fighter, so the move also helped inadvertently plant a seed of doubt about their true power, especially if Jake was willing to move to their defense and take their side in a conflict. It's of no consequence. I hope you had a pleasant time, Miranda said with a courteous tone. No way she would complain if the largest city on Earth showed good intentions towards their small haven. I did, Jacob said as he walked by, as he added a few more words that only she could hear. Do take care of Jake. I know he can be a handful, but he is good at what he does. Miranda felt the magic deployed as he spoke, making her shudder inwardly. It was just a simple skill to obscure his words, but the amount of pure power packed into it was intense, showing that while the augur looked harmless, he was far from it. While he couldn't beat anyone in a fight of fists, he could crush nearly anyone in a bout of words. She nodded at him in understanding as she entered the barrier with Neil and Lillian, who both read the mood and stayed silent throughout the exchange. However, inwardly Miranda was fuming by those words because they reminded her of the last hour of her life and the infuriating comments she got from half the groups. The notion that women were treated as lesser, in many cultures, was something she was used to and was something she had experienced plenty of times throughout her professional life. After the system, it seemed to be a bit less from what she could tell, though there were still issues. During the initial meeting, her level and position were enough for most to recognize her as the City Lord of Haven, but what made her furious was why people thought she was the City Lord. After Jake had taken off to talk to his brother, the first of her meetings was with the trade manager of Sanct Domo, and that had set a precedent for the bullshit that was to come. For some fucking reason, everyone thought she had her position because she was the mistress of Jake. No one dared say it to her directly, but the implied words and motions were so damn obvious it was nauseating. They talked to her as if she was the wife of the household that was Haven and couldn't truly make any decisions, at least not any of the important ones. Granted, she could, in retrospect, see how some of these rumors came to exist. She had spent entire nights at Jake's lodge, but that was all for work. Okay, sometimes it was more leisure, but nothing untoward had ever happened. Anyway, this meant that she had to spend the beginning of every negotiation making clear that she wasn't just some figurehead put in place because she was sleeping with the true lord of the city, but that she could make nearly all decisions independently. Sure, Jake was technically the true leader of the city, but considering how she was the one in charge, she was still the de facto leader. This is why the augur's comment pissed her off. even if he didn't mean anything bad by it. She walked through the barrier with a sour mood and saw at least part of her grief sitting there on one of the chairs, staring up onto the ceiling. His mask was gone, and from the looks of it, he hadn't worn it during the meeting with the augur and the undead. He turned to her as she entered and smiled. "Sorry about that, time ran away from us. Anyway, quick thoughts on voting." Miranda instantly felt her anger towards him reduced to nothing. Yeah, the thoughts of those idiots aren't his fault. Jake was in the department of people who seemed to honestly not care about such things. At least he killed Abby as mercilessly as anyone else, despite being a woman. A champion of equality right there. My focus has been on creating relations, and quite honestly, this 1 hour is far from enough to adequately identify anyone qualified as world leader, so I believe most if not all will skip or just vote for themselves, she said, just as the system popped up before them. Please place your vote for world leader of Earth. You have 5 votes and can distribute them as you desire or choose to abstain with any or all of your votes. Voting time is set to 5 minutes. Votes remaining, 5 time remaining, 4:59, so we skip. From what I can tell, Jacob and Casper plan on doing the same, Jake asked while also informing her of 2 names she didn't know. Can you place some titles or at least races on those names? Miranda asked, not mincing words. She had learned that just being straightforward worked best with her boss long ago. Oh yeah, Jacob is the priesty guy, and the big guy with him is Bertram, his butler of sorts. Rich person stuff. The Risen is Casper, another former coworker. We used to hang out quite a bit before the system. He did some weird ritual to turn himself into an undead during our tutorial to help his girlfriend, who is now a ghost, Jake explained. Miranda wanted to hit him over the head due to the utter insanity he was spewing. These were the kinds of moments she forgot the constant reminders from the Sisters of the Verdant Lagoon to remain super courteous. You will have to give me a quick summary of your relations to the major factions you apparently have personal relations with. You know, such as the Judge of the Court of Shadows being your brother, a prominent figure of the undead faction, your old pal, and the augur, your old boss. The Sword Saint wouldn't happen to be your grandpa, or do you have an ex-girlfriend or former roommate among the other city leaders? She asked, her tone of voice just a tiny little bit soaked in annoyance. She just really hoped that the rest of the World Congress wouldn't be filled with as many surprises. But hey, on a positive note, her annoyance at Jake failing to inform her about vital information had completely overshadowed and made her forget about all the other annoying stuff. Chapter 220, World Congress, a quick vote. Jake didn't know why, but he got a faint feeling that he maybe should have told Miranda that a good third of the first 10 pylons were claimed by family or old friends. Perhaps it was her very sarcastic tone. Nah, it can't be that. All right, I did kind of drop the ball on that one, Jake had to admit, as he scratched the back of his head a bit embarrassed. It was a bit of a dick move not to inform her beforehand, but in Jake's defense, he didn't know that Casper would be a big shot in the undead faction, or that his brother would attend the World Congress. He really should have mentioned Jacob, though. Either way. Yeah, sorry about that. But no, I don't know any other people than them here, though I did half expect one other guy to attend here today. Luckily, he hasn't. His attendance would make it hard to follow the no-fighting rule, Jake apologized. The person that he had kind of expected to attend was, of course, William. Jake hadn't really thought about the metal caster at all since the tutorial ended before today, but in retrospect, he had to wonder why he wasn't present. He was blessed by a versma, after all. Just, don't spring any more surprises, Miranda sighed before switching the subject. While you were meeting old friends, we managed to make contact with quite a few other factions, mainly to gather information and to try and understand the state of the planet. Haven has yet to enter any official alliances yet, but there are a few good prospects. But I wanted to get your thoughts first. Do what you think is best, Miranda. Make as many alliances as you want, and if you make a few enemies along the way, just let me know. But don't go around making people mad on purpose. That could get a bit annoying to deal with. Jake answered but quickly backpedaled as the mental image of a dozen small factions descending on Haven emerged. He would hate having to waste time on getting them to fuck off. I have no plans on making enemies for no good reasons, geez, Miranda said with a small laugh, clearly finding the notion preposterous. Just saying, Jake clarified. Needlessly, Miranda interjected. Importantly, Jake countered. Wastefully, Miranda shot back. Clarifyingly, Jake double-clarified. Neil and I managed to talk to the trade manager of Sankt Domo and begun early talks of establishing a trade network using spatial formations, something the Holy Church is already working on themselves to connect their own cities. Lillian came in, totally ruining the critical discussion with actually helpful information. Guys, shouldn't we vote? Neil also asked, clearly feeling a bit out of place. Jake turned to the space mage in confusion. You haven't already, weren't we just going to abstain? I hadn't voted either, Lillian said, Miranda also shaking her head as she said, me neither, but yeah, we skipped this one. A minute later, the notification popped up before all of them. The election of world leader has now concluded. Results: no individual obtained at least 60% of the total votes. No world leader will be elected during this World Congress. Note that a world leader must be elected within the first 3 world congresses. Jake read the message and tried to see if he could see a breakdown of votes but couldn't find any way to do that. Miranda, can you see who voted for what? He asked, hoping maybe she could somehow. No, I can only see what it says. She shook her head in response, also clearly wanting to see a breakdown. Well, that sucks. Then again, it isn't like the system is known for being overly transparent when it comes to details. Imagine if you could get a breakdown after getting a skill upgrade telling you exactly what you do. Sadly, he didn't get any longer than that before he was interrupted by a new system message. The second vote of the World Congress will relate to accelerating the growth of the planet and its inhabitants. A system store with limited wares will be offered for a period to assist the enlightened races of Earth. This store will both buy and sell wares, with any sold item then becoming available to other cities through the store at a price set by the seller. All items can also be sold directly to the store with compensation determined by the system store. To determine what wares the store will offer, a vote will be held. The store can only be used by the city lord and individuals designated by the city lord. The stores will use credits as their currency and will, in addition to items being sold by other cities, contain 3 types of crafting materials depending on what receives the most votes. Votes may be distributed as the noble desires between any number of options. The voting options are as follows: 1 herbs 2, ores and metals 3, gems and crystals 4, mixed monster leather, hides and bones 5. Mixed monster body parts, meat and innards 6, wood 7, stone 8, chemicals 9, fruit, grain and other foodstuffs 10, cloth, thread and other textiles. The stores will only be available for a limited time. All unsold items will be returned to the seller once the period expires. The pylon can be accessed from anywhere within the city's borders, and materials will appear at the buyer's location. Voting will begin in 2:59:59. Jake stood there for a bit as he took it all in, Miranda, Neil and Lillian doing the same. A system store. Jake had expected such a thing to not really appear, as the Viper had made it clear that the tutorial store wasn't something he should expect as a regular occurrence. Then again, this one was quite a bit different from a store that offered legendary skills and pretty much whatever the heart desired as long as you had enough points. This store was just a store for materials to help craft stuff, and as Jake read over the options, he already knew what he wanted. Herbs for sure, he declared. It was a no-brainer. Jake was starting to get low on many herbs, so wouldn't it be awesome if he could just buy them? He had so many credits after all. Maybe he could even get a small garden started, or stock up so much he wouldn't need one. That does seem like the clear choice for us, Miranda nodded. As we don't plan on particularly expanding, we aren't in dire need of building materials. Besides, we are in a massive forest, so it isn't like we need wood, and as we only really build using wood, so the stone isn't needed. Everything is basically a luxury to us and to help grow the professions of our inhabitants, which means we want the herbs, Jake fully concurred. I believe we have a task ahead of ourselves then, Lillian added. I doubt many others will vote for herbs. Most larger factions are at the moment focusing on expanding their populations, so I am 90% sure either stone, wood, or both will be voted for en masse. Yeah, and I also think many will want ores and metals. There seems to be a perpetual lack of proper materials for the blacksmiths, and it is also a barrier of entry to making the teleportation circles. Personally, I would prefer gems and crystals, but I don't see that happening, Neil said. Anything is fine, as long as herbs is one of them, Jake said. He really didn't care what else was picked. He doubted any leatherworker or blacksmith could make him any good equipment right now, even if he now did seriously need a second melee weapon after Venomfang took irreparable damage. Before Jake could mourn over the loss of his longtime weapon some more, another person spoke up, someone not from the first 10, but a level 85 E-grade who was the lord or at least appeared to be the leader of a city. He was the highest leveled individual of his city, at least. Ladies and gentlemen, the young-looking man begun. Would it not be wise to agree on what we will vote for before we split up once more so we can focus on creating connections rather than needlessly discussing this vote? I agree, a neighboring city lord said, clearly already on good terms with the first one who spoke. If we determine what Earth needs most now, we can focus on other important topics during this intermission. A few others voiced their opinions, none of them in the top 10. It was kind of a show of solidarity, and was perhaps because they felt like they needed more time than the larger factions. The Holy Church had no issues forging alliances, but those who didn't have a single D-grade and had yet to make contact with another city outside of the World Congress were quite strapped for some good diplomatic relations. If not, they risked being absorbed by larger forces quite swiftly. Jake threw Miranda a look as she made everyone able to see inside their barrier by making it transparent. Jake had already summoned his mask. The barrier around each city's area had quite a few functions, and many were still locked off as people no doubt were discussing what to do within. He used the term no doubt because, well, he could see them in his sphere discussing cheat-like bloodline for them. With some actual negotiation about to begin, Jake happily let Miranda take full charge as he just stood by her side, being the scary progenitor he was. Haven's first priority will be herbs, Miranda spoke loudly, instantly turning the attention of everyone in the hall to their platform. What Miranda said wasn't an invitation to negotiate or a proposition, it was a declaration. She was informing them what Haven was planning on doing, nothing less and nothing more. But there was quite a bit to it. Miranda knew that everyone else knew that Jake, the weird masked man, was on good terms with several of the larger factions in the top 10. He even had familial relations to the Court of Shadows, a faction that was quite honestly a bit of an unsettling presence for many. Who would have thought that a court of assassins would unnerve people, not to speak of the undead? It played to Haven's advantage, as many now had an opportunity before them. One that was instantly grasped by another of the lower-tiered city lords. New Heartland will also support Haven's selection of herbs as one of the options, the woman said, voicing her support of Haven. It was a good political move that Miranda had counted on, as a few others also voiced their intent to vote for herbs. Honestly, it was just a cheap way for them to curry favor with the one Earl of Earth. While many of them would likely prefer wood or stone, they didn't need it as much as they needed strong allies. Also, there was 3 options total. They could still get what they truly wanted and make a great political move. A win-win, if you may. The only thing was, she could clearly see Jake's eye twitch at the many city names. 4 of the 7 contained the word new, making him twitch every time. Miranda also had to admit that the imagination of most lords certainly wasn't the best. Not that Haven was the most original, but at least it wasn't New Haven. Finally, another of the top 10 also spoke up, this one from the group that Jake had talked about as the Stone Age cosplayers. We have no objections to voting for herbs, and we nominate monster leather, hides, and bones to be selected. Defensive equipment is one of the most important things at this stage, with the constant battle against beasts at our doorsteps, so a secure source of high-quality crafting materials will be incredibly beneficial. The bones can also be used for weapons, with leather having a use for many other professions too, making this option overall perhaps the most valuable package, the overly tall D-grade leader of the city called Midgard said. Miranda barely held back a scoff as she knew most of his reasoning was only half-truths at best. He just wanted leather and hides for his own city, as based on their equipment, they evidently had quite a few talented leatherworkers. She wasn't the only one to call it out either. While I agree that there is much truth in your assessment, I don't think it is our best choice. Lack of building material leads to many lacking homes and cities being unable to properly help ensure the safety of their citizens. We believe it would be best to focus on constructing our cities before prioritizing personal equipment. Therefore, I believe we should select both wood and stone. If only one, I think stone would be best, a woman spoke. She was one of the D-grades from the top 10 that hadn't drawn that much attention yet. Jake had told her she was exactly level 100, having clearly just evolved, but that still meant she was one of the stronger people present. Jake did mention that she felt weak, though, so Miranda doubted she had achieved the perfect evolution. Do you need tall walls if the warriors can stand firm and make no beast come near? The man in fur countered, looking a bit annoyed that he wasn't instantly offered the same support that Miranda had gained. Your axe will not place a roof over anyone's head if you spend it slaying beasts and not chopping wood all day, the woman said, clearly also annoyed. The discussion continued for a while, as others also bid in with their opinions, and it quickly became clear at least one of wood or stone would be chosen, but now the choice was which one. Jake looked wholly uninterested, and quite frankly, Miranda didn't care much either. Haven was already a bit strapped for credits, so it wasn't like they were going to buy a lot, and pretty much all resources chosen would benefit the citizens in some way. Philip would love ores and metals for the large smithy at the fort. Haven had many woodworking professions, and a source of high-quality stone was always welcome for construction. Again, the same held true for everything. It quickly proved that the other cities didn't have the same opinion, however. Jacob the Augur didn't engage this time, but had the trade manager do the talking as he advocated for both stone and wood, but surely foodstuffs had to be another valuable option if they could only get one. A few tried to question if herbs was truly necessary, but Miranda found that other forces also supported it, not just to kiss ass. Herbs were generally harder to get by than most other resources, and most settlements had at least some alchemists. Even if they didn't, then many cooks or other types of artisans could still use herbs. This ignores that some herbs were also beneficial just to eat raw, functioning as suboptimal healing or mana potions mostly, but it was better than nothing. In the end, the proposition to quickly decide what shops to get turned out not to be that quick. Chapter 221, World Congress, Confrontations. Jake had always liked to play strategy games, mainly those of the good old 4X genre. 4X was an abbreviation of explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate, and was in 90% of cases. Macro gameplay and economy ruled as one of the most important aspects. While they weren't the most realistic, he and Casper had spent many hours nerding out over making optimal builds and strategies, and one of the most important factors was always location. In these games, the resources you had available nearly entirely dependent on the starting location. You may have valuable metals or expensive crystals, or be placed close to a forest for logging or seaside with great fishing possibilities. The placement of the pylons was a bit of the same. Most, if not all, citizens preferred to be within the scope of the pylon for obvious reasons. It increased experience gained for non-combat-related activities, and the city lord also wanted it for all their skills to work properly. This meant that unless you had valuable resources extremely close by, you would have to travel outside of the safety of the city to get it, something very few liked to do. There was always the risk of some high-level asshole bird descending and killing you, or some huge earthworm suddenly come up and gobble you down. Haven, as an example, had a mine placed within the area of the city with some ores and metals. Perhaps a few gems and crystals too, but nothing worth writing home about, and far from enough to call it a strategic resource. According to Miranda, they already spent all the metal they mined, making them lack that a bit, so it wasn't like getting more would be bad. There was plenty of wood to go around being placed in a forest and all, with stones also aplenty primarily because they didn't feel the need to expand senselessly. Jake was already fairly confident that they wouldn't lack monster material. Again, forest and fruits and foodstuff they also had plenty of. Heck, even herbs weren't that hard to get, and Jake had collected a few during his hunts deeper into the forest, but it still took time, and most herbs he found he didn't know how to use. Other materials such as chemicals and cloth Haven didn't have anything of it all as far as Jake knew. Haven would win out in nearly every area but wood or anything from monsters. They kind of needed everything but didn't severely need anything, except for herbs, because Jake wanted that. The same wasn't true for other cities. Sanctomo appeared to lack nearly everything due to their large population, but apparently had plenty of gems and crystals. Other cities had one or two resources that they all seemed adamant on not needing a store for. All of this is to say, no one could fucking agree on anything. Jake really just wanted to leave or go chat with one of his many acquaintances present, but that was a bit hard with all the borderline yelling going on between the city lords. It would also just be rude to tell Miranda, Neil, and Lillian to leave the platform for him to invite friends over. So Jake had to wait. The only positive thing was that you really got a good feel for the other cities based on this entire thing. A quick discussion so we can move on to other things ended up taking nearly 2 hours, leaving only a single hour remaining before the actual vote would begin. Jake wasn't even sure any definite agreement was reached. It just sounded like people would vote for their own thing. A massive waste of time. Everything except for the first 5 minutes where everyone agreed on herbs, that is. Finally free, Jake considered if he should go over and ask the undead a bit more about how their stats now worked, but he noticed a figure approaching before he could do that. He was from one of the lower-ranking cities, and was a person Jake recognized by aura over appearance. It was the sleek-looking man with a bloodline. His brown eyes were a good brown with what looked like a small flame burning within, and his gaze seemed to pick up something no one else could perceive. Jake felt uncomfortable under his gaze, like his eyes bore into his body, and he was certain of one thing. The man had a perception-based skill like himself. At least it had aspects that allowed to see something. No, it wasn't a skill, it was his bloodline. What does he see? Jake wondered as the man got closer. The man's eyes flickered between Jake's chest and face as an intrigued smile adorned his face. "Pleasure to meet you, Hunter. I am Iran," he said, extending a hand towards Jake. Jake looked at him for a bit. Miranda and the two others stood uncomfortably behind him, not sure what to do or say. Before Miranda had a chance to come to the rescue, Jake just smiled as he shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, Patriarch," Jake said, his voice infused with a bit of will to make it harder for anyone but Iran to hear it. It wasn't foolproof, and Miranda and the others still heard it as well as anyone using a skill or technique to snoop, but it was good enough to mask it for the casual listener. As for why he used that term, Iran returned his smile with an even larger one of his own. "A rarity, those like us. It would be my pleasure to host you in the city of Cardius if you find the time and wish to speak further. I believe we have much to learn from one another, and it would be my honor. You have a cert. Spark in you." The last words were said a bit weirdly, and Jake squinted his eyes. "I'll think about it," Jake said, honestly just wanting the creepy guy gone. He got the heebie-jeebies from him, but he also got another weird emotion. Everything within Jake was telling him that the man Iran wasn't a danger to him. He was a D-grade, and he did have a certain aura to him, but it was far from enough to threaten Jake. Yet Jake felt like if they fought, he couldn't win. It was an odd feeling. He felt like fighting the man would be a meaningless endeavor. He kinda wanted to try fighting all the D-grades present just to try and battle a fellow human at D-grade, all except for Iran. Odd indeed. Iran, hearing Jake's tentative affirmation, just smiled once more as he nodded. "Know that you are welcome." His eyes looked at Jake's face. Not his eyes, but face, or perhaps what was on it. both of you." With those words, he walked off, leaving a frowning Jake behind. Casper stood with his eyes closed as he ignored the entire discussion about what resources to get and all that. He knew his opinion wouldn't add any value, and he would rather spend his time focusing on something more important, such as talking with his ghost girlfriend. "Your friends seem nice," Lyra said, her voice echoing in his head. They had tried and discovered that Lyra couldn't be summoned inside the World Congress, much to the annoyance of Priscilla and the schadenfreude of Casper. He didn't want to put her out there just because Priscilla wanted to flex their strength a bit. Lyra had evolved to degrade a week or so before the World Congress and was already damn strong for her level. Her blight magic was damn intense, and she seemed to like fighting, which was a relief to Casper. They had even worked on ways for her to help enhance his traps to have better synergy in the future. While it was expected that someone of the enlightened species was stronger than monsters, it wasn't a rule, far from it. Priscilla didn't like to admit it, but Lyra was stronger than her in pretty much every way when it came to a straight-on confrontation. Her race was incredibly powerful, and something equally important was something Casper hadn't even considered. She was practically immortal. As long as the locket existed, she would always be able to reform her body. The locket itself contained at least parts of her soul. To be honest, Casper wasn't sure exactly how it worked. He was just happy that his girlfriend would be safe in most circumstances. A bit like a lick, actually. It was weird how an item could both be functional equipment and essentially the body of a living creature. He had been warned that certain soul-affecting attacks could still hurt her, and that she was even a bit susceptible to them due to her state, but it wasn't something they had to worry about against regular beasts. Even if he didn't care overly much about this whole negotiation, Priscilla and the others were sure going at it. They didn't really need stone, but actually really wanted wood. Many trees couldn't grow within their area or wouldn't last long, and they hoped that the store would have types of wood fit for areas with high death affinity. He himself would like some gems and crystals, but he wasn't desperate. They were for his profession as a dungeon engineer, and he needed many crystals, gems, and other energy sources to power stuff. Casper was called a dungeon engineer, but that didn't mean he could actually make dungeons, at least not yet. He could make certain areas with desired properties, and with his class as a cursed trapper, he could make some damn nice defensive fortifications. Together with Lyra, they had taken down quite a few D-grades already. Well, Casper had taken them down alone after she reached D-grade, after which she just kept close to keep him safe. It hurt his experience gain a lot and wasn't great for his records either, but he saw that as a small sacrifice to spend more time with her. "Yeah, they're good people," he replied. Communicating telepathically with her had been a lot easier than he thought, and it helped him not look ridiculous by standing there and talking to himself. "But your friend Jake is a bit, how do I say it, unsettling." "I felt like he knew I was listening," Lyra said, a bit unsure. "Wouldn't surprise me. Also, can I point out how funny it is that a ghost is scared of a human and not the other way around?" Casper joked back, "I am not scared." "I said unsettled, not scared. Geez, if anyone is scary, it is that augur. I feel like half of his words somehow touch my soul or something. I don't think we should interact too much with him, at least too frequently and only in small doses. I have a feeling that kind of passive mental magic can seriously affect someone," Lyra said, voicing her concerns. "True, I don't think Jacob would do anything on purpose, but better safe than sorry. It also isn't like people can't change. And I wouldn't have thought Caroline able to do what she did, so I guess I am not the best judge of character." They kept talking for a while, mainly discussing non-World Congress-related topics. It was soothing, and they did have to touch a bit upon some sad facts of reality. This would likely be the last time Casper could meet this casually with Jacob and quite a few others. The political stage had yet to form into circles and alliances, but more defined lines would begin separating the factions once that was established. And there was no way the undead and the Holy Church would ever be in an official alliance. They were only interrupted as the talks died down and people began wandering. Casper didn't think about going anywhere, but his attention was still grabbed as a confrontation many had looked forward to was taking place. Progenitor versus Sword Saint. Jake stood before the man as they looked each other in the eyes. Quite a few other parties, including the Holy Church, were interested to see what would come of this, as the two had just stood there for a good 5 seconds now. Blue eyes deep as the ocean stared into beastly soul-piercing eyes. Their gazes could nearly not be any more different, yet they both held the same challenging intent. At the same time, both raised their arms as they shook hands, both giving a good squeeze. The old man winced as they both let go, Jake smiling triumphantly. He went out in pure strength. He could see it in the Sword Saint's eyes, and he knew it himself. If not for the rules of the World Congress, the old man would have drawn his sword, and Jake summoned his bow at this very moment. Sadly, there were rules, and this wasn't the time or place for a fight between what were likely the two strongest humans on Earth. The Nabaru clan wishes to enter a formal non-aggression pact with Haven, with the goal of a true alliance, the Sword Saint spoke, finally breaking the silence with words no one had expected him to say too curtly. I do not believe our two cities have any reason to fight. We can discuss more personal arrangements for the future at a later time. What say you? Sure, Jake agreed. You can have your people discuss it with my people. We are in agreement then. Pleasure meeting you, the old man said as he bowed and moved away. Jake returned a nod, ending their second interaction the same as the first. Their interaction was brief but impactful. Many eyes had been on them, some of them hoping for the two to enter an actual conflict. And while Jake would love to have a fight, he didn't see any reason to involve Haven or the other guys' cities. Jake also had a feeling that they would get their chance eventually, even if a vast distance separated them. And quite frankly, while Jake was vain, he wasn't silly enough to spend so much time traveling to another city just to fight an old man. At least not before he got faster. Jake wasn't sure what to do with the rest of the time before the next vote and just returned to his seat on their platform. Everyone else was gone again, Miranda and Lillian having taken the chance to talk to the representatives from Saya and Neil, chatting with some space mage woman from a lower-ranking city. With a mental command, he obscured the platform and took the mask off his face. He stared down at the wooden mask. It looked entirely the same as the day he got it, but he knew it was not. Things had changed. During his race evolution, it had absorbed some of the weird energy in that space, and he had a feeling that while it increased his mana regeneration, it also constantly pulled in energy for itself. Hey Villy, Wu Jake began, but instantly felt something was wrong. He closed his eyes and focused, and only noticed now that he couldn't feel that small, subtle connection he usually felt. He also only now discovered that he couldn't feel the Viper's presence at all. Usually, he just zoned out the occasional peek the god took, but he hadn't peeked for this entire World Congress. And it turns out it was because he couldn't. All connection to outside sources, at least divine sources, appeared to be cut off while inside this weird World Congress space. I guess that means all the other factions are cut off too. Good riddance. It was good to know that this entire World Congress, in actuality, wasn't a bunch of gods discussing with mouthpieces. It was also once more proof that the system was the real OG on the power scale, that it could fully cut off the connection like that so flawlessly was quite a power play. Anyway, what he wanted to ask Villy was pretty simple, so he decided to ask the one other person on the platform with him. He looked down at the mask once more. So do you think I could beat you now? Jake got no response, but he was sure the king was there, still alive. Iran had seen something. It had taken energy. The description had slightly changed, and Jake couldn't wait for a proper rematch. Of course, it was entirely possible he had misread the situation, but one can always hope.